Chapter 257 Assassination Strike, Subscription Requested, _2. If it hadn't been for the sect rules, they would probably have started celebrating outside already. Why does the sect master want to reassign the entire Jun Dongjin family? Mu Mingting was also in a good mood, yet he began to ponder. He didn't know that sect master Mu Qinglu had already planned to choose him as the future sect master, and reassigning Jun Dongjin was also for his sake. And it was for the layout of taking over Jun Dongjin in the future. I heard that recently, a major event occurred in the barbarian wilderness. The second subordinate spoke up. The big prince of the demon saint's nest died, apparently at the hands of an ancient saint. I have heard about that too. Mu Mingting nodded. However, exactly how it happened and which ancient saint had acted, no one knew. The sect master must know, but since he didn't say it himself, no one dared to ask. Mingting brother, whether it has anything to do with this incident or not. None of this is important. Now there is an unprecedented opportunity. Though Jun Dongjin has been reassigned from the immortal sect, it doesn't mean he won't come back. The third subordinate lowered his voice. What do you mean? Mu Mingting's expression changed slightly. In the past, Jun Dongjin always had a large number of subordinates with him. But this time, the reassignment order from the sect master specifically instructed only Jun Dongjin's family of 4 to go to Vast Cliff Mountain. If Jun Dongjin's family dies on the journey, it shouldn't be hard, right? This subordinate's tone was cold. The Taihao Immortal Realm envelopes the entire central divine continent. Any action by us would be exposed. Mu Mingting shook his head as he said. The Taihao Immortal Mirror monitors foreign energies. If cultivators from the Blood Demon Sea, Demon Saint's Nest, or Ghost Palace of Netherworld dare to enter the central divine continent, the Immortal Mirror would certainly detect them. But if it's an energy exerted by a former sect master, even if the Immortal Mirror detects it, there won't be any reaction. The subordinate continued speaking. Are you suggesting I use the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage left by the predecessors of our immortal sect? Mu Mingting said. A talisman is created by using special methods to retain the power of one's strike within the corresponding paper. If someone later activates the talisman, it's equivalent to unleashing the power stored inside it. Daoud Immortal Sect has been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, with each sect master of the refining void period leaving behind some talismans, each preserving their full strike power. All previous refining void period sect masters had once been masters of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. Their exerted energies were not within the Taihao Immortal Mirror's alarm range. No, it may not be detected at the time. But if the sect master investigates afterward, exposure is inevitable. Mu Mingting still shook his head. If Jun Dongjin were to die, the sect master would surely investigate. With the retrospective ability of the Taihao Immortal Mirror, his methods couldn't possibly remain hidden. Yes, the sect master would certainly know. But by then, Jun Dongjin would already be dead. In the Daoud Immortal Sect, only you, Brother Mingting, are capable of succeeding the position of sect master. The subordinate continued speaking. There are many disciples in the Daoud Immortal Sect, and not lacking in geniuses. Besides me, there are plenty of disciples who could be chosen for the sect master position. Mu Mingting remained somewhat hesitant. Mingting brother, you underestimate your standing within the sect too much. Unless the Immortal Sect can once again produce someone with a mutated heavenly spiritual root like Jun Dongjin. Otherwise, within 1,000 years, you are the most suitable candidate for sect master. And there's something I don't know if I should say. Our Daoud Immortal Sect masters have a tenure of at most 15,000 years, and now sect master Mu is already nearing 12,000 years. Mingting brother, you are also a member of the Mu family, a direct descendant of the sect master. Besides Jun Dongjin, whom else would he cultivate if not you? But if Jun Dongjin lives and comes back, it would be uncertain whose hands the future sect master position would fall into. Hearing his confidant subordinate's suggestion, Mu Mingting's expression fluctuated unpredictably. All right. After a long time, Mu Mingting suddenly stood up, his eyes cold as he spoke. Outside cloud mist blessed land, Jun Dongjin Mu Lianer, and their children Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan were saying goodbye to Lin Yuan. "Little brother, just stay well in Cloud Mist blessed land," Jun Jilan said reluctantly. The sex order only required Jun Dongjin's family of 4 to go to Vast Cliff Mountain. As for Wuji, their perennially reclusive youngest son, he was not included. Perhaps in Mu Kinglius' eyes, Wuji didn't warrant attention. What significance does a golden core stage body cultivator have for the Dao Immortal sect? Moreover, since Wuji had joined the Cloud Mist blessed land, he had never taken the initiative to enter Mount Morality Immortal, making him an absolutely harmless entity. Be careful on your way. Lin Yuan looked towards Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer and said, "What's there to be careful about? That vast cliff mountain is also under the protection of the Taihao Immortal Mirror's power within the Central Divine Continent. Those wastrels from the Ghost Palace, Demon Saint's Nest, and Blood Demon Sea, could they possibly dare to attack me?" Jun Dongjin said with a smile. Clearly, he was very confident in his sect's founding artifact. "Regardless, it's always safe to be cautious," Lin Yuan said. "External enemies are not to be feared. The real threat comes from enemies within. For example, there's Mu Mengting." Through years of understanding, Lin Yuan knew that Mu Mengting was the type to hold grudges. It's not that such a personality is bad in a cultivator, but one must always be on guard. "Understood. Then we'll take our leave first." Jun Dongjin waved his hand, and then left with Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaorao, and Jun Jilan. Lin Yuan watched as Jun Dongjin and the others disappeared. He then turned and returned to the Cloud Mist blessed land. In the cultivation chamber, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. "Go follow them," Lin Yuan thought briefly. The Taiyan primordial spirit emerged from his body and quickly disappeared from the spot. Vast Cliff Ancient Path. This is the essential path that leads to Vast Cliff Mountain. In the dense forest beside the ancient path, several figures were all stationed there. These figures with concealed auras were all Mahayana phase heaven lords. "They've arrived. That Jun Dongjin's family is almost here," the figures carefully observed, sensing the aura thousands of miles away. Soon, a jade chariot arrived swiftly, clearly a top-notch flying ship talisman. "Later, we won't need to act personally, just jointly activate this talisman," said the leading figure, struggling to pull out a pale golden talisman from his storage bag. This pale golden talisman, even without being activated, emitted an immensely terrifying power. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage. The surrounding figures looked at the talisman with intense interest. This was a foundation of the Dao Immortal sect. If it weren't for Mu Mengting bringing monks from the Mu family, let alone taking out a refined void stage talisman, they wouldn't even get to touch it. As soon as that jade chariot, the leading divinity transformation monarch began to make arrangements. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage, just to activate it, required all these divinity transformation monarchs to join forces. Suddenly, at that moment, under the watchful eyes of several divinity transformation monarchs, the pale golden symbol talisman of the refined void stage, as if stimulated, suddenly activated itself. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage exploded. It formed an illusory defensive barrier. But the next moment, the defensive barrier shattered. From the talisman's self-activation to the explosion of the formed barrier, everything happened in the blink of an eye. Even for divinity transformation monarchs, they were somewhat dumbfounded at that moment. What just happened? This. The leading divinity transformation stage cultivator, as if he realized something, his face showed a look of terror. The symbol talisman of the refined void stage. Generally, there are two ways to use it. One is active activation, which is offensive. The other is passive defense, which activates itself when facing an irresistible threat, forming a defensive barrier. This method, even when facing an attack from an ancient saint of the same level, could withstand for a moment. However, just now, the defensive barrier formed by the symbol talisman of the refined void stage lasted only a moment. The leading divinity transformation monarch trembled. He instinctively looked towards the sky. Between heaven and earth, an ancient and vast breath had emerged at some unknown time, overshadowing the sun and the sky. This divinity transformation monarch could vaguely see that above the vault of heaven, under that bright moon, a figure emitting yin energy almost merging with the moon appeared. This figure, though under the bright moon, seemed to encompass the entire moon. He had his left hand behind his back and his right hand stretched downward, as if to crush a few ants, but seemed to be momentarily halted by some obstruction. Chapter 258 Ancient Saint of Refinement Void, merely SOSO, seeking subscriptions. The bright moon hung high. The power of Taiyin permeated the air. Lin Yuan looked down, gazing at those Mahayana phase heaven lords with weak knees. Following behind Jun Dongjin and the others, the Taiyin primordial spirit's perception was vast. It detected an ambush from tens of thousands of miles away. Thus he arrived ahead of time, planning to crush them with ease. It was just that the power of the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage was still within Lin Yuan's expectations. Could it really block his attack for a moment? The immortal cultivation system does have its unique advantages. Thoughts churned through Lin Yuan's mind, such as the talismanic path that could preserve the power of an ancient saint of refinement void almost perfectly intact. The mysteries involved left Lin Yuan somewhat astounded. Boom. At that moment, in the center of the central divine continent, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. A light that emitted immeasurable brightness and immeasurable catastrophes descended in an instant, and a mirror-light incarnation condensed. Then it directly delivered a strike towards Lin Yuan. This strike subtly caused the surrounding space to stiffen, its fearsome power sweeping across every inch of air. A common divinity transformation stage heaven lord, or even the great prince of the barbaric demon Saint Nest if resurrected, would risk perishing directly if they dared to resist this attack outright. Its might suggesting it was close to the pinnacle of hollow void realm of the ethereal refinement stage. Taihao Immortal Mirror? Troublesome. Lin Yuan's brows knitted slightly. He had been very careful just now to contain his power, yet he was still detected by the Taihao Immortal Mirror, which descended directly. However, it might not be the Taihao Immortal Mirror sensing Lin Yuan's intervention. Perhaps it was the shattering of that symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage that caused the Taihao Immortal Realm to sense something. Rustling. Lin Yuan retreated a step. With his sleeves fluttering, he nonchalantly blocked the strike that almost reached the pinnacle of the hollow void realm of the ethereal refinement stage. Invisible shocks spread out in all directions, and had the clash of powers between these two ancient saints not been intentionally contained, thousands of miles of the land would already have begun to crack. Thousands of miles away, Jun Dongjin and the others, riding a jade chariot treasure, approached slightly and immediately detected the clash of ancient saint powers. Are two ancient saints fighting? One of them is the sect master, but who is the other? Jun Dongjin was greatly surprised. There were only a handful of refinement void ancient saints in the world, each with a distinguished reputation. Where is it? Jun Dongjin looked up at the sky and saw two figures confronting each other. The one on the left, surrounded by immortal light, was none other than the mirror incarnation of the immortal sect leader, Mu Qinglu. The figure on the right, with fluttering sleeves and blurred face, stood under the bright moon, their presence as vast as the moon itself. The power of Taiyin, could it be the ghost cultivator king from the Nether Palace? Jun Dongjin speculated in his heart. Of all ancient saints, only the ghost cultivator king's aura came closest to this figure. Father, what is that? Jun Jilan seemed to have discovered something, and whispered while pointing in a certain direction. Following her gaze, Jun Dongjin saw several divinity transformation stage heaven lords trembling in a hidden corner. These heaven lords were pale-faced and lacked even the courage to flee. Who are they? Jun Dongjin observed carefully. In the central divine continent, including the East Sea, the barbarian wilderness, the blood demon sea, and the Nether Palace, there were several known strong individuals who had reached the divinity transformation stage. The aura of a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. Jun Dongjin's expression turned solemn. He vaguely sensed the aura of a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage around these terror-stricken divinity transformation stage heaven lords. A symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. In today's world, only the Dao Immortal sect could make such a thing. It's not that having the strength of the refining void period allows you to leave behind a talisman of that stage. Creating one requires a specific level of talent in talismanic paths, and a certain core material of the talisman is unique to the Daoed Immortal sect. That is to say, the faint aura of the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage that Jun Dongjin sensed could only come from the Daoed Immortal sect. This symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage must belong to the 21st generation sect master of the Immortal sect, Mu Shoujua. Jun Dongjin thought silently to himself. Each ancient saint was unique, and a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage bears the full force strike of one such saint. Therefore, just by the aura of the talisman, one could distinguish which ancient saint it was from, especially with the Daoed Immortal sect's heritage spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Every sect leader who reached the level of an ancient saint of refinement void was enshrined and worshipped by countless disciples of the sect. The Mu family's symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. Jun Dongjin's feelings were mixed. The Mu family, as one of the three main veins of the Immortal sect, had produced more than one sect leader of the ethereal refinement period. Mu Shoujua, the 21st generation sect master, and Mu Qinglu, the current, 30th generation sect master. Both came from the Mu family. Jun Dongjin was no fool. On the Vast Cliff Ancient Path, a necessary route to Vast Cliff Mountain, several divinity transformation stage heaven lords lay in ambush, holding symbol talismans of the ethereal refinement stage in hand. What do they intend to do? Sect master. Jun Dongjin sighed softly in his heart. He knew these people were definitely not arranged by the sect master. If the sect master wanted to kill him, there was no need for such trouble. Suppression with the Taihao Immortal Mirror would suffice. There was no point in wasting a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage. But if it wasn't the sect master's doing, it was done by someone from the Mu family. And it would have been one of the Mu family's high-ranking members, as no one else could have taken a reflecting void symbol talisman that belonged to their ancestor. Does Mu Mengting want to eliminate me root and branch? Jun Dongjin felt somewhat disheartened for a moment. He admitted there was competition between him and Mu Mengting, the two frequently clashing. But that was all out in the open. It's normal for disciples of the Immortal sect to have disagreements. But now, Mu Mengting was actually making a move to kill. Chapter 259 The Ancient Saint of Refine Void, just SOSO, subscribe please, _2. Beneath the high sky, the Immortal sect leader Mu Qinglu, with the aid of the Taihao Immortal Mirror, descended in a mirror incarnation and gazed solemnly at Lin Yuan. From the brief exchange they just had, Mu Qinglu inferred that the strength of the formidable individual before him was at least at the peak of the Hollow Void realm. Though his true self hadn't descended, the area was still within the bounds of the central divine continent, enveloped by the might of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. The avatar descended by the mirror's light would require, at the very least, a cultivator of the refinement void Dongshu layer to withstand. And the fact that Lin Yuan could so effortlessly block that strike indicated that he possessed, at a minimum, the combat power of someone at the peak of the Hollow Void realm. Who exactly are you? Mu Qinglu scrutinized Lin Yuan, noting the similarity between his aura and that of the Ghost Cultivator King from the Ghost Palace of Netherworld. Both were of the power of Tain. However, Mu Qinglu keenly sensed a difference. Compared to the Ghost Cultivator King, the aura emanating from Lin Yuan was much purer, almost as though he was an incarnation of the infinite power of Tain itself. Who I am is not important. What's interesting is the overt and covert struggles within your immortal sect. Lin Yuan glanced at the trembling Mahayana phase heaven lords below, and the jade carriage artifact that had stopped in the distance. Overt and covert struggles? Mu Qinglu internally sighed. The moment he descended, after sensing the presence of the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage, he had already figured out most of the situation. Mu Qinglu could never have imagined that Mu Mengting had such a small-mindedness. Even though he had sent Jun Dongjin's family to the remote Vast Cliff Mountain, far from the Immortal sect's power core, Mu Mengting still harbored such wariness toward Jun Dongjin, daring to strike en route. This is an internal matter of the Immortal sect, which should be irrelevant to you. Mu Qinglu said with a composed expression. In truth, he had been keeping tabs on Jun Dongjin's whereabouts all along. Even if Lin Yuan hadn't intervened, The very instant those Mahayana heavenly monarchs activated the symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage, he would have been alerted. For Mu Qinglu, his concern rested with the overall direction of the Taoist immortal sect. Jun Dongjin possessed a talent rarely seen, and even if he couldn't become the sect master, he was someone that could be of significant use and absolutely must not die. In fact, whether one becomes the sect master of the immortal sect is not of utmost importance. As long as one can step into the refined void stage and wield the founding artifact of the sect, one would be invincible in this world. As for the ultimate stages within the refining void period, entering void, hollow void, or refined void, there isn't any fundamental difference. This was also the reason why, despite knowing that Jun Dongjin had higher potential than Mu Mengting, the latter was still chosen. Mu Mengting was also born with a heavenly spiritual root, and with many foundations within the immortal sect like the 9 heavens glazed water and other treasures. There shouldn't be any problem breaking through to the refining void stage. To put it simply, the advantage of talent held by Jun Dongjin was not indispensable. But the advantage that Mu Mengting had, which stemmed from being part of the Mu family, was something Jun Dongjin lacked. If this generation of the Mu family did not have a talented disciple like Mu Mengting, Mu Qinglu, for the future of the immortal sect, would definitely choose to cultivate Jun Dongjin as the next sect master. Daring to meddle in the affairs of my immortal sect, I'd like to see on what grounds you do so. Mu Qinglu raised his right hand, and an illusory image of a mirror appeared. It was the projection of the Taihao immortal mirror, the founding artifact of the sect. Mu Qingli's true body, together with the genuine Taihao immortal mirror, resided at Mount Morality Immortal, and were not to emerge lightly. However, the avatar reflected by the mirror light and the mirror's projection could descend to any place in this world, especially within the range of the central divine continent. It could retain the power of the refinement void stage. Boom! In an instant, Mu Qinglu struck once more. To the 9 heavens. Lin Yuan's form vanished, and when he reappeared, he had already traversed tens of thousands of meters to reach the high heavens. Ancient saints of this realm who engage in battle typically take the 9 heavens as their battleground. The space here is more vast, allowing ancient saints to unleash their full power. In the north of the divine continent, the blood demon sea stirred, its blood-red waters rippling gently. On a secluded island deep within, the master of the blood demon's expression subtly changed. Ancient saints clashing in the 9 heavens. The blood demon master looked up, gazing toward a certain direction. A casual blow from an ancient saint can shake the heavens and the earth. Let alone a battle between 2 such beings? Such fluctuations in aura, while perhaps imperceptible to lower-level cultivators, would be unmistakably clear to anyone in the refining void stage, with no detail overlooked. Is it that old fellow Mu Qinglu? It should only be his mirror incarnation, but since the location is within the central divine continent, even if it's just a mirror incarnation, it still possesses the combat power of the peak of the hollow void realm. Which ancient saint would dare to make a move here against Mu Qinglu? The blood demon master was somewhat in disbelief. Normally, no ancient saint would willingly engage Mu Qinglu within the bounds of the central divine continent, because that wouldn't be a normal fight. Mu Qinglu, with the founding artifact of the sect in hand, is invincible in this world, and his combat and killing power surpass the limits of the refining void stage. As for the avatar created from the mirror's light, it might be weaker, but what would be the point in battling with an avatar? Having paid a huge price to win, Mu Qinglu only lost an avatar, which would recover in half an hour with the power of the founding artifact of the sect. If he had lost, then he would have been chased and beaten by the mirror avatar, devoid of any dignity befitting an ancient saint. This aura, the power of Tain, is it that old Yin god? Wasn't the Yin god quite cowardly before? How come he has such courage this time? The blood demon prime god was surprised. Barbaric demon Saint Nest. The colossal ape demon, Saint also felt the fluctuations of an ancient saint-level battle. Rare indeed. That old Yin god, he actually made a move this time? The ape demon Saint clicked his tongue in amazement. For beings like them, there wasn't much entertainment, but they would definitely pay attention to a battle at their level. South of Divine Continent. Ghost Palace of Netherworld. A gaunt man sat on the throne. Feeling the fluctuations of an ancient saint-level fight, he fell into contemplation. The gaunt man's eyebrows were tightly furrowed. The aura of the ancient saint battling with Mu Qinglu did indeed somewhat resemble his. But it was just that, similar. Ghost cultivators wield the power of Taiyin, but they also encompass the Yuming Death Qi. However, that figure was entirely powered by the power of Taiyin, and its power of Taiyin was much purer, to the extent that even a refinement void layer ghost cultivator like the gaunt man couldn't compare. Who exactly is it? The gaunt man immediately contacted the blood demon prime god and the demon saint of the nest, clarifying that he hadn't battled with Mu Qinglu and inquiring about the identity of the battling ancient saint. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan lay lazily on the top floor of a mountain loft. At the same time, he was paying attention to the movements of the Dao Immortal sect. Cloud Mist Blessed Land wasn't far from the Dao Immortal sect, only tens of thousands of miles away, and Lin Yuan's current perceptive abilities could easily cover that distance. Lin Yuan faintly sensed the shifting qi in the Dao Immortal sect. Mu Qinglu, holding the founding artifact of the sect, wanted to send the true body of the immortal artifact to the nine heavens, to thoroughly detain that mysterious Taiyin ancient saint. The consciousness synchronized. In the nine heavens above, Lin Yuan's Yin God glanced in the direction of the Dao Immortal sect, repelled Mu Qinglu with one strike, his figure dispersed, turning into wisps of the power of Taiyin, vanishing between heaven and earth. Ran away. Mu Qinglius' expression was ugly. He had been thinking about joining with his true form to deliver a fatal blow to this mysterious ancient saint. The opponent had run away? Is it a coincidence, or? Mu Qinglius' expression was grave as he too disappeared from sight. The battle between Lin Yuan and Mu Qinglu had a significant impact on Central Divine Continent, as well as the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Barbarian East Sea. This was an ancient saint-level battle, which might not occur even once in many years. Refining void ancient saints, there were only a few in the entire world, and under the suppression of the Dao Immortal sect, the ancient saints rarely took action. Not to mention that one of the participating ancient saints this time was Mu Qinglu, the sect master of the Dao Immortal sect. EC. Baiyu Island. The numerous disciples of Baiyu Island were also discussing the matter of the ancient saints' battle. Have you heard? In the nine heavens above Central Divine Continent, there was a battle between ancient saints not long ago. Ancient saints? Refining void ancient saints? Good heavens, even such beings would engage in combat? It's unclear, but one of the refining void ancient saints involved in the battle is the sect master of the Dao Immortal sect, who has already stepped into the hollow void realm. I heard that the piece of nine heavens where the two ancient saints fought, the gang winds tore apart, and the murderous intent belonging to the ancient saints hasn't dissipated even now. Ordinary Mahayana heavenly monarchs don't dare to get close. That's a refining void ancient saint. It's a good thing the battlefield was in the nine heavens. If it were in Central Divine Continent, TKSK. Refining void ancient saints. I wonder when we'll get to see such powerhouses for ourselves. On Baiyu Island, many disciples conversed in low voices during their rest, their tones filled with longing. At the core area of Baiyu Island, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The conversations of the disciples on the island naturally couldn't escape his attention. Refining void ancient saints? Lin Yuan slowly stood up, walked outside, and casually sat on a huge rock, glancing in the direction of the Dao Immortal sect in Central Divine Continent, and smiled faintly, merely so. Chapter 260 Jun Wuji, I Know Your Big Secret, 4,700 words, please subscribe. It's just that founding artifact of the sect. Lin Yuan had a slightly grave expression. Up to now, Lin Yuan had encountered the Taihao immortal instruments twice. The first time was during the grand ceremony of the ethereal void, where Lin Yuan and his parents went to Mount Morality Immortal to congratulate Mu Qinglu. During that period, Lin Yuan's yang spirit had annihilated the forces of the Black Gauze Archipelago, causing the plans of the Dao Immortal sect to fail, which infuriated Mu Qinglu, who directly activated the Taihao immortal instrument and descended in incarnation upon the Eastern Sea Islands. The second time was not long ago when Lin Yuan, using his Yin God, battled with an incarnation of the mirror light for a while, and felt the true power of the Taihao immortal mirror. Through these two encounters, Lin Yuan determined that the tier of Taihao immortal realm must surpass the refining void period. That is, above the refining void period, a treasure of the unity path stage. The unity path stage had already surpassed the limits of this world. Only in the legendary spirit realm did such mighty beings exist. Spirit realm. Lin Yuan's expression sank into brief contemplation. There were rumors that the Dao Immortal sect holds the ascension platform that leads from this world to the spirit realm. Successive immortal sect leaders, after managing the Dao Immortal sect for 10 to 20,000 years, would disappear without a trace, precisely through the ascension platform to the fabled spirit realm. Of course, such a claim had no basis, and probably only the immortal sect leader of the Dao Immortal sect knew the truth. Perhaps the refinement void ghost king of the ghost palace of Netherworld, the lord of the blood demon sea, and the demon saint of the demon saint's nest also knew something. It's irrelevant. With just another 200 years to cultivate to the peak of the 6th rank, or even break through to the 7th rank, no secrets would be secrets before me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Now he needed not pry into the secrets of the spirit realm or ascension. There was no significance in doing so. It was better to focus all his time on cultivation. First to become invincible under the heavens, then see. Dao Immortal Sect. Sect Master Mu Qinglu sat aloft. Mu Mingting knelt below, his face pale and his expression filled with fear. He had never thought that after using the treasured symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage from the Mu family's collection, he still failed to kill Jun Dongjin. Not only had he failed to kill him, but the sect master noticed it immediately. Now, having expended an extremely precious symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage, and Jun Dongjin not being dead meant that he, Mu Mingting, was not the sole candidate for the succession of the immortal sect. Mu Qinglu had other options such as reusing Jun Dongjin. If that were the case, it would mean that Mu Mingting was completely out of favor with the sect master. Do you know where you went wrong? Mu Qinglu looked at Mu Mingting, his eyes showing disappointment. He had not expected Mu Mingting to lack such resolution, and utterly devoid of tolerance. Sect master, I should not have acted against a fellow sect member. I shouldn't have acted against Jun Dongjin. Mu Mingting immediately admitted his mistake. Since Mu Qinglu had called him aside alone and personally mentioned the matter, Mu Mingting realized that his antics could not have gone undetected. If that was the case, it was better to openly admit his wrongdoing. Perhaps there was still a chance for things to turn around. After all, his relationship with Mu Qinglu was far from being as simple as that of a sect master and a disciple. Incorrect. You erred in that you acted too soon. And too hastily. Mu Qinglu looked at Mu Mingting and spoke indifferently. When he took over as the leader of the immortal sect, he too had used some tactics, so Mu Mingting's preemptive actions to eliminate competitors were not uncommon. It was what Mu Qinglu had left over from his own strategies. However, such actions required restraint. With Jun Dongjin being transferred away from Mount Morality Immortal, and distance from the epicenter of power, his abilities being decent and his distinction between public and private affairs clear, it was far more useful to let him live than to have him dead. Mu Mingting looked baffled. He originally thought that the sect master would chastise his actions, but instead, it seemed that the sect master thought he had been too hasty. When you reach the refining void period, you will realize how laughable those former struggles were. Be it Jun Dongjin or anyone else, they are all pawns in your hands. Killing them is like weakening your own power, Mu Qinglu said calmly. This was also his greatest realization after stepping into the refining void period. From the perspective of an ancient saint, how ridiculous were some past actions. Having absolute power rendered everything subordinate. Mu Mingting's eyes widened. When Mu Qinglu mentioned, when you reach the refining void period, Mu Mingting trembled. What did the sect master mean? What was this about stepping into the refining void period? The order to transfer Dongjin to Vast Cliff Mountain. Could you not discern that I had already chosen you as the next sect master? Mu Qinglu said blandly. Sect master. Mu Qinglu was extremely agitated in his mind. Indeed, when Jun Dongjin received the transfer order, he had indeed thought that Jun Dongjin had been eliminated from the list of candidates for sect master. But Mu Mengting could only speculate, never sure whether his thoughts were true or false. What if Jun Dongjin was only being sent away for a while, and came back soon? Thus, for the sake of certainty, Mu Mengting decided to take a risky move. From his high seat, Mu Qinglu looked at Mu Mengting, whose emotions were overflowing, and sighed internally again. Mu Mengting really was not as good as Jun Dongjin. But who could blame Mu Mengting for being his offspring? Actually, with the centuries-old foundation of the Daoed Immortal sect, it made little difference who became the sect master. Even if Jun Dongjin became the sect master, he wouldn't be able to flatten the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, or Demon Saint's Nest. Even if Mu Mengting was somewhat inferior, becoming the sect master wouldn't mean a significant reduction in the Daoed Immortal sect's power. The strong foundation of the Daoed Immortal sect persisted. Even if a pig became the sect master, as long as he possessed the cultivation of the refining void period, and held the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he could still slaughter widely. Chapter 261 Jun Wuji, I know your big secret, 4,700 words, please subscribe. _2. In this world, the Daoed Immortal sect is a major force. Do you still want to kill Jun Dongjin? Mu Qinglu glanced at Mu Mengting and asked. No. Sect master. I can swear that I will not lay a hand on Jun Dongjin. Mu Mengting said without hesitation. As long as he could become an ancient saint of refined void, and become the leader of the immortal sect, what would Jun Dongjin count for then? At this moment, Mu Mengting had vaguely understood the mentality that Mu Qinglu had mentioned. Even Jun Dongjin, whom he once regarded as a major threat, would eventually serve him and guard the great business of the immortal sect for him. In such a situation, Mu Mengting would rather see more talents like Jun Dongjin emerge. Why kill them? Wuji is Jun Dongjin's younger son, lacking the spirit root, and seldom leaves the cloud mist-blessed land, posing no threat to you. Mu Qinglu once again spoke. Sect master. You underestimate me too much. How could I, Mu Mengting, lay a hand on Wuji? Mu Mengting said immediately with a serious expression. And that was indeed the truth. Over the years, Mu Mengting had regarded Jun Dongjin, even Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan as threats. He was wary even of the younger generation. But he had never regarded Wuji as a threat. A cripple without even a spirit root. What is there to be wary of? That's why Mu Mengting had never made any moves against Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Because it simply wasn't necessary. That's good then. Wuji is also pitiful. Mu Qinglu nodded. After all, he was Wuji's maternal grandfather. Knowing that Wuji had no spirit root since childhood, although no one dared to bully him, he was extremely sensitive inside. Otherwise, why would a normal person hide in the Cloud Mist Blessed Land and hardly ever come out in decades? As long as Wuji is there, the Cloud Mist Blessed Land is his, and no one can touch it. Upon hearing the implications from Mu Qinglu, Mu Mengting immediately assured. Since that is so, Mu Qinglu nodded slightly. Come with me. I will show you the biggest secret of our Daoed Immortal sect. The buffer zone between the barbarian wilderness and Central Earth, that mysterious refined void body cultivator, and recently, that mysterious ancient saint, who emanated the power of Tayin, and whose power was at the hollow void peak. These two seemingly out-of-nowhere ancient saints of refined void added another layer of pressure on Mu Qinglius' heart. The pressure here. It's not about the Daoed Immortal sect facing the risk of collapse, or anything of that sort. But rather he was worried that these ancient saints, together with those three old fellows, might stir up another great war in the central divine continent. Indeed, no matter the scale of the great war, it would not affect the rule of the Daoed Immortal sect, relying on Mount Morality Immortal and the Taihao Immortal Mirror. The sect was as solid as a rock. But it was annoying. Just as if there were originally only 3 flies flying around, and now a few more appeared. And battles at the ancient saint level could easily fracture the central divine continent, which the Daoed Immortal sect had long considered as their own dominion. Therefore, the Daoed Immortal sect must soon have a second ancient saint of refined void. 2 ancient saints of refined void. one stationed in Mount Morality Immortal, one holding the Taihao Immortal Realm, stepping out of the Immortal Mountain to sweep away any potential enemies. Vast Cliff Mountain. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan were gathered in a cave dwelling. We might not be able to return any time soon. Jun Dongjin sighed. He had come to realize that the sect master's decision to transfer him away from Mount Morality Immortal was to pave the way for Mu Mengting. That is to say, the future leader of the Dao Immortal sect, the ancient saint, had already been decided. It would be Mu Mengting. The future of Jun Dongjin now needed to be determined by Mu Mengting. Father. Mu Lianer looked dejected. Mu Qinglu had ultimately chosen someone from the Mu family to be the sect master. This decision was somewhat expected, for even beings as elevated as the ancient saint of Refined Void cannot be utterly impartial, having human emotions. Abandoning Jun Dongjin to choose Mu Mengting. It was not a strange occurrence. It's good that Wuji did not come with us to endure these hardships. Jun Jilan spoke softly. Cloud Mist Blessed Land had the effect of extending life. Wuji did not possess a spirit root, and body cultivation did not substantially increase lifespan. So staying in Cloud Mist Blessed Land, Wuji could easily live for a few hundred years. If he were to consume any life-extending elixirs, perhaps he could live for a millennium. But if he had left Cloud Mist Blessed Land and come to this vast cliff mountain with them, his lifespan would definitely be sharply reduced, dropping to that of an ordinary person. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. Over these 100 years, the situation in Central Divine Continent gradually became unstable. Blood Demon Sea, Demon Saint's Nest, and Nether Palace conspired in secret, desiring to incite another great war in Central Divine Continent. The only disappointment for the Blood Demon Sea, Demon Saint's Nest, and Nether Palace was the two mysterious ancient saints who had once appeared. One was an ancient saint of body cultivation. The other was an ancient saint of the power of Tain. They had not shown themselves again. If they could ally with these two ancient saints, their chances of inciting a great war in Central Divine Continent would greatly increase. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Cultivation Chamber. Finally, Lin Yuan was seated cross-legged, a smile appearing on his face. Over 100 years, Lin Yuan, apart from routinely practicing enlightenment, had been attempting to thoroughly understand the essential nature of that physical body divine ability, blood rebirth. This physical body divine ability was extremely complex and involved many aspects, and even though Lin Yuan possessed against heaven's understanding, it had taken him 100 years to barely grasp it. With this, even if I return to the main world, I can use this divine skill. Lin Yuan's mind was pleased. Blood rebirth had miraculous effects for preserving life, and naturally, the more such methods, the better. It's just a pity that this divine skill cannot be widely disseminated. It will operate differently according to each individual's body constitution. I spent 100 years using my main world physical body as a template, and the blood rebirth techniques that I've comprehended can only be applied to the physical bodies in the main world. Chapter 262 Jun Wuji, I know your big secret, 4,700 words, please subscribe, _3. Lin Yuan's expression held a tinge of regret. He had originally planned to sell this divine skill to the goddess of wisdom, but it now seemed unfeasible. Although Lin Yuan felt some disappointment, he quickly adjusted his mindset. The higher the level and the more powerful the divine gift, the greater its restrictions. In the main world universe Starry Sky, some special secret technique heritages possess uniqueness. That is to say, in the same era, only one life can master this kind of secret technique heritage. This is an ironclad rule of the main world. Even if you have fully comprehended the secret technique heritage, you still cannot use it. Blood Demon Sea. The Blood Demon Master sat on an island deep within. After more than 100,000 years, I can finally stir up a great war in the Central Divine Continent again. The Blood Demon Master's expression was one of excitement. 120,000 years ago, he had instigated a great war in the Central Divine Continent alongside the Demon Saint's Nest and Nether Palace. However, he was utterly defeated at the time, and had only just recovered over the past few thousand years. Doubt Immortal sect occupying the Ascension platform has forced us to remain in this realm. The Blood Demon Master muttered to himself. Master. At this moment, a blood-colored figure condensed above the Blood Demon Sea and bowed towards the Blood Demon Master. The central divine continent is filled with formations laid by the Doubt Immortal sect. If we want to enter the central divine continent with minimal losses, we need to ascertain the specific locations of these formations and other details. The blood-colored figure spoke softly. What is your plan? The Blood Demon Master went straight to the point. There are not many in the Doubt Immortal sect who are privy to these formations, one of them being Jun Dongjin. The blood-colored figure implied meaningfully. It has been no secret that Jun Dongjin was assigned to Vast Cliff Mountain over the last century. The next sect master of the Doubt Immortal sect was almost certainly going to be Mu Mengting. Jun Dongjin had already become an expendable piece for the Doubt Immortal sect. Subordinates believe that Jun Dongjin can be won over. If he can be made to serve us, invading the central divine continent would be much easier. The blood-colored figure continued. Indeed. The Blood Demon Master nodded slightly. He could guess that Jun Dongjin probably harbored deep resentment towards the Doubt Immortal sect. Now was the right time to win him over. But one thing must be kept in mind. Jun Dongjin cannot be directly won over. Surely the Doubt Immortal sect has laid plans near Vast Cliff Mountain. The Blood Demon Master spoke up. So the Master wants to, the blood-colored figure inquired softly. Approach Jun Dongjin's young son Jun Wuji. Then through Jun Wuji, we can lure Jun Dongjin without fail, and avoid the detection of any abnormalities by the Doubt Immortal sect. The Blood Demon Master put forth. Master is wise. The blood-colored figure, after pondering for a moment, was filled with admiration. Directly winning over Jun Dongjin indeed bore great risks. Jun Dongjin, having once been a high-ranking official of the Doubt Immortal sect, would undoubtedly still be protected by many means, even though he was no longer in favor. By attempting to win over Jun Dongjin, they would essentially be informing the Doubt Immortal sect of their intentions. On the contrary, Jun Dongjin's son Wuji held much less prominence. Moreover, Cloud Mist Blessed Land was located right next to the Doubt Immortal sect. Hidden in plain sight applied here. It was likely that the Doubt Immortal sect would never suspect their interest in Wuji. Remember, when dealing with Jun Wuji, never use force. We must threaten or promise great wealth. The Blood Demon Master reminded. At the same time, he opened his palm and a blood-red crystal appeared. Carrying this object will allow you to temporarily evade the surveillance of the Taihao Immortal Mirror. The Blood Demon Master declared. After fighting with the Doubt Immortal sect numerous times over hundreds of thousands of years, the Blood Demon Master had naturally accumulated some measures against the Doubt Immortal sect, especially that Taihao Immortal Mirror. However, the means of evading the Taihao Immortal Mirror's surveillance came at a great cost to the Blood Demon Master, and there were numerous limitations. It couldn't be widely disseminated. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. At the top of the mountain, within a pavilion, Lin Yuan lay in a chaise lounge, leisurely basking in the sun. You may leave. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Yes. Chunhua and Qiuyue bowed and exited. Time passed unknowingly. In the shadow of the pavilion, a blood-colored figure appeared soundlessly. Jun Wuji. The blood-colored figure approached Lin Yuan, voice hoarse and deep. I know your great secret. The blood-colored figure gazed at Jun Wuji intently. Great secret. Lin Yuan was momentarily startled. He had already detected the presence of the blood-colored figure. The ability to infiltrate Central Divine Continent and Cloud Mist Blessed Land came from a special aura exuding from the figure's body. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to see if the blood-colored figure's intrusion was due to a specific matter. But hearing the figure openly claim to know his great secret, he couldn't help but be surprised. Great secret? Which great secret do you refer to? Lin Yuan asked solemnly. Which great secret? The blood-colored figure was somewhat confused. Could it be that this Jun Wuji had many secrets? And they had to ask about which great secret? Chapter 263 Taiyang Ancient Saint, Standing Tall and Upright. Please subscribe. Wuji, are you joking? What great secret are you talking about? The blood-colored figure let out a cold laugh, feeling that Wuji was being pretentious. He had been ordered by the master of the blood demon Sea to cozy up to Wuji, aiming to win over Jun Dongjin, a former high-ranking member of the Dao Immortal sect, through Wuji. Having been abandoned by the Dao Immortal sect, Jun Dongjin must be harboring resentments. With a sufficiently attractive offer from the blood demon Sea, the probability of success was high. To ensure Jun Dongjin's complete allegiance, there must be no coercion in winning over Wuji. Otherwise, how could Jun Dongjin not harbor mistrust when he sees the blood demon Sea treating his youngest son in such a manner? Coercion was not an option. Therefore, they could only promise significant benefits or engage in semi-threatening tactics. The blood-colored figure, prior to his infiltration into the central divine continent, had meticulously reviewed all the intelligence related to Wuji. He did in fact unearth a secret. A secret concerning Wuji. I really want to know what this great secret is, Lin Yuan said earnestly. His own secrets were far too numerous, and he wasn't certain which one the blood-colored figure was referring to at the moment. Was it from 100 or 200 years ago when he casually annihilated the hidden operatives of the Dao Immortal sect in the Black Gauze archipelago, over a dozen Mahayana heavenly monarchs and more than 50 nascent soul true monarchs? Or was it his ascension to the realm of ancient saint in body cultivation, unheard of in the central divine continent for tens of thousands of years, and how he had crushed the great emperor of the demon saints' nest, who was said to rival ancient saints, underfoot several times? Or perhaps it was about him, in the guise of the Taiyin primordial spirit, battling the Taoist immortal sect master Mu Qinglu in the nine heavens, escaping unscathed in the end? Additionally, there was the master Yuanyang from the East Sea, who was not the half-step ancient saint the world believed he was. Humph! The blood-colored figure saw that Lin Yuan seemed truly unaware. So he decided to offer a hint. Wuji, I assume you're not at the golden core stage in body cultivation, the blood-colored figure whispered. Lin Yuan looked squarely at this blood-colored figure, who he deemed less than an ant in his eyes. 20 years ago, among the cultivation resources you had your subordinates purchase from outside, there were ancient hidden flowers. Those are cultivation resources needed by body cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Your realm in body cultivation must have already reached the nascent soul stage, the blood-colored figure spoke confidently, holding a winning hand. This was his trump card for threatening Wuji. In just a short 100 to 200 years, Wuji had advanced from being a cripple to the nascent soul stage in body cultivation. Such body cultivation talent meant that stepping into the divinity transformation stage would pose no issues in the future. If this revelation had occurred over 100 years ago, it wouldn't have been a problem, but now, with Wuji's parents assigned to Vast Cliff Mountain, it was akin to losing their backing in the Dao Immortal sect. Moreover, with Mu Mengting's rise to power, if he learned of a rival's son possessing such potential, wouldn't he harbor other thoughts? And this was the blood-colored figure's biggest bargaining chip. It was information sourced from within the Dao Immortal sect, and it could also provoke Wuji's resentment towards Mu Mengting. Several gains in one fell swoop. Oh, Lin Yuan was expressionless. He had thought that the blood-colored figure really discovered some significant secret. Turned out, it was about this matter. Lin Yuan indeed had the habit of instructing his subordinates to periodically purchase cultivation resources from the outside. But that was for show for outsiders. As for the ancient hidden flowers mentioned by the blood-colored figure, Qiu Yue must have bought them casually. After speaking, the blood-colored figure, who had been full of anticipation and wanted to see Wuji's face contorted with fear, was expecting a panic at the revelation of his secret, and possibly even the emergence of a thought to silence him with murder. All of these were within the blood-colored figure's expectations. He even had prepared a corresponding attitude to respond. But to his disappointment, he saw no change of expression on Wuji's face. How could that be? The blood-colored figure's thoughts were in disarray. Is there some other secret? Lin Yuan asked patiently. Isn't this secret significant enough? The blood-colored figure's tone rose a few notches as he spoke. Hiding the strength of a nascent soul stage body cultivator, once exposed, would inevitably draw the attention of Mu Mengting. What would happen then no one knew. The blood-colored figure's original plan was to leverage this secret to manipulate Wuji. Wuji, as long as you agree to work for us, Mu Mingting won't be able to harm you and my master will grant you a lifespan far exceeding those of cultivators. The blood-colored figure hurriedly continued when he sensed the situation unfolding unfavorably. To win over Wuji, threats alone weren't enough. Significant benefits must also be promised. The great reward the blood-colored figure could offer was longevity. As is well known, the lifespan of body cultivators is much shorter compared to that of cultivators. However, the master of the blood demon sea could, through his own methods, transform Wuji into a blood god child. Bound to the blood demon sea, blood god child's lifespan would be terrifyingly extended. Moreover, the life and death of a blood god child would rest upon a single thought of the master of the blood demon sea. If Wuji became a blood god child, he would be completely integrated into the blood demon sea, unable even to betray it if he wanted. It seems I was overthinking. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. He had been aware of the blood-colored figure's affiliation with the blood demon sea. While his aura might deceive others, it couldn't fool Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan initially thought that the blood demon sea might actually know something. Now it seemed he was the one overthinking. Even the nearby Dao Immortal sect had not noticed his true identity. The blood demon sea, far to the north of the divine continent, could actually do very little. Let's see what the master of the blood demon sea is really up to. Lin Yuan's gaze rested on the blood-colored figure. The reason he had been conversing with the blood-colored figure was because he was worried that the figure might genuinely know something, now that it was certain the other party understood nothing at all. Chapter 264 Taiyang Ancient Saint, Standing Tall and Upright. Please subscribe. _2. He naturally planned to take direct action. The crimson figure felt puzzled upon hearing this. But the next moment, the crimson figure felt his consciousness rapidly descending. Bang! Streaks of blood light exploded on his body. These were clearly the crimson figure's life-preserving measures. Daring to infiltrate the central divine continent, infiltrating Cloud Mist Blessed Land. How could the crimson figure not have any trump cards? However, all the trump cards, all the life-preserving measures, even the crimson crystal bestowed by the blood demon lord, all rapidly collapsed. In the final moment where the crimson figure's consciousness completely sank, his gaze towards Lin Yuan filled with endless horror. Wrong. He was wrong. The blood demon lord was wrong too. Everyone in the world was mistaken. Jun Wuji, whom they regarded as easy prey, was not as simple as he appeared on the surface. Even the crimson crystal bestowed by the blood demon lord could not withstand a moment. He, Jun Wuji, was at least at the level of an ancient saint. A few breaths later, Lin Yuan had finished browsing through the memories of the crimson figure. So he was planning to provoke a war in central divine continent. Lin Yuan roughly understood the blood demon lord's scheme. Blood demon sea, demon saint's nest, nether palace. Why do these ancient refined void ancient saints repeatedly want to initiate a major battle in the world of immortal cultivation? Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. With the Taihao Immortal Mirror stationed by Dao Immortal Sect in Central Divine Continent, no matter how great the battle, it couldn't harm its foundation. Blood Demon Sea. The Blood Demon Lord, sitting on a small island deep inside, suddenly opened his eyes. Dead. Died so quickly. The Blood Demon Lord found it hard to believe. With the fallbacks he had placed in the crimson figure, even if truly discovered by the Dao Immortal Sect, he should have been able to resist for a while. Could it be that Mu Qinglu took action with the Taihao Immortal Realm in hand? The Blood Demon Lord could only think in this direction. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Lin Yuan was still lying on the lounge chair. After dealing with the crimson figure, Lin Yuan began pondering on one issue. My current strength, after 100 years of cultivation, aside from mastering the physical body divine ability Blood Rebirth. In the Martial Tao, Lin Yuan also made significant progress, having advanced the Martial Tao cultivation system to the 6th rank 11th level. In the main world and Immortal Tao world, the 6th rank corresponds to the Refining Void period. The Refining Void period further divides into Entering Void Realm, Hollow Void Realm, Refining Void Realm. Entering Void Realm corresponds with 6th rank 1st to 3rd stage. Hollow Void Realm corresponds with 6th rank 4th to 6th stage. Void Refinement Realm corresponds with 6th rank 7th to 9th stage. Lin Yuan was already at the 6th rank 11th stage. And although he had not reached the 6th rank peak, his realm's strength had already surpassed the limits of the refining void period. Perhaps he was still not comparable to the Dao integration period above the refining void period, but the difference was not very large, at least much stronger than the peak of the refining void period's void refinement realm. 6th rank peak. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. 6th rank 12th stage was not difficult for him. In as few as 10 to 20 years, or as many as 50 to 60 years, he could step into it. Lin Yuan was thinking about how to step into the 7th rank. In both the main world and the immortal Tao world, the transition from 6th rank to 7th rank, as well as from refining void to Dao integration, represented a significant threshold. In the main world's Qikuan star domain, with 120,000 life planets, accumulating over thousands to tens of thousands of years, the number of 6th rank fallen star warriors exceeded 100,000. But for the 7th rank, even counting the 3 senior brothers of the Qikuan main star, the number of 7th rank evolvers would not exceed 100. Even on the so-called meat grinder of the battlefields of different races, a 7th rank evolver could lead one side, becoming a marquis or a king. Dao Immortal Sect. In the deepest part of the Mount Morality secret realm, a sudden surge of vast aura flowed out. Within the secret realm, a look of joy emerged on Mu Mengting's face. Refining Void Period. This is the refining void period. This is the ancient saint. Mu Mengting, feeling his mana completely transformed within, was brimming with ambitious dreams. He, Mu Mengting, also had this day. He also had the day to become an ancient saint. Sect Master. Mu Mengting took a deep breath. He calmed the excitement in his heart. Stepping out of the secret realm, he respectfully addressed Mu Qinglu. Although now he too was an ancient saint of refined void, Mu Mengting knew that he was still far behind Sect Master Mu Qinglu. This gap did not stem from strength, but from that founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao Immortal Mirror. Let alone the fact that Mu Mengting was just entering the refining void period. Even if he stepped into the peak of the void refinement realm, deep in Mount Morality Immortal facing Mu Qinglu, who was refining the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he would instantly be suppressed. The Taihao Immortal Mirror was not only a powerful immortal artifact, but it was also the hub of the entire Mount Morality Immortal. Whoever possessed the Taihao Immortal Mirror controlled the countless formation methods arranged over tens of thousands of years in Mount Morality Immortal. Rise! Mu Qinglu looked at Mu Mengting, a smile appearing on his face. Although he had long known that with Mu Mengting's talents, stepping into the refining void period with the resources of the Dao Immortal Sect wasn't an issue. But at this moment Mu Qinglu still breathed a sigh of relief. The two settled down. Mu Qinglu then spoke to Mu Mengting about the next plans. With you presiding over the Immortal Sect, I plan to take the Taihao Immortal Mirror and go out for a while. It's been too long, and too many people have forgotten why my Dao Immortal Sect can control the central divine continent. Mu Qinglia's face showed a hint of coldness. Over the past century he was not unaware of the movements of Nether Palace, Blood Demon Sea, and Demon Saint's Nest. He simply ignored them temporarily to protect Mu Mengting's path. Now that Mu Mengting had stepped into refining void, with him anchoring the Immortal Sect, Mu Qinglu could go out with peace of mind. Although the Dao Immortal Sect had countless formations for protection, if there were no ancient saints presiding, being attacked by other refined void ancient saints would come at a great cost. This was also why, these past years, his own essence had always presided in Mount Morality Immortal. Chapter 265 Taiyang Ancient Saint, Standing Tall and Upright. Please subscribe. _3. As long as he dared to leave Mount Morality Immortal with his true form, whether he planned to confront the Blood Demon Sea, or the Demon Saint's Nest of the Nether Palace, the other two sides would certainly strike against Mount Morality Immortal. But now that threat was no longer present. With Mu Mengting, an ancient saint, sitting in the Immortal Mountain, even if 3 or 5 ancient saints besieged it, they wouldn't be able to shake the foundation of the Dao Immortal Sect. Thus, Mu Qinglu could take action freely and restore the prestigious name of the Taoed immortal sect above all beings. Sect Master, which side do you plan to move against first? Mu Mengting asked in a low voice. Which side? Mu Qinglu pondered for a moment. Let's start with the East Sea. Over the past century, the development speed of Baiyu Island's White Jade Pavilion was extremely fast, almost having unified the Eastern Sea Islands. And that Master Yuanyang of Baiyu Island was only half an ancient saint. Over the years, even if he had made a breakthrough, it's impossible for him to have entered the refining void period. Given that, with Mu Qinglia's true form plus the Taihao immortal mirror, they would grasp a complete victory over the enemy. On the other hand, should Mu Qinglu choose to make a move against the Nether Palace, the Demon Saint's Nest, or the Blood Demon Sea first, Master Yuanyang would certainly hide upon hearing of it. In the end, the Taoed Immortal Sect, the Nether Palace, the Demon Saint's Nest, and the Blood Demon Sea were all old adversaries. The latter three had special trump cards, and although Mu Qinglu held the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he could only suppress them, not kill them. Therefore, taking action against the East Sea was most in line with Mu Qinglia's expectations. The East Sea. That Master Yuanyang of Baiyu Island deserves to die. Mu Mengting nodded and said. Initially, Master Yuanyang had destroyed his beloved Black Gauze archipelago that he had managed for many years. This was a grudge he still remembered to this day. I leave the sect in your hands. After saying these words, Mu Qinglia's figure vanished into the distance. The East Sea. Baiyu Island. Hundreds of thousands of White Jade Pavilion disciples gathered on the island. Moreover, a large number of mortals converged on Baiyu Island. Though called island, it was nearly 2 million li in size, equivalent to several Kanglan stars. If not for the vastness of the central divine continent, Baiyu Island should really be called Baiyu Continent. The core area of Baiyu Island. Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Below him, several disciples were raising cultivation queries, and Lin Yuan was answering them casually. Hundreds of years had passed, the foundation of the White Jade Pavilion had greatly increased. Cultivators at the Martial Tao first rank exceeded 100,000, second rank surpassed 10,000, third rank was more than 2,000, and there were 322 individuals at the fourth stage Martial Tao. There were 8 cultivators at Martial Tao fifth stage. It could be said that the White Jade Pavilion was undoubtedly the first in the Eastern Sea Islands today, and if Lin Yuan wished, uniting the Eastern Sea Islands would be a piece of cake. Lin Yuan seemed to sense something. He looked up toward the sky. On Baiyu Island, countless disciples were either gathering together or wandering alone, studying and cultivating martial Tao techniques. Suddenly, above in the 9 heavens, a round immortal mirror radiating terrifying immortal light bobbed in and out of visibility. As the immortal mirror turned slightly, a beam of terrifying light descended from the 9 heavens. The terrifying nature of the mirror light brought even space itself to a near standstill. Wherever it passed, nature's spiritual energy dissolved into nothingness. It was foreseeable that if this mirror light were to fall on Baiyu Island, the entire island would be pierced through. This holy land of cultivation completely destroyed. The fallout of the mirror light would lead to the death of all beings below the ancient saint level. What is that? This is bad, run quickly. It's too late, we're all going to die. Countless White Jade Pavilion disciples looked up at the sky, filled with despair. Beneath the terrifying light of the immortal mirror, there was only one thought in everyone's mind: death. No matter where they ran, it was death. Just then, a figure appeared above Baiyu Island, instantly taking on a phenomenal size. He was so tall that his height was immeasurable, his force of Taiyang so intense it was like a second sun. The towering figure raised his hand lightly, and Baiyu Island, about the size of several Kanglan stars, was completely protected within the palm of his hand. Chapter 266 Grandpa, what do you want to cooperate with me on? Please subscribe. In the 9 heavens above, Mu Qinglu stood with his hands behind his back. The Taihao immortal mirror hovered above his head. A terrifying beam of light from the mirror was already blasting towards Baiyu Island below. At this moment, Mu Qinglu himself had arrived, carrying the true body of the Taihao immortal mirror. In this realm he, Mu Qinglu, was invincible. Erasing Bayou Island would only require one strike. Master Yuanyang. The light in Mu Qinglius' eyes was indifferent. Master Yuanyang had been a half-step ancient saint over 100 years ago. By now he must be very close to becoming an ancient saint, but what of it? If not yet an ancient saint, under the beam of the Taihao immortal mirror, he would surely die. Even if he were an ancient saint, unless he was one of those 3 veteran ancient saints from the Nether Palace, Demon Saint's Nest, or Blood Demon Sea, he too would be gravely injured or crushed to death. This was Mu Qinglius' confidence. This was the confidence of the Daoed immortal sect master, who had ruled over the central divine continent for tens of thousands of years. Those 3 old fellows must be quite frightened now, mustn't they? Mu Qinglu glanced in the directions of the other 3, planning to go and reminisce. In his eyes, the fate of Bayou Island below him was already sealed, to disappear into smoke and clouds under the mirror light. However, the next moment, Mu Qinglius' expression drastically changed. He suddenly lowered his head to look. A giant of unknown size, towering from earth to sky, raised his hand and shielded Bayou Island, spanning over 1,000,000 miles. The shocking beam emitted by the Taihao immortal mirror, upon touching the back of that majestic figure's hand, quickly dissipated, vanishing completely within a few breaths. What is that? Mu Qinglius' expression turned grave. Master Yuanyang. Mu Qinglu watched as the figure that had stopped the blow from the Taihao immortal mirror quickly returned to normal size. With hands behind his back, his face looking extremely troubled. Ancient Saint of Refinement Void. An ancient saint at the peak of the Void refinement realm. Even surpassing the limits of the Void refinement, beginning to explore the Dao integration stage. Mu Qinglu judged in his mind. The ability to manifest such a massive form surely belonged to a great divine skill. And to block a strike from the Taihao immortal mirror so effortlessly, his strength was unfathomably deep. Mu Qinglu had never anticipated that Master Yuanyang, whom he had considered easy prey, would possess such formidable strength. In the north of Divine Continent, on a small island deep within the Blood Demon Sea, just as Mu Qinglu was utilizing the Taihao immortal mirror to release that terrifying beam of light, the Blood Demon Master suddenly opened his eyes, his expression solemn. Has Mu Qinglu left Mount Morality immortal? Has the Daoed immortal sect birthed a second ancient saint? The Blood Demon Master quickly surmised numerous things. Master Yuanyang is finished. The Blood Demon Master shook his head slightly. By stepping out from Mount Morality immortal, Mu Qinglu was making his first move against Bayou Island, solely to utterly annihilate Master Yuanyang. I told you to join me, but you refused. Now are you dead? The Blood Demon Master shook his head slightly. 100 years ago, when Master Yuanyang occupied Bayou Island, the Lord of Blood Demon had sent his subordinates to persuade Master Yuanyang to join him. After all, there weren't many in the Blood Demon Sea with combat power close to that of an ancient saint. However, back then, Master Yuanyang had directly refused. And now, in the eyes of the current Lord of Blood Demon, Master Yuanyang's decision was a mistake. What a pity! The Lord of Blood Demon shook his head. Master Yuanyang did not come from the Daoed immortal sect, and had no ties with the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, or Demon Saint's Nest. Relying solely on himself, he had cultivated to the brink of the ancient saint realm. If he had been willing to accept the gift from the Lord of Blood Demon, and transform into a blood godchild, he might have had a chance to reach the true level of an ancient saint. Something's not right. Just as the Lord of Blood Demon was planning to contact the other 3 ancient saints to discuss how to deal with Mu Qinglu, he suddenly sensed something, and abruptly widened his eyes. A strike from Mu Qinglu was blocked? The Lord of Blood Demon's mouth fell open. Although he had not witnessed it in person, through the aura sensing, the earth-shattering mirror light unleashed by Mu Qinglu had not exploded forth but had dissipated into nothingness. At the same time, a terrifying force rivaling the sun, the power of Taiyang, converged. The Taiyang Ancient Saint. An ancient saint nearly surpassing the limit of void refinement? How could Master Yuanyang possibly possess such strength? The Lord of Blood Demon could hardly believe it. Even if Master Yuanyang had broken through to the void refinement realm, the Lord of Blood Demon would be at most shocked, not utterly dumbfounded as he was now. It was not impossible for Master Yuanyang to have broken his shackles and stepped into void refinement 100 years after being on the brink of ancient saint. But now? Surpassing the limit of the void refinement period? That was a level touched only by the sect master, who held the Taihao immortal mirror. And Master Yuanyang reached it on his own? How could this be possible? We were wrong. We were all wrong. 100 years ago, Master Yuanyang wasn't just nearly an ancient saint. The thoughts of the Lord of Blood Demon surged fiercely. He suddenly realized that 100 years ago, Master Yuanyang had never claimed to be at the brink of the ancient saint realm. The label of being nearly an ancient saint had always been speculation from the outside world. Surpassing the limit of the void refinement period, could he be a great power from hundreds of thousands of years ago? The Lord of Blood Demon pondered rapidly. Initially, he thought Master Yuanyang was a strong figure born within the last few millennia. Yet, with the combat power and strength demonstrated, how could he have cultivated to this point in just a few thousand years? The Lord of Blood Demon conjectured that Master Yuanyang might hail from 100,000 years ago. Back then, the Dao Immortal sect was not the undisputed master of the Central Divine Continent. 100,000 years ago, the Ascension platform had not yet emerged. There were many unfathomable strong figures in the world, some surpassing the limit of void refinement as well. It was not only the Lord of Blood Demon who was shocked. Almost at the same time, the ancient saints from the Demon Saint's Nest and the Nether Palace sensed that Mu Kinglius' original self had taken action with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand. Chapter 267 Grandpa, what do you want to cooperate with me on? Please subscribe _2. The Island Master, Master Yuanyang, easily blocked it. Master Yuanyang is so strong. Dao Immortal sect. Mu Mingting was also paying attention to the East Sea. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Master Yuanyang would kneel and beg for mercy under the suppression of Mu Qinglu. However, what happened next made his scalp tingle. Mu Qinglu, holding the Taihao Immortal Mirror and deemed invincible, was actually blocked by Master Yuanyang? Above the 9 heavens, Mu Qinglu stood with the Taihao Immortal Mirror above his head. He was caught in a certain dilemma of whether to advance or retreat. Initially, Mu Qinglu thought that subduing Master Yuanyang would not encounter any accidents. That was why he came to the East Sea at the first opportunity, taking action against Baiyu Island. Persimmons must be picked to squeeze the soft ones. Compared with the Blood Demon Sea, the Demon Saint's Nest, and the Nether Palace, Master Yuanyang naturally belonged to an undisputed soft persimmon. But to his surprise, this soft persimmon turned out to be the world's hardest stone. For Mu Qinglu, Master Yuanyang, whose combat power had reached the void refinement limit, and was even surpassing the limit, was the one he least wanted to deal with. The Ghost Cultivator King of the Nether Palace, the Blood Demon of the Blood Demon Sea, and the Demon Saint from the Demon Saint's Nest had unique trump cards. And even with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand, Mu Qinglu could not totally annihilate them. But at least he could dominate the fight. Yet facing Master Yuanyang, Mu Qinglu didn't even have the confidence to win, let alone dominate. What worried Mu Qinglu even more was if Master Yuanyang joined hands with the Ghost Cultivator King, the Blood Demon, and the Demon Saint. Dao Immortal sect might face the worst situation in tens of thousands of years. Master Yuanyang, I think there has been some misunderstanding between us. Mu Qinglu was silent for a moment, put away the Taihao Immortal Mirror, and secretly transmitted his voice. Next, Mu Qinglu transmitted a few more words and then turned to leave. In the skies above Baiyu Island, Lin Yuan stood aloft, quietly watching Mu Qinglu leave. Seeking to cooperate with me? Lin Yuan pondered the words Mu Qinglu had just privately transmitted. In summary, it meant one thing. The animosity between Dao Immortal sect and him, Master Yuanyang, was not irresolvable. The two could cooperate. As for the specifics of this cooperation, the details could be discussed. In Central Divine Continent, above the 9 heavens, Mu Kinglius' gaze was contemplative. Upon reflection, there was not much irreconcilable hatred between Master Yuanyang and Dao Immortal sect. It was just that Master Yuanyang had eradicated Dao Immortal sect's foothold in the Eastern Sea Islands, the Black Gauze Archipelago. But that, Mu Qinglu could choose to forgive. It was just the Black Gauze Archipelago after all. As for his rash move against Baiyu Island earlier, Mu Qinglu could totally make up for it in other ways. If I could cooperate with Master Yuanyang. Mu Qinglia's heartbeat quickened. Master Yuanyang was an ancient saint from the Taiyang lineage, and moreover, an ancient saint who had surpassed the void refinement limit. Such an ancient saint was simply a natural nemesis to those wicked and evil powers. If he were to join forces with him, it would be entirely possible to completely eradicate Nether Palace and the Blood Demon Sea. Before today, Mu Qinglu had never thought about dealing with Nether Palace and Blood Demon Sea, because it was very difficult to achieve. Even with the immortal artifact Taihao Immortal Mirror, it couldn't be done. This time, he held the Taihao Immortal Mirror in his hand as he left Mount Morality Immortal, with the intention of merely suppressing those three old fellows to teach them a lesson, so they wouldn't get any ideas. That was all. But now Mu Qinglu saw hope. Cloud Mist Blessed Land. Mu Qinglu suddenly stopped. His gaze turned towards the Cloud Mist Blessed Land below. Just before leaving, he had sent a few messages to Master Yuanyang. Among them was the possibility of cooperation. As for how to cooperate, the two needed to find a place to discuss it in detail. In the end, Mu Qinglu chose Cloud Mist Blessed Land. As for why not Mount Morality Immortal? Mount Morality Immortal was the old den of the Immortal Sect, and it was unknown how many strategies had been laid out by past sect masters. Mu Qinglu figured that if they really chose Mount Morality Immortal, then Master Yuanyang would not come. The Cloud Mist Blessed Land was quite appropriate. Although the Cloud Mist Blessed Land was one of the 108 Blessed Lands, it hadn't been rigged with many schemes. With Master Yuanyang's strength, the entire Cloud Mist Blessed Land was as insubstantial as tissue paper in his eyes. Choosing Cloud Mist Blessed Land meant that he, Mu Qinglu, absolutely had no other schemes up his sleeve. And the Cloud Mist Blessed Land was very close to Mount Morality Immortal. If the discussion did not go well, Mu Qinglu also had an escape route. One final point. Compared to other blessed lands of Central Divine Continent, the importance of Cloud Mist Blessed Land was not high, the only benefit being its ability to prolong life slightly. But the life-prolonging efficacy of Cloud Mist Blessed Land was negligible for cultivators. Swish. Mu Qinglu descended into the Cloud Mist Blessed Land, greeting the sect master. Chunhua and Kia's faces were filled with panic, not knowing what matter brought the sect master to them. Where is Wuji? Mu Qinglu asked. The young master, he is in seclusion. Qiuyue spoke with a trembling voice. I'll go tell the young master right away. No need. Wuji. Images of Jun Wuji flashed through Mu Qinglia's mind. Moreover, the images of Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan all passed through his mind in succession. For some reason, Mu Qinglu felt somewhat sorrowful at this moment. For the benefit of the Mu family, he had ultimately given up on Jun Dongjin, and even his two grandchildren, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan, had been sent to the distant vast cliff mountain. Only Jun Wuji, the grandson who had been scarcely noticeable since childhood, had escaped disaster, but even so he was separated from his own parents and brothers. Wuji. Let him continue his cultivation. Don't disturb him. Mu Qinglu sighed. Despite being somewhat cruel, he, Mu Qinglu, did not feel he had done anything wrong. Do not go up to the attic on the mountaintop. I shall meet a Taoist friend there. Mu Qinglu ordered a few words, then his figure disappeared. Chapter 268 Grandpa. What do you want to cooperate with me on? Please subscribe. _3. Yunwu Mountain Summit. Outside the attic, Mu Qinglu sat cross-legged, facing the direction of the East Sea, quietly waiting for Master Yuanyang to arrive. I wonder what price must be paid to persuade Master Yuanyang to cooperate with me against the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace. Mu Qinglu thought to himself. He greatly valued Master Yuanyang, such a powerful figure, who would stand out in any era, even tens of thousands of years ago in that age when beings beyond the void refinement limit frequently appeared. We must have a good discussion later. Even if we fail to agree, we must resolve any grievances. I absolutely cannot let Master Yuanyang collaborate with those three old men. Mu Qinglu secretly pondered. He had already communicated with Master Yuanyang, proposing a cooperation discussion at Cloud Mist Blessed Land, and the latter would likely arrive soon. The foot of Yunwu Mountain. Chunhua and Qiya's faces had just regained some color. The sect master's sudden visit had really startled them. That was the Taoist immortal sect master, a supremely great figure in the central divine continent. For two lowly golden core stage female cultivators like them, meeting such a grand figure was something unlikely in their lifetimes. The sect master is here to meet some Tao companion, right? It must also be some grand figure, but to have the sect master personally wait, this Tao companion. Chunhua and Qiyue were puzzled. With the status of the immortal sect leader, who under the heavens would dare be late, and let the sect master personally wait? Isn't that putting on airs a bit too much? Does the term Taoist and Taoist immortal sect carry the meaning of being moral? The reason it is called the Tao immortal sect is that all enemies have been thoroughly defeated and subjugated. Only its own members are left, and that's why there's room for morality. As Chunhua and Qiyue spoke softly, a figure emerged from a sealed cultivation chamber unknowingly. Ah, young master. You've come out. Chunhua and Qiyue turned around and saw Lin Yuan, immediately bowing to greet him. Young master, the sect master was here just now. He's now at the summit of Yunwu Mountain, waiting for a Tao companion. Chunhua immediately shared everything she knew. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Lin Yuan looked up towards the summit of Yunwu Mountain. The mountain was enshrouded in clouds and mist, much like an immortal realm. It's about time. Lin Yuan's expression was calm. He then followed the mountain path's stairway. Then he climbed the stairs towards the summit. Young master. Chunhua and Qiyue, upon seeing this, hesitated but did not interfere. Although the Taoist immortal sect master had said not to let anyone go up, the young master was not an outsider. He was the immortal sect leader's grandson. He should be allowed to go up, right? Yunwu Mountain was not tall, only a few hundred meters high, but the mountain paths and stairways were quite rugged. Lin Yuan's eyes were downcast as he ascended step by step. Lin Yuan did not use any divine skills and simply climbed steadily. About half an hour later, Lin Yuan reached the summit of Yunwu Mountain. He saw Mu Qinglu, facing east, back towards him. Lin Yuan walked straight towards him. Wuji. Mu Qinglu had already noticed Lin Yuan, but did not stop him. I've already talked to Meng Ting. He will soon bring Jun Dongjin and your mother back, and your family will be reunited. Mu Qinglu assumed Jun Wuji wanted to plead for his parents and directly broached the subject. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan did not stop. He walked in front of Mu Qinglu and sat down eye level with the immortal sect leader, who dominated the central divine continent. Wuji. Mu Qinglius' brow slightly furrowed. The spot Lin Yuan chose was the one he had reserved for Master Yuanyang. Nonetheless, since Wuji was his grandson, even with such impudence, Mu Qinglu still did nothing. Wuji, you go down first. In a moment, your grandfather and a Tao companion have important matters to discuss. Matters that relate to the overall situation in the central divine continent. Mu Qinglius' expression was amiable. He thought he was not wrong about the Jun Dongjin situation, but he still felt somewhat guilty towards his grandson. Lin Yuan remained silent, simply quietly observing Mu Qinglu. Wuji. Mu Qinglius' smile faded. He was somewhat baffled about what his grandson was trying to do. Did he not understand the importance of the upcoming discussion for Tao Immortal Sect, for the central divine continent? The two stared at each other. Grandfather. Just then Lin Yuan slowly began to speak. Mu Qinglius' expression softened, but Lin Yuan's next words made his pupils contract. What do you want to cooperate with me on? Chapter 269 Being Reactive and Negotiating. Please subscribe. Bayou Island. Lin Yuanyang's spirit floated down serenely. The disciples of the White Jade Pavilion were filled with fervor, having just thought themselves certainly doomed to death. The terrifying beam of light that pierced through heaven and earth had been effortlessly blocked by the sect master, especially the sect master himself, who in the end, transformed into a colossal giant tens of thousands of zhang tall, covering the entire Bayou Island with a mere palm. Such divine skills and abilities, even the ancient saints of refined void might not be capable of them, right? That light beam, Should it be the Taihao immortal mirror of the Dao immortal sect? Our sect master blocked the strike from the Taihao immortal mirror? Doesn't that mean the sect master is already an ancient saint? Nonsense, merely an ancient saint? That Taihao immortal mirror is the founding artifact of the Dao immortal sect. And under it, which of the 3 ancient saints from the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Demon Saint's Nest dare to resist? Our sect master's power is simply 100 years had made the White Jade Pavilion the most powerful force in the East Sea. Its disciples, worldly and wise, immediately deduced that the light descending from the 9 heavens probably came from the legendary immortal artifact, the Taihao immortal mirror. Lin Yuan glanced at the multitude of ecstatic disciples from the White Jade Pavilion, then returned directly to his cave dwelling in the core area. Master, Li Qing and the other disciples accepted by Lin Yuan immediately greeted him with utmost respect. Under Lin Yuan's occasional guidance and the rich cultivation environment of Baiyu Island, disciples like Li Qing were either at the 4th stage martial Tao or 5th stage martial Tao, matching the nascent soul true monarchs and Mahayana heavenly monarchs of the immortal cultivation system. The ordinary disciples outside had only seen Lin Yuan's incredible feat, blocking the strike from the immortal mirror that could have erased Baiyu Island from existence. But disciples like Li Qing, with their strong capabilities in high realm, were even more acutely aware of just how terrifying the colossal giant Lin Yuan had transformed into really was, and what it truly meant to be able to withstand a strike from the Taihao immortal mirror head-on. Master, how can Master be so powerful? Li Qing and the other disciples trembled in their spirits. They had been cultivating alongside Lin Yuan for over a century, under his tutelage. They had considered their master's power unfathomably deep, but at most felt it was close to an ancient saint of refined void level. As to blocking the strike from the world's strongest ancient saint of refined void just now, making the revered immortal sect leader retreat proactively, that was nothing short of a fanciful tale. Well, there's something I need to announce. Lin Yuan looked towards the 3 to 4 dozen disciples he had taken in over the years. These disciples were particularly suitable for cultivating the martial arts evolution system, and were key to supporting the continuation of the martial arts evolution system once Lin Yuan left this realm. Master, please speak. Master, please speak. Li Qing and the other disciples immediately said respectfully, "Go and unify the East Sea." Lin Yuan spoke calmly. For over a century, even though the White Jade Pavilion had become the most powerful force in the East Sea, it had not interfered with other, less orthodox paths. Not because it couldn't, but for fear of attracting the attention of the Dao immortal sect. However, there was no need for such concerns now. Lin Yuan's power had already become invincible in this world. If not for that Taihao immortal mirror, merely with a Yin spirit and Yang spirit, he could have swept across this realm. Unify the islands of the East Sea. Li Qing and the other disciples were invigorated. Lin Yuan's gaze fell towards the direction of the central divine continent. This world is not limited to the immortal path. My martial Tao also needs to make its mark. Vast cliff mountain. Every corner was guarded by divinity transformation stage heaven lords. Jun Dongjin, as a former high-ranking member of the Dao immortal sect, and even a contender for the sect master position, was now abandoned and assigned to the remote vast cliff mountain, yet still protected by divinity transformation stage cultivators from the immortal sect. In fact, it was more surveillance than protection. Jun Dongjin knew too many secrets of the Dao immortal sect, and should he escape or be swayed by the Nether Palace, Blood Demon Sea, or Demon Saint's Nest, it wouldn't bode well for the Dao immortal sect. Within a cave several li away from vast cliff mountain, 2 divinity transformation stage heaven lords sat cross-legged. To think that we, as esteemed heaven lords, would be assigned to such a remote place. The thin man on the left side, a divinity transformation stage heaven lord, even within the Dao immortal sect, is regarded as a mid to upper level cultivator, entitled to benefit from the spirit vein of Mount Morality Immortal, greatly aiding in cultivation. Yet now, situated around the vast cliff mountain, despite the presence of nature's spiritual energy, it surely pales in comparison to that of Immortal Mountain. Even Jun Dongjin himself is here. What complaints could you have? The round-faced heaven lord glanced at the thin man. I'm not complaining, Just think the sect master is a bit unfeeling. Suppressing Jun Dongjin is one thing, but why reassign his daughter and grandson here as well? The sect master's decision must have its reasons. The round-faced Heaven Lord shook his head. Do you think Jun Dongjin will ever return to Mount Morality immortal? The thin man couldn't help but ask. Not sure. It all depends on Mu Mingting's wishes. The round-faced Heaven Lord pondered, then replied. The current situation within the Dao Immortal sect was clear. Mu Mingting was designated as the next sect master. Then it's over. The thin man suddenly felt a headache. Though not appropriate to discuss the future sect master Mu Mingting, her vengeful nature was no secret. Perhaps once Mu Mingting stepped into the refining void period and became an ancient saint, taking over as a mortal sect leader, her outlook might change. But that was merely a possibility. It's really Jun Wuji, Jun Dongjin's youngest son, who is lucky. The whole family is reassigned here. Yet he remains enjoying his life in the cloud mist blessed land. The thin man couldn't help but feel emotional. Sometimes being weak is a blessing. Chapter 270 Playing Second Fiddle and Negotiating. Subscribe requested. _2. Jun Wuji was still able to stay in Cloud Mist Blessed Land only because, in the eyes of Mu Qinglu and Mu Mingting, this man posed no threat. He didn't even have the slightest presence. That's why he was able to escape this calamity. Indeed, the round-faced celestial lord nodded in agreement. If Jun Wuji had been the least bit noticeable, he, along with his 2 elder brothers and elder sister, would have been transferred over as well. Hee. Just as the gaunt man was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed. The round-faced celestial lord beside him experienced the same change. Within their sensory range, a presence appeared out of thin air, and it headed straight for vast Cliff Mountain. How audacious! How reckless! Do you not know that this place is a forbidden land of the Dao Immortal sect? The other Mahayana heavenly monarchs also noticed it one after another. They all revealed themselves, shouting in an explosive manner. Who are you? Sun Jun Wuji. When the Mahayana phase Heaven Lord saw clearly the face of the newcomer, they were immediately stunned. The aura exuded by the figure in front of them was similar to that of Taiyin under the bright moon. But the face was that of Jun Wuji. Though Jun Wuji was exceedingly low profile within the Dao Immortal sect, his appearance was widely known, as he was once a third-generation celestial with a heaven-reaching background. I've come to take my parents away. Lin Yuan spoke with a calm tone. Before confronting Mu Qinglu, Lin Yuan had already sent his Taiyin primordial spirit to vast Cliff Mountain. Regardless of the final outcome of the negotiations, Lin Yuan planned to take his parents and elder siblings to the Eastern Sea Islands. At the very least, he wouldn't allow them to remain in the hands of the Dao Immortal sect. For this reason, this Taiyin primordial spirit of Lin Yuan had purposely transformed into the main Bodhi's appearance, so it would be easier for his parents to accept. Sun Jun Wuji, may I ask if you have the sect master's decree? The round-faced celestial lord and the other celestial lords glanced at each other and tested the question. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even though Jun Dongjin was no longer part of the sect's high ranks, he was after all the son-in-law of the Mu family. Jun Wuji was even the immortal sect leader's grandson. Once all the celestial lords on scene recognized Jun Wuji's identity, none of them dared to speak out of turn. A sect decree? I don't have one. Lin Yuan shook his head as he replied. According to the rules, without a sect decree, Lord Jun Dongjin's family is not permitted to leave. The round-faced celestial lord reminded him, closely scrutinizing the Jun Wuji before him, sensing something very strange about his aura. No matter, Lin Yuan said with a slight smile. The next moment, the expressions of the round-faced celestial lord and the others drastically changed. They all felt the space around them solidify, and found that they were unable to move their internal mana or divine sense. They were bound in place. Then, under the watchful eyes of numerous celestial lords, Lin Yuan walked directly towards Vast Cliff Mountain. Inside Vast Cliff Mountain, Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, and Jun Jilan, as well as Jun Xiaoyao, had long noticed the commotion outside. At this moment, they looked towards the approaching Jun Wuji in shock. Wuji! Mu Lianer tentatively called out. Although the appearance was the same, the aura was inconsistent. Mother, Lin Yuan nodded. At that word, Mu Lianer felt a sense of relief in her heart. Though it was just one word, it assured Mu Lianer that this was indeed her younger son, Jun Wuji. Long story short, I'm going to take you to the East Sea now, where it is much safer than here. Lin Yuan looked towards his parents and elder siblings. Jun Jilan blinked. Everything that happened from the beginning until now left her in a state of confusion. How could her little brother be like this? And just now, that group of Mahayana heavenly monarchs watching over them. Why did they suddenly become immobile? Well, explain after we reach the East Sea. Lin Yuan raised his right hand and swept his great sleeve. Space twisted as if compressed, and Jun Dongjin and the other three began to shrink steadily until they were all drawn into the sleeve. The Dowd Immortal Sect's supreme technique, Cosmos in the sleeve. The cloud mist blessed land. Dowd Immortal Sect leader Mu Qinglu, with his gaze fixed intently on the grandson sitting across from him at eye level. At this moment, Mu Qinglius' heart was overwhelmed by towering waves. That sentence, "What do you wish to cooperate with me on?" from Jun Wuji almost caused Mu Qinglu to lose his composure on the spot. As an ancient saint of refined void, with an exceptionally clear memory, Mu Qinglu was certain that the matter of cooperating with Master Yuanyang was only discussed with Master Yuanyang himself. To others, he had mentioned only that he was discussing important matters with a Daoist friend. Discussing important matters could mean many things, far beyond just cooperation. But now Jun Wuji was asking him, what to cooperate on? Wuji? Mu Qinglius' pupils faintly reflected the silhouette of a celestial mirror. In just an instant, Mu Qinglu activated dozens, if not hundreds, of secret techniques, trying to uncover the truth about his grandson. He had no choice. That phrase, what to cooperate on, had too great an impact on Mu Qinglu. Even if Jun Wuji had guessed it by chance, Mu Qinglu would still verify it repeatedly. With a jolt, Mu Qinglu closed his eyes tightly. He seemed to see torrents of blood qi and rolling scarlet clouds. Jun Wuji, within him, contained some sort of extremely terrifying power that blocked all of his probing secret techniques. Who are you really? Without a sound, above Mu Qinglius' head, a celestial mirror radiating with fairy light surfaced. The pressure from Jun Wuji was indeed too great. So great that he subconsciously activated the Taihao Immortal Mirror for protection. Grandfather. I am Jun Wuji. And also, Master Yuanyang. Lin Yuan's expression remained calm. Since he had decided to reveal his cards, Lin Yuan saw no need to hide his identity anymore, mainly because his current strength was already invincible, fearing nothing, not even the immortal sect leader wielding an immortal artifact. Mu Qinglius' face went through a myriad of changes. At this moment, he even suspected that his own grandson might have been possessed by the powerful Master Yuanyang. However, possession techniques come with many restrictions, and with his strength, he should have detected something amiss if Jun Wuji had genuinely been possessed. But there was nothing. The soul aura of his grandson had been unchanged from beginning to end. Master Yuanyang. Mu Qinglu raised his head, looking in the direction of the eastern sea, vaguely sensing an aura as imposing as the sun rising up and responding to the Jun Wuji in front of him. Impressive. After a long while, Mu Qinglius' expression gradually regained calmness. I never expected that my Dowd Immortal Sect, after hundreds of thousands of years, would produce a genius like you. Now that the most unbelievable possibility had become the truth, Mu Qinglius' mind began to clarify the numerous doubts he had. For instance, when Master Yuanyang first appeared, it had been on the Black Gauze archipelago. At that time, his grandson was present to celebrate his own Hollow Void ceremony. Meng Ting was reporting to him about matters concerning the Black Gauze archipelago at the time. I want to work with you to take down Nether Palace, the Blood Demon Sea. Looking at Jun Wuji, who had become a stranger before him, Mu Qinglu said in a low voice. By now, he had fully elevated his own grandson to the same level of authority as himself, and his tone was of negotiation. No problem. Lin Yuan said indifferently. He had no particular affection for the Nether Palace, the Blood Demon Sea, or even the Demon Saint's Nest. Even if Mu Qinglu had not mentioned it now, Lin Yuan would have planned to flatten them later on. Then, Mu Qinglu let out a sigh of relief and continued. What are your conditions? As long as they could resolve a major concern that had plagued the Tao Immortal sect for hundreds of thousands of years, Mu Qinglu was willing to pay a significant price. Therefore, even if Lin Yuan made a huge demand, Mu Qinglu would likely agree in the end. After all, Lin Yuan was his grandson. Even if he gained a lot more benefits from the Tao Immortal sect, it would still be falling into the hands of his own people. Keeping the profit in the family has its reasoning too. 3 conditions, Lin Yuan began. First, I want the complete Taoist Immortal Scripture. The Taoist Immortal Scripture, a sect treasure-level cultivation method of the Tao Immortal sect, encompasses the essence of progress after the refining void period into the Tao integration stage. Within the entire Tao Immortal sect, only the sect master is permitted to cultivate this scripture. Even the once Jun Dongjin had not learned it. As the 3rd generation of the Immortal sect, Lin Yuan's older brother Jun Xiaoyao would often secretly bring out many of the Immortal sect's secret techniques and methods for him. However, the Taoist Immortal Scripture was something he could not bring out. No one in the Tao Immortal sect, except for the sect master, knew the location of this scripture, let alone have the chance to access or take it out. No problem, Mu Qinglu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Chapter 271 Contest for the Great Tao, subscribe please. For the Tao Immortal sect, the Taoist Immortal Scripture is of utmost importance, encompassing many secret techniques and methods of the sect. It even contains essential descriptions of the Tao integration stage. Therefore, within the Tao Immortal sect, only the sect master could cultivate the Taoist Immortal Scripture. Even though Mu Mengting had stepped into the refining void, he could not access the Taoist Immortal Scripture before becoming the sect master. This was a rule and ironclad law of the Tao Immortal sect, adhered to for hundreds of thousands of years. However, Mu Qinglu knew that rules were made by men. His own grandson, with such terrifying aptitude and fearsome power, could be trusted with the Taoist Immortal Scripture without significant risk. After all, whether it was given or not, Mu Qinglu had no confidence in defeating Lin Yuan. Just, this must not be divulged, and all matters concerning the Taoist Immortal Scripture must not be taught to a second person. Mu Qinglu spoke. He could only tolerate Jun Wuji being the sole person privy to the Taoist Immortal Scripture. Agreed. Lin Yuan nodded. The second condition. I want to know everything about the Ascension platform. Lin Yuan continued. The Ascension platform is of great significance. The Blood Demon Sea, the Nether Palace, and the Demon Saint's Nest have continuously stirred up wars in the Divine Continent in pursuit of the Ascension platform. Furthermore, hundreds of thousands of years ago, the Tao Immortal sect's control over the Divine Continent was also due to the Ascension platform. It is said that the Ascension platform connects to the spirit realm. You need not mention this. I would have told you anyway. Mu Qinglu said. Even if he did not inform Lin Yuan, those 3 old fellows from the Nether Palace, the Blood Demon Sea, and the Demon Saint's Nest would eagerly tell Master Yuanyang. The third, Lin Yuan paused. The third condition, also critically important, outweighed the previous 2 combined. I wish to spread martial Tao throughout the Divine Continent. Lin Yuan stated. Implicitly, the Tao Immortal sect must not suppress the spread of martial Tao. Martial Tao. Mu Qingli's expression changed slightly. He knew that many disciples in the White Jade Pavilion of the Eastern Sea were cultivating a system called martial Tao. Mu Qinglu had even observed some techniques of the martial arts system. Martial Tao, being a cultivation system entirely different from the Immortal Path, showed potential that was not much weaker than the Immortal Path. The reason why this time the Tao Immortal sect cultivated the second ancient saint, with Mu Qinglu wielding the Taihao Immortal Mirror and intending to erase Baiyu Island, was not only because he saw Baiyu Island as an easy target, but because martial Tao posed a certain threat to Mu Qinglu. In the Eastern Sea Islands, with 800 fringe sects and 3,000 left paths, the cultivation systems vary greatly, but they all have obvious flaws and almost never give rise to a being at the refining void ancient saint layer. This was also why the Eastern Sea Islands remained in perpetual chaos, lacking a sufficiently powerful cultivator, thus constantly fractured. But martial Tao. Mu Qinglu was almost certain that cultivating according to the martial Tao cultivation system and producing an ancient saint, or the equivalent of sixth-stage martial Tao, was merely a matter of time. Choose another. That's impossible. Mu Qinglu shook his head. Other matters could be discussed. But allowing the spread of martial Tao? Absolutely impossible. In Mu Qinglius' eyes, his greatest concession could be allowing Jun Wuji to become the next sect master of the Immortal Sect. After all, Jun Wuji was a disciple of the Dao Immortal Sect. With such strength and aptitude, far surpassing Mu Mengting whom he had nurtured. Allowing Jun Wuji to be the next sect master was not a problem, but rather could fully align him with their cause. As for Mu Mengting, he could only be slightly disgraced, serving as the protector of the Dao Immortal Sect. Impossible? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He internally sighed softly. He had anticipated this possibility, as martial Tao and the immortal path were fundamentally different. Simply put, what is the fundament of the Dao Immortal Sect? Is it the successive sect masters? Or the endless immortal methods and secret techniques? Neither. The fundament of the Dao Immortal Sect is the immortal path. The immortal path, for the Dao Immortal Sect, is as essential as the imperial bloodline in a vast empire. In the empire, anyone can become emperor, provided they possess the imperial lineage. Nowadays, Lin Yuan's attempt to have the Dao Immortal Sect permit the spread of martial Tao is akin to undercutting the foundation and changing dynasties. If Mu Qinglu truly agreed to this, he would become the eternal sinner of the Dao Immortal Sect. Martial Tao and the Immortal Path represent two fundamentally different Great Dao. Contests between Great Dao are exactly like this. As for why body cultivation does not conflict with the Immortal Path, it's because body cultivation is not a complete cultivation system. Any cultivation system, when developed deeply, enhances oneself all round, body, spirit, lifespan, etc. However, body cultivation only enhances the physical body, unable even to increase the most fundamental lifespan of a cultivator. This means that body cultivation is more akin to a type of secret technique. Not only the Immortal Path but also martial Tao, demonic Tao, and others could incorporate body cultivation into their domain. Then forget it. Lin Yuan remained calm. His appearance at the meeting with Mu Qinglu was merely a test to gauge the attitude of the Dao Immortal Sect towards martial Tao. Lin Yuan had already prepared for failure before he ascended the summit of Yunwu Mountain, having the Taiyin primordial spirit move his parents and siblings to the Eastern Sea in advance. Forget it. Mu Qinglu remained silent. These words marked the failure of their cooperation. Wuji. Mu Qinglius' gaze suddenly intensified. The Taihao immortal mirror above his head emitted strands of immortal light. That Master Yuanyang, he must be one of your avatars? Mu Qinglu muttered to himself. The technique of creating avatars is not rare, and the Dao Immortal Sect possesses the secret technique to forge avatars. Chapter 272 The Struggle of the Great Dao, Subscription Request, _2. However, to refine an avatar, one must pay a huge price, and in the end one has to split off a portion of their own soul, and infuse it into the avatar body. Losing a portion of one's soul means a decrease in the cultivation speed and perception among other aspects. Therefore Mu Qinglu did not cultivate the avatar technique. He wielded the Taihao immortal mirror, and in today's world, no matter the distance, he could instantly form an incarnation with the mirror, which was not much different from an avatar. Today I want to see Wuji, just how strong you have become after all this time of restraint. Mu Qinglu suddenly stood up, and above his head, the Taihao immortal realm shone brightly. At the foot of Yunwu Mountain, Chunhua and Qiuyue, two golden core female cultivators, were whispering to each other. The young master has been up there for so long. Why hasn't he come down yet? Perhaps he is talking with the sect leader. After all, the young master has not gone out for a long time. Indeed, but the fact that the sect leader is willing to talk so much with the young master shows they must have feelings. While chatting, Chunhua and Qiuyue glanced toward the top of Yunwu Mountain. Suddenly, a terrifying fluctuation transmitted from the mountaintop. Instinctively, Chunhua and Qiuyue looked up. They were instantly so shocked that their jaws dropped. They saw two figures soaring into the sky from the top of Yunwu Mountain. The one on the left was the immortal sect leader, Mu Qinglu, with the founding artifact of the sect, the Taihao Immortal Mirror, radiating boundless light and boundless calamity, his presence overwhelming. The figure on the right seemed to possess supreme strength, with raging blood energy and rolling crimson clouds drowning the area within 100,000 miles. With the Taihao Immortal Mirror above his head, the immortal sect leader, Mu Qinglu, appeared like a ship that could capsize at any moment among the vast sea of blood and energy, swaying unsteadily. The key puzzlement for Chunhua and Qiuyue was that the figure overpowering the sect leader seemed to be their young master, Jun Wuji. Was the young master fighting the sect leader? It seems the sect leader couldn't defeat the young master. Chunhua and Qiuyue opened their mouths wide. The moment Mu Qinglu and Lin Yuan clashed, terrifying fluctuations spread in all directions. West of Divine Continent. Demon Saint's Nest. The Demon Saint was pondering the strength of Master Yuanyang, who could block a strike from Mu Qinglu wielding the Taihao Immortal Mirror, when suddenly, what is that? The Demon Saint's expression suddenly changed. He clearly felt two powerful auras clashing in the center of Central Divine Continent. One aura, boundless light and boundless calamity, illuminating every corner of the world, should indeed be Mu Qinglu. As for the other aura, blood energy pervaded, shaking Central Divine Continent. Despite the infinite power of the Taihao Immortal Mirror surpassing the limits of the refining void period, it still seemed unstable amidst the terrifying blood energy. Who could it be? Who could be suppressing Mu Qinglu in Central Divine Continent? The Demon Saint was truly scared. That was Mu Qinglu wielding the Taihao Immortal Mirror, with divine might covering the world, unrivaled by anyone. When had he ever been so suppressed, especially at his own doorstep? Show yourself. The Demon Saint took a deep breath and reached out in front of him. He was activating some secret technique to project the scene of the great battle in the center of the Divine Continent here. Whoosh! A series of ethereal images slowly emerged. It was a battlefield located in the 9 heavens. The rolling crimson clouds, the pure red blood energy nearly drowning everything. But the Demon Saint vaguely noticed a mighty man standing at the center of this ocean of blood. He stood tall, swinging a certain type of fist technique, pressing down on the Taihao Immortal Mirror and Mu Qinglu agonizingly. Every punch the man threw created a faint fist imprint on the body of the Taihao Immortal Mirror, which would instantly heal. But this was the Taihao Immortal Mirror, a Dao integration period immortal artifact. It was supposed to be indestructible. Overwhelming blood energy? Is it the body cultivation lineage? No, it's not just that. The Demon Saint swallowed nervously. It had been a very long time since he felt such fear, but seeing that mighty man now, the Demon Saint's mind trembled. Who could it be? Who could it be? The Demon Saint continued to stimulate the secret technique, and the image gradually became clearer, revealing the mighty man's features. The Demon Saint widened his eyes. As an ancient saint of refinement void, his memory was incredibly strong. Every time he awoke, he would recall the faces of all slightly notable cultivators from the Dao Immortal sect in Central Divine Continent. And at this moment, the face of that mighty man was none other than that of Jun Wuji, regarded as a waste by the Dao Immortal sect due to his lack of spirit root qualifications? How is this possible? The Demon Saint was dumbfounded, unable to respond for a long time. Is it Jun Wuji? How is he so powerful? In the Blood Demon Sea, the Lord of the Blood Demons was also feeling waves of shock in his heart. He had tried before to win over Jun Wuji, through whom he could gain favor with Jun Dongjin. He was thus quite familiar with Jun Wuji, having paid close attention to him. But now the Lord of the Blood Demons trembled in fear. The lineage of the Blood Demons, most afraid of the utmost rigid and yang blood energy, although the Lord of the Blood Demons had extremely strong life-saving measures, claiming that as long as the Blood Demon Sea exists, he could not die. Seeing that towering figure enveloped in towering blood energy, the Lord of the Blood Demons felt that if he were in Mu Qinglia's position, even his vast Blood Demon Sea would be evaporated by that boundless blood energy. Jun Wuji, I never expected you to have hidden so deeply. The Blood Demon Lord steadied his mind. At that moment, he suddenly thought of the blood-red figure he had sent to win over Jun Wuji. The blood-red figure had died very quickly, and the Blood Demon Lord had thought it was just bad luck, discovered by Mu Qinglu wielding the Taihao Immortal Mirror. But now, it seemed likely that the blood-red figure had died at the hands of Jun Wuji. Fortunately, the Blood Demon Lord looked at the ongoing fight, or rather, it was Jun Wuji dominating Mu Qinglu, and for some reason he felt relieved, even though he didn't know why Jun Wuji was fighting with his grandfather Mu Qinglu. But this was a good thing, given the strength that Jun Wuji had displayed. If anyone teamed up with Mu Qinglu, no, even without teaming up, if Jun Wuji harbored killing intent towards them, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he wanted to. The other ancient saints of refinement void could possibly hide in some corner and cling to life. But since he was merged with the Blood Demon Sea, he couldn't escape, and was too obvious a target, practically a living target. Nether Palace. The emaciated man's forehead vaguely oozed cold sweat. He didn't have a physical body, existing only as a soul form, and shouldn't even be capable of cold sweat, but feeling the intensity of the fight between Lin Yuan and Mu Qinglu about blew his scalp off. Such vast and relentless vitality, if it came to suppress him. The emaciated man didn't dare to imagine the consequences. As the king of ghost cultivators, he possessed a certain immortality trait. But even immortality had its limits. Being swept with that boundless vitality once would strip him of a layer of skin. Swept a few more times, and he probably would indeed die. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The emaciated man immediately controlled the Nether Palace to flee towards the utmost southern direction. He was truly afraid. Above the 9 heavens, Mu Qinglu, with the Taihao Immortal Mirror above his head, struggled to defend. Wuji, how is Wuji so strong? Mu Qinglius' expression was ugly. He had originally thought that much of Jun Wuji's strength resided in Master Yuanyang. His sudden attack, not to mention defeating the adversary, at least he expected to regain some face. Being inferior to his own grandson was not a good thing for a grandfather. But the reality was the opposite. In merely an instant of contact, he was suppressed by Lin Yuan. And he hadn't had a chance to counterattack since then. It wasn't that he didn't want to counterattack, but that he simply couldn't. We can't drag this on. Mu Qinglu made up his mind. Although with the help of the Taihao Immortal Mirror, he could still hold on. Continuing like this wasn't good. Let's return to the Dowd Immortal Sect. Mu Qinglu sighed. For the first time in tens of thousands of years, the leader of the sect was forced to retreat to his own sect's gate by an outsider. Whoosh! The Taihao Immortal Mirror suddenly emitted boundless light. Breaking through layers of vitality, it shot towards Mount Morality Immortal. Seeing this, Lin Yuan followed closely. Mount Morality Immortal. Immortal Qi filled the air. But at this time, the entire sect was as if facing a great enemy. The sect master's terrifying battle in the sky above the cloud mist-blessed land was naturally sensed early on by many disciples nearby Mount Morality Immortal. Many elders and the supreme elders all began to activate the sect protection array. A beam of mirror light fell from above. The Taihao Immortal Mirror, as the pivot of the sect's great formation of Mount Morality Immortal, could ignore many of the sect's formations and directly enter. Quickly activate the 9 heavens defense array, the 10 earths thick soil array, the 5 elements rotation array, the yin-yang integration array. Mu Qinglu, in a rush, activated the Taihao Immortal Realm, turning on all the countless arrays the Dowd Immortal Sect had accumulated over tens of thousands of years. The next moment, whoosh! Like the dawn sky, boundless and unparalleled, the brilliant and startling torrents of vitality submerged Mount Morality Immortal. Chapter 273 Trinity, Seeking Subscriptions. Mount Morality Immortal stood majestic and grand. It stood at the center of the central divine continent, like a colossal pillar supporting the heavens. In fact, for tens of thousands of years, the Dowd Immortal Sect had been situated upon this mountain, overlooking all beings from its lofty height. However, today, the pillar that countless cultivators of the central divine continent looked up to was now submerged in surging vital energy. The sound of rushing water echoed. Brilliant and shocking vital energy, mighty and overwhelming, collided fiercely with the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal. At every instant, a vast amount of vital energy evaporated, while also causing numerous sections of the sect protection array to collapse. Still, the submerging vital energy engulfing Mount Morality Immortal did not show any signs of slowing, seeming endless and boundless. What's going on? Has someone dared to attack the Dowd Immortal sect? This red vastness is the power of vital energy. How can there be such immense vital energy? Most of the Dowd Immortal sect disciples had yet to react. Just moments ago, they were cultivating in their own caves, and the next, they felt terrifying fluctuations coming from the direction of the cloud mist-blessed land. Then, this was the scene they were faced with now. The grand Mount Morality Immortal had been submerged in surging vital energy, and at this moment, countless formations within the mountain were activated, resisting the erosion of the vital energy. Did it hold? Upon seeing this, sect leader Mu Qinglu, not knowing why, felt a sigh of relief deep inside. Jun Wuji. Mu Qingliu's expression was grave as he looked towards the depths of the Red Ocean. He could feel that Jun Wuji was there, silently watching Mount Morality Immortal. Sect leader, what exactly happened? At that moment, Mu Mengting rushed over, hurriedly asking. His face looked pale as he glanced at the red twilight enveloping Mount Morality Immortal, unable to suppress the trembling in his heart. If it weren't for the sect's great formations shielding them, with his early refined void stage strength, he probably would have been melted by the red twilight in no time. It's Jun Wuji. Mu Qinglu spoke tersely. At this moment he did not want to say much. Dowd Immortal sect was facing the greatest crisis in tens of thousands of years, and most of his attention was on maintaining the sect protection array. Jun Wuji, the youngest son of Jun Dongjin? Wasn't he spiritless? Mu Mengting had already seen the person confronting Mu Qinglu, and, with the abilities of an ancient saint of refinement void, identifying him wasn't difficult. But the greater this certainty, the more incredulous Mu Mengting became. Jun Wuji. The very Jun Wuji he had never even considered a threat? How could he be so strong? How could he be so strong? Mu Mengting couldn't accept it. It was as if an ant he had never bothered to glance at had suddenly become a god capable of reaching the heavens. This reversal nearly inducing a heart demon in Mu Mengting. How would I know? Mu Qinglu spared Mu Mengting a glance. That was indeed the case. The one now blocking the entrance to Dowd Immortal sect and almost suppressing Mount Morality Immortal with his singular might was none other than his former grandson, an individual who had always been inconspicuous and had never received much attention. A third-generation immortal. The rumble of thunder reverberated. Boundless vital energy spread out. Lin Yuan slowly emerged, overlooking the entirety of Mount Morality Immortal. At this moment, Mount Morality Immortal unleashed its formidable potential under his gaze, defensive formations sparking to life, intermingling and blending with one another, and connecting with the ley lines of the central divine continent. Jun Wuji. Mu Mengting looked up at the figure above, his thoughts turbulent. Jun Wuji. Is he Jun Wuji, the youngest son of Lord Jun Dongjin? Countless Dowd Immortal sect disciples also saw Lin Yuan, stunned and unprepared for the entity displaying such overwhelming combat power to be the third-generation immortal, who had grown up on Mount Morality Immortal. Many of the disciples had interacted with Jun Wuji before. At that time Jun Wuji, with his powerful background, was untouchable. Yet he was incapable of cultivation, and thus looked down upon by many of the sect's disciples. But now, looking up at Jun Wuji, who stood high above like a true immortal from the upper realms, many disciples felt as if they were dreaming. Let's see if we can break through. Lin Yuan observed Mount Morality Immortal closely below. Merely eroding it with vital energy was insufficient to handle Dowd Immortal sect. Lin Yuan needed to take action himself. Boom. Lin Yuan raised his hand. He shot his hand toward Mount Morality Immortal from afar. The red twilight rolled. Endless vital energy concentrated, forming a 100-mile wide hand that smacked down toward Mount Morality Immortal. Inside the sleeve space, Jun Dongjin Mu Lianer, along with Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan, a family, were anxious. Husband, what exactly is going on? Mu Lianer asked softly, her mind tense ever since she was taken into the sleeve space. Although Mulianer was sure that the one who took them away must be her younger son, Jun Wuji, it only led to more questions. Why could her younger son take them away? Why did the divinity transformation stage Heaven Lord guardians outside not stop him? And could such top-grade immortal techniques as Sleeve Universe, which only divinity transformation stage Heaven Lords can execute, be performed by him? One question after another deeply puzzled Mulianer. My little brother. When did he become so strong? Even Sleeve Universe has been executed by him? Jun Jilan couldn't help but speak out. In her eyes, her little brother Jun Wuji had always been someone she needed to protect. Now he suddenly used Sleeve Universe, a technique exclusively for Heaven Lords. Jun Jilan herself was only at the nascent soul stage. Despite this, she was considered a genius within the sect. Could it be that my little brother has some hidden spirit root, has been secretly cultivating, and now that he's entered the divinity transformation phase, he has finally asked the sect master to take us away? Jun Xiaoyao speculated after a moment. Chapter 274 The Trinity, Subscription Request, _2. So far that is the most likely possibility. Hidden spirit roots. Such cases have occurred a few times in the central divine continent over tens of thousands of years, but the possibility is so small that everyone has not considered this. Divinity transformation stage? Do you think this is the space manipulation of the divinity transformation stage? At this moment, Jun Dongjin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Isn't space manipulation something that only cultivators in the divinity transformation stage can perform? Could it be that there are special methods that allow one to use space manipulation at the nascent soul stage, or even the golden core stage? Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan asked. If that were indeed the case, it would be much more acceptable. Even if Wuji had hidden spirit roots, advancing to the divinity transformation stage in just over 100 years was still too frightening. The golden core stage or the nascent soul stage would be much more reasonable. At least that is the level at which Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan themselves are. So that's how it is. Mulianer suddenly realized in her heart. But even she, as the sect master's personal daughter, had never heard of any method that could lower the threshold for using such a high-grade divine skill as space manipulation. The essence of space manipulation is an understanding of space. Without reaching the divinity transformation stage, who could clearly perceive space and utilize it? You misunderstand my meaning. Jun Dongjin glanced at the others, suppressing the shock in his heart. A Mahayana phase Heaven Lord, even when using space manipulation, can at most encompass 1 mile within. Jun Dongjin paused for a moment, and took a deep breath before continuing. An ancient saint of refinement void, if performing space manipulation, could reach 100 miles within. After saying this, Jun Dongjin stood up and looked around. He looked at the space inside the sleeve where they found themselves. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan also looked around. As far as the eye could see, vast and endless. Is it not tens of thousands of miles? East at the core area of Baiyu Island, Lin Yuanyang stood with his hands behind his back. A figure appeared. It was the Taiyin primordial spirit. Whoosh. With a wave of the Taiyin primordial spirit's hand, Jun Dongjin and the other 3 appeared. Where is this? Jun Dongjin cautiously looked around. Mulianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan were still immersed in the shock that the space inside an ancient saint of refinement void's sleeve could be only 100 miles. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, Second Sister, I have something urgent. I will leave first and explain when I come back, said the Taiyin primordial spirit with a faint smile. The Taiyin primordial spirit disappeared with the Taiyang divine spirit from Baiyu Island. After 100 years of preparation, Baiyu Island, even when besieged by several ancient saints of refinement void, could hold out for a considerable amount of time. It would be possible to penetrate Baiyu Island only if the Taoist immortal sect master, holding the Taihao immortal mirror, made a full-force strike. But now, the immortal sect leader Mu Qinglu and the Taihao immortal mirror were both blocked by Lin Yuan within the immortal sect. It can be said that Baiyu Island is currently one of the safest places in the world. Mount Morality immortal. Life force surging endlessly, boundless and infinite. Lin Yuan looked down from above. striking repeatedly with dozens of slaps, yet still unable to shake Mount Morality Immortal. "It really is like a turtle shell," remarked Lin Yuan calmly. "Mount Morality Immortal is connected to the largest ley line of the central divine continent. Attacking the mountain is akin to attacking the entire continent, dispersing the force endlessly." Indeed, Lin Yuan had means to break through Mount Morality Immortal, namely by destroying the central divine continent inch by inch. Without the central divine continent, the defensive power of Mount Morality Immortal would plummet. However, this method was tantamount to achieving a Pyrrhic victory. Without the central divine continent, Lin Yuan's martial path evolutionary path would also be difficult to spread. Inside Mount Morality Immortal, Mu Qinglu, seeing Lin Yuan cease his attack, sighed with relief again. Even though he had great faith in the sect's defenses, believing that only a Dao integration stage powerhouse could potentially breach them with some effort, seeing the maneuvers displayed by Lin Yuan still filled him with dread. We held strong. Next to him, Mu Mingting finally let go of his hanging heart. At this moment, his thoughts were extremely complex. Wuji, once considered beneath his notice, had brought him an overwhelming sense of oppressiveness. "Sect Master, what do we do now?" Mu Mingting whispered. Although Mount Morality Immortal had blocked Lin Yuan's attack, but with Lin Yuan blocking the entrance outside, they couldn't leave either. "What can we do?" Mu Qinglu sighed. "We can only continue to withstand it like this." Mu Qinglu said softly. With the attack Lin Yuan had unleashed, among the Taoist Immortal sect, only he, with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand, might be able to hold out if he went outside. The other disciples, including Mu Mengting, the newly promoted ancient saint, would certainly die if they went outside. "Our immortal sect has profound foundations." Just as Mu Qinglu was about to speak and boost the morale of the mini-immortal sect disciples, at that moment, from two other directions of Mount Morality Immortal, within the vast expanse of surging scarlet energy and blood, two figures emerged. One exuded the aura of the power of Taiyang akin to a great sun falling to the human world, precisely Master Yuanyang from Baiyu Island. The other, in every move, was wrapped in the endless yin energy of Taiyin, like the bright moon shining, their presence not the slightest inferior to that of Master Yuanyang beside them. Is that the mysterious ancient Saint Taiyin? No good, this ancient Saint Taiyin is also one of Jun Wuji's avatars. Mu Qingliu's expression drastically changed, and immediately urged the Taihao Immortal Mirror to activate the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal to its ultimate extent. Boom! The Taiyin Primordial Spirit and the Taiyang Divine Spirit joined hands, merging the power of Taiyin and power of Taiyang into the power of Taiji, and formed a black and white yin-yang great grinding disc that rolled toward the base of Mount Morality Immortal. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan himself made another move. With overwhelming and astonishing life force, he struck Mount Morality Immortal once again. Master Yuanyang and that ancient Saint Taiyin are both avatars of Jun Wuji? In the west of Divine Continent, the color drained from the demon saint of the demon saint's nest. The sequence of events that had unfolded today far surpassed the shocks he experienced over the past hundreds of thousands of years, even exceeding the era tens of thousands of years ago, when figures surpassing the void refinement limit were commonplace. First was Master Yuanyang, revealing a combat power that surpassed the void refinement limit, and easily blocking a strike from Mu Qinglu with the Taihao Immortal Mirror in hand. Next was the man whom everyone saw as a waste, who inexplicably started a fight with his own grandfather. But what was unbelievable was that Jun Wuji was actually overpowering his grandfather in the fight, overwhelming the Immortal Sect leader, holding the Taihao Immortal Mirror. In the end, the Immortal Sect leader, left with no alternative, fled into Mount Morality Immortal, and with the centuries-old foundation of the Dao Immortal Sect, barely resisted the killing power of Jun Wuji. And then Master Yuanyang arrived. The mysterious ancient Saint Taiyin also arrived. The three stood in three respective directions around Mount Morality Immortal, and although they had different auras, they could easily merge into one. It was clear that the three were actually one person. At this moment, the demon saint was deeply shaken. He could never have dreamed that Jun Wuji had hidden so many trump cards. In the south of Central Earth, the emaciated man known as the Ghost Cultivator King felt numb all over. He had planned to flee towards the far south, but now seeing Jun Wuji suppressing the entire Dao Immortal sect, and that Master Yuan Yang, as well as the ancient Saint Taiyin, were all closely related to Jun Wuji, the emaciated man suddenly lost all interest in fleeing. If it were only Master Yuan Yang, a figure who surpassed the void refinement limit, he might have had some hope of escape if he desperately fled south. But three of them, especially since these three were likely the same person, the Ghost Cultivator King no longer felt like running, because it was pointless. No matter where he fled within this realm, it made no difference. With the combat power Jun Wuji had unleashed now, the ends of the earth were merely under his feet. How could such an aberration be born in this world? The Ghost Cultivator King sighed deeply, gazing distantly towards the direction of Mount Morality Immortal. Compared to his current situation, the predicament of the Dao Immortal sect was undoubtedly many times worse. In the Blood Demon Sea, the Blood Demon Lord was trembling with unease. How could it be so powerful? The Blood Demon Lord knew many things about the past hundreds of thousands of years ago, but even back then, while mighty beings that surpassed the void refinement limit weren't rare, someone with terrifying power like Lin Yuan was perhaps only one or two, right? Mount Morality Immortal. The dreadful immortal light formation was nearly capable of piercing through space, as Mu Qinglu personally urged the Taihao Immortal Mirror, seated at the central hub of the Immortal Mountain. The next moment, the Yin-Yang Taiji Great Grinding Disc crushed downward. Chapter 275. In a hurry for a century, numerous beings, all watching one person. Please subscribe. For a moment, heaven and earth seemed to collapse. It was as if all things were destroyed. Lin Yuan gathered his two primordial spirits, and with all his might he struck. He completely surpassed the 6th rank limit, and purely in terms of might, perhaps he was already close to the 7th rank. A moment later, the nature's spiritual energy gradually calmed. Lin Yuan looked down. It's a pity. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. His full-strength attack had still not breached Mount Morality Immortal. Well then. Lin Yuan did not care much. The Dao Immortal sect, with its inheritance spanning hundreds of thousands of years, had profound secrets, and unless a Unity Realm true immortal or a 7th rank evolver intervened, it would be very difficult to completely break through their sect protection array. Lin Yuan's visit this time was not to permanently resolve the Dao Immortal sect. Instead, it was to test his own strength, using the entire Dao Immortal sect as a standard to measure against. Although I can't break it, I have almost done it. As long as I cultivate to the peak of the 6th rank, full force, my attack might touch upon the 7th rank. By then, I should be able to completely break through Mount Morality Immortal. Lin Yuan looked down at Mount Morality Immortal, pondering to himself. Of course, the premise of Lin Yuan's prediction is that the legendary spirit realm does not intervene. The Dao Immortal sect controls the Ascension platform, and its past ancient saints, after leading the sect for 10 or 20,000 years, ascend to the spirit realm via the platform. Tens of thousands of years ago, many powerful beings from that era, some surpassing the void refinement limit, have already ascended to a higher level of the spirit realm through the Ascension platform. In the spirit realm, it's almost certain that there resides a Unity Path stage true immortal. However, the Ascension platform is a one-way passage. The former members of the Dao Immortal sect who ascended can't return from there. This is also why Lin Yuan dared to take action against the Dao Immortal sect. With the two realms separated, even if they could intervene, the force they could exert would be very limited, and Lin Yuan, being undefeated in this realm, has nothing to fear from them. Let's go back. Lin Yuan glanced at the Dao Immortal sect beneath him, and then he disappeared. Actually, Lin Yuan could have left behind a Yang spirit or a Yin god to continue suppressing the Dao Immortal sect. But there was no need. With the combat power he had just displayed. Even without leaving a suppressive avatar, the disciples of the Dao Immortal sect would probably not dare to venture out for a long time. Especially those nascent soul true monarchs and Mahayana heavenly monarchs. Even if you gave them 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare step outside the bounds of Mount Morality Immortal. So in that case, it might as well be that both of his primordial spirits return together, as training the primordial spirit could also improve Lin Yuan's efficiency in understanding Tao. Accompanied by Lin Yuan's departure, within Mount Morality Immortal, countless Immortal Sect disciples cried tears of relief. Just now they really felt the threat of death, thinking the Tao Immortal Sect, with its heritage of hundreds of thousands of years, might actually not withstand the attack of that yin-yang great grinding disk? But now Mount Morality Immortal had not been breached, and that figure, standing high in the sky, looking down on them like a true immortal, Wuji, had also disappeared, likely having left. We have survived. Ha ha ha, I knew my life wasn't supposed to end. We survived, we really survived. Countless Immortal Sect disciples couldn't help but celebrate wildly. From life to death, and from death back to life, such great fluctuations, even for cultivators, could inevitably affect their state of mind. Survived. Above in the sky, Jun Wuji watched the disciples' wild celebration, and couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Since when had the lofty disciples of the Tao Immortal Sect expressed such sentiments? Go find the sect master. He composed himself and immediately flew towards the top of Mount Morality Immortal. For ordinary disciples, indeed, they had survived. But for the higher-ups of the Immortal Sect, it was just the beginning. What the Immortal Sect needs to do next is crucial. Wuji had only left, not died. It was far from a time for celebration. The Grand Hall at the top of Mount Morality Immortal. Sect Master Mu Qinglu sat in the main seat, his eyes closed, frowning in deep thought. Sect Master. Mu Mengting appeared in the hall, bowing slightly to Mu Qinglu. Mu Qinglu opened his eyes and looked at Mu Mengting. Observing the respectful demeanor of Mu Mengting, Mu Qinglu subconsciously compared him to Jun Dongjin, and found the two simply couldn't compare. Did I really choose wrong? Mu Qinglu thought silently to himself. If he had not chosen Mu Mengting to be the next Immortal Sect leader, but had chosen Jun Dongjin instead, would they have avoided the disaster that had just befallen the Tao Immortal Sect? Although it's true that Lin Yuan wanted to spread martial Tao, a point on which he definitely won't compromise, and neither would the Tao Immortal Sect. If Jun Dongjin had been the leader of the Immortal Sect, there would have been at least some room for easing the situation, instead of it escalating to direct conflict like just now. Sect Master, what should we do now? Mu Mengting asked cautiously. What should we do? Mu Qinglu focused his thoughts. Wuji's strength is beyond us now. We can only seek the advice of our ancestors. The ancestors' opinions? Mu Mengting's eyes lit up. The Tao Immortal Sect had been inherited for hundreds of thousands of years, and had no less than 30 generations of leaders. On average, each leader ruled the Immortal Sect for only 10 to 20,000 years. Why is that? It must be known that an ancient saint of refinement void's lifespan far exceeds 20,000 years, as the three ancient saints from the Blood Demon Sea, Nether Palace, and Demon Saint's Nest have lived from that era until now. It's not difficult for an ancient saint of refinement void to live for several 100,000 years. But in reality, the Tao Immortal Sect has had many leaders, and the reason is the spirit realm. The Tao Immortal Sect controls the Ascension Platform, a passage linking to the spirit realm, and its past leaders ascended to the spirit realm through it. Chapter 276. In a hurry for a century, numerous beings, all watching one person. Please subscribe. _2. It is said that the cultivation environment in the spirit realm far surpasses that of the central divine continent. In the spirit realm, the ancestors of the Tao Immortal Sect even included Unity Realm true immortals. You should not have too many expectations for the ancestors. The ancestors residing in the spirit realm find it difficult to intervene in the lower realms. Mu Qinglu shook his head. If the ancestors could intervene in central divine continent, then the Demon Saint's Nest, Nether Palace, and Blood Demon Sea would have been flattened long ago. How could they still exist today? Bayou Island. Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan. They were anxiously waiting, speculating uneasily. Is this Bayou Island? The territory of Master Yuanyang? Does Wuji also have a connection with Master Yuanyang? The shock in Jun Dongjin's heart never ceased. Although he had vaguely guessed from Lin Yuan Taiyin Primordial Spirit's display of universe in the sleeve, that his youngest son, Jun Wuji, might be far stronger than they imagined, Yet until they received Jun Wuji's personal confirmation, they could not be sure. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared not far away. Wuji, younger brother, Mu Lianer, Jun Jilan, and Jun Xiaoya ran over first. What exactly is going on? The person who met us earlier, why does he look like you? Jun Jilan couldn't help but ask. That was one of my, let's say, avatars. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and explained. The martial path evolutionary path's martial Tao primordial spirit indeed resembled an avatar. Only it did not require the same price as cultivating an avatar. Next, Lin Yuan disclosed everything truthfully. Like his true strength, both the so-called Master Yuanyang and ancient Saint Taiyin were his avatars. As for why he possessed such power, Lin Yuan explained that in his childhood, some memories suddenly emerged in his mind. Those memories contained some incomplete cultivation methods. Anyway, it was mostly true with a bit of falsehood. I have read in some ancient scriptures that before the appearance of the Ascension platform, those capable of exceeding the void refinement limit faced the end of their lifespans and would attempt reincarnation. Wuji, you must be the reincarnation of some powerful being. However, the theory of reincarnation is elusive and includes grappling with the mystery in the womb. That powerful being's true self might have already dissipated, leaving only some memories for you, Wuji, to take in. Jun Dongjin pondered for a while and then spoke. Although the theory of reincarnation was elusive, it truly existed. In the history of the Dao Immortal sect, it had taken in some exceptionally precocious disciples. These disciples were innately knowledgeable, and visions of another world would often flash through their minds. Young brother, are you saying that you just visited Mount Morality Immortal and almost breached it? Jun Jilan blinked her eyes. She understood every word Lin Yuan said, but when combined, why did it seem so alien? I took action against the Dao Immortal sect with no ill intentions, only to prove my strength in preparation for spreading the martial Tao. Lin Yuan stated truthfully. If one wanted to spread the martial Tao, relying solely on kinship and words was futile. The Dao Immortal sect had the backing of the spirit realm ancestors, so Lin Yuan never intended to eradicate Mount Morality Immortal. After all, Lin Yuan could only stay in this world for 500 years, and even if he did destroy the Dao Immortal sect, 500 years later, after Lin Yuan left this world, the Dao Immortal sect's spirit realm ancestors could easily make a comeback and re-establish the Dao Immortal sect. Even for a Unity Realm true immortal, spanning two realms to break through world barriers and intervene in the lower realms is extremely challenging. At most, they could employ some minor tricks. Such tactics might be sufficient to deal with ordinary beings who had surpassed the void refinement limit, but against Lin Yuan, they were utterly ineffective. However, with Lin Yuan present for the next 500 years, there was no need to worry about the martial Tao. But what about after 500 years? Thus, the real purpose of Lin Yuan's actions was to force the hands of those ancestors from the Dao Immortal sect in the spirit realm. As for why he did not use more peaceful methods, such as speaking frankly with Mu Qinglu, there really was no difference. If Lin Yuan lacked sufficient strength, even if he appeared in a peaceful demeanor, he would still face suppression from the Dao Immortal sect. Conversely, if Lin Yuan demonstrated the ability to annihilate the Dao Immortal sect in this realm, no matter what he did, as long as he did not cross a line, there would be room for negotiation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had another motive. That was to avenge his parents. It was the Dao Immortal sect's mistake in choosing the wrong person. Wuji, you do as you see fit. Jun Dongjin looked at his son and said, having experienced the peak and the potential of becoming the next sect master within the Dao Immortal sect, as well as the lows, having spent a century at the remote vast cliff mountain, he had seen through many things. After explaining everything to his parents, elder brother, and elder sister, Lin Yuan personally arranged a residence for them on Bayou Island. Bayou Island brimmed with dense spiritual energy. Even though it was not Mount Morality Immortal, it was a match for any paradise in the central divine continent. It was much better than the remote vast cliff mountain. With his parents cultivating here, Lin Yuan felt very relieved. Several months later, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged inside his cave dwelling. Nearby, a man in a blood-red robe bowed respectfully. I have seen you, my lord. This man in the blood robe was indeed the master of the Blood Demon Sea. After spending several tense months in the Blood Demon Sea, he had decided to pay Lin Yuan a visit in person. Given the strength Lin Yuan had shown, flattening his Blood Demon Sea was not a difficult task. Faced with such a powerhouse, the Blood Demon Master naturally knew what to do. "Is this one of your avatars?" Lin Yuan looked at the Blood Demon Master with keen interest. He was not the first ancient saint to visit Lin Yuan. Before him, the Ghost Cultivator King of the Nether Palace and the Demon Saint of the Demon Saint's Nest had already visited. They each had offered their core secret techniques in hopes of gaining Lin Yuan's protection. But to say they sought protection was not quite accurate. They merely hoped Lin Yuan would not strike against them. Lin Yuan naturally accepted all of them with a smile. These old ancient saints of refinement void who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years had many valuable secret techniques and teachings. "My lord, as my true body cannot leave the Blood Demon Sea, I had to send this incarnation." The Blood Demon Master suddenly grew anxious, thinking that Lin Yuan was blaming him for being rude. "Not to worry." Lin Yuan waved his hand. "My lord, this is the Immortal Blood Sea skill I've been practicing for a long time." The Blood Demon Master immediately presented a blood-colored jade slip. He then pledged his loyalty to Lin Yuan, saying that if Lin Yuan commanded, he would expand the Blood Demon Sea, invade the Central Divine Continent, and battle the Dowd Immortal Sect to the death. After sending the Blood Demon Master away, Lin Yuan began to study the Immortal Blood Sea skill in the jade slip. To merge with the Blood Sea, immortal and indestructible. No wonder the Dowd Immortal Sect has been unable to suppress it for hundreds of thousands of years. This skill already involves some techniques of the Unity Realm. Lin Yuan's expression turned slightly solemn. The Demon Saint's Nest and the Nether Palace were able to withstand suppression from the Dowd Immortal Sect up to this day, because the Demon Saint's Nest and the Nether Palace were powerful artifacts left by those who surpassed the void refinement limit tens of thousands of years ago. However, the Master of the Blood Demon Sea did not have these, relying solely on merging with the Blood Demon Sea to remain at large until now. Such technique, if only it could be slightly modified. Lin Yuan was rather tempted. The flaw of the Immortal Blood Sea skill was that one could not leave the item to which one was merged. For example, the Blood Demon Master could not leave the range of the Blood Demon Sea, because he was the Blood Demon Sea, and the Blood Demon Sea was him. But with Lin Yuan's Against Heaven's understanding, it was not impossible to eliminate this flaw, albeit at the expense of weakening the immortal characteristic slightly. Years passed leisurely. 100 years flew by quickly. Bayou Island became increasingly prosperous, and the number of martial Dao cultivators also grew. In the Jundongjing territory, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, and Jun Jilan had a happy and stress-free life on Bayou Island. And now, Bayou Island's reputation had surpassed that of the Dowd Immortal Sect, further elevating the status of Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan. Just then, a terrifying aura burst from the core area of Bayou Island. The magnitude of this aura seemed capable of suppressing all things. Across the billion-mile region of the East Sea, nature's spiritual energy began to tremble. The Demon Saint's Nest. The Demon Saint looked toward the direction of the East Sea in shock. Has that lord broken through? The Demon Saint murmured to himself. 100 years ago, that lord had the ability to hang up the Dowd Immortal Sect and beat it. With another step forward, what level would he reach? The Nether Palace. The Ghost Cultivator King sighed. His gaze also turned toward the East Sea, pondering something. The Blood Demon Sea and the Blood Demon Master did the same. The Dowd Immortal Sect. Mu Qinglu and Mu Mengting felt the aura from the East Sea immediately, sprang from their seats, and looked toward the East Sea. As the breakthrough aura became more immense, suddenly, countless beings, as if sensing something, looked unconsciously toward the direction of the East Sea. It was as if all the world, as one in gaze, watched a single man. Chapter 277 Ascension Platform. Please subscribe. Name: Jun Wuji Lin Yuan. Identity: Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, Bound Talent. Heaven-defying comprehension. Divine skills. Blood rebirth current state. Consciousness descent. Remaining residency time, 220 years. At the core cave dwelling on Bayou Island. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, his terrifying aura spreading through the void, rippling out in all directions as if it were ripples formed by a stone thrown into a calm body of water. This world. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked towards the direction of the Taoed Immortal sect in the central divine continent. With his current understanding of space, no matter how far the distance, he could sense that deep within the Taoed Immortal sect, space seemed to be torn open, suggesting some kind of incompleteness. It was as if there was a black dot suddenly appearing on a piece of white paper, which would stand out as extraordinarily prominent in Lin Yuan's vision. Is that the ascension platform controlled by the Taoed Immortal sect? Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Compared to the final spatial rift in the Divine Arms world, this ascension platform's connected spatial passage seems much more stable and orderly. It was similar to the spatial passage formed by the crystal cube that the eldest senior brother brought out when Lin Yuan first broke through to the 6th rank, which allowed direct arrival at the Qikuan main star. Lin Yuan sat at the East Sea, observed the ascension platform at the Taoed Immortal sect for a while, and then shifted his gaze away. The ascension platform, as of now, held no secrets for Lin Yuan. It was simply a stable space passage leading to a certain world. Of course, stable as it might be, it was still filled with a kind of spatial pressure, and only those of at least the 6th rank or refining void ancient saint layer could pass through it. 280 years. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, having descended into this world almost 300 years ago, with just a fraction of the 500 years of residency time left. 60 years ago, I had already stepped into the 12th segment of the 6th rank. 50 years ago, I reached the peak of the 12th segment, and just now, I even managed to take a half step beyond the 12th segment. But the 7th rank, I still haven't figured it out. In 100 years, besides the Taoist immortal scripture from the Taoed Immortal sect, Lin Yuan had comprehended all the techniques and secret arts of this world, and used their essence as nutrients to feed into the martial path evolutionary path. However, Lin Yuan understood that to truly start the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, he still lacks something. Despite having many references for the 7th rank evolution pathway to ponder, the 7th rank chapter that Lin Yuan wanted to create for the martial path evolutionary path would certainly be unique and perfectly fit for himself. 7th rank. Lin Yuan's expression was contemplative. In this world, the immortal cultivation system's realm corresponding to the 7th rank was the Tao integration stage. What is the Tao integration stage? To become one with the Tao. I am the Tao, and the Tao is me. The Tao integration stage is also known as true immortal, which is a level truly belonging to immortals. Tao integration? Perhaps observing the Taoist immortal scripture will help my 7th rank chapter? Lin Yuan thought to himself. It has to be said that the immortal cultivation system indeed has exceptional aspects, and the farther along one gets, the more terrifying the powers wielded by those true immortals become. Unfortunately, the end of this cultivation system seems to have been occupied by a certain existence. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The immortal path prevails in this world. And it just so happens that an ascension platform connecting to the spirit realm, suitable for the immortal cultivation system, appears? How can this be merely coincidence? In the Dragon Tiger world, there were supreme beings from the upper realms making arrangements, leaving behind the true martial sword and the primeval demon spirit. And in this world, Lin Yuan still sensed traces of the meddling of even higher powers. Even if separated by worlds, even the supreme beings cannot traverse the gap through nothingness and will be subject to severe restrictions. At most, they can only lower their methods. Lin Yuan grew increasingly aware of the terror of the door to the myriad realms, a means that defied both space and time constraints to forcefully project oneself into a particular world, and deemed it inconceivable. To know, the door to the myriad realms can not only perform consciousness descent, but also allow physical traversal. And as long as there is enough world-breaking origin force, it can even precisely lock onto and traverse to a specific world. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan got up and walked out of the cave dwelling. His strength and realm had now reached a certain limit. Even if he continued to retreat, he might not gain anything in the next several decades or 100 years. This was not because heaven-defying comprehension was insufficient. Lin Yuan could open the 7th rank path now if he did not care about the potential. But there are differences between the 7th rank and the 7th rank. Some 7th rank evolution pathways have the potential to ascend to the 9th stage evolution path. Some 7th rank evolution pathways, however, have no chance of ascending even to the 8th rank. Spiritual energy swirled around Bayou Island, and layers of formation light shielded the entire island. Wuji, Jun Dongjin, Mu Lianer, Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Jilan, and others, seeing Lin Yuan come out, greeted him promptly. The disturbance caused by Lin Yuan's recent breakthrough was not insignificant, as cultivators with a bit of strength everywhere in the world sensed it. Father, mother. Lin Yuan walked over. How are things on the island now? Lin Yuan asked casually. Spending most of his time in seclusion, Lin Yuan had left most of the affairs of the White Jade Pavilion to his disciples, as well as to his parents and elder brother and sister. However, Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer were not too keen on intervening in the affairs of the White Jade Pavilion, but Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Jilan showed some interest. Master. Li Qing stepped forward. As Lin Yuan's disciple, she was primarily responsible for all affairs of the White Jade Pavilion. Even Jun Xiaorao and Jun Jilan were only helping her. Currently in the White Jade Pavilion, there are 16 million disciples at the 1st rank martial Tao, 890 million at the 2nd rank, 110,000 at the 3rd rank, 2,421 at the 4th rank stage martial Tao, and 24 at the 5th rank. Chapter 278 Ascension Platform. Please subscribe, _2. Li Qing paused for a moment then whispered. No disciple has yet cultivated to the 6th stage martial Tao. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. The martial path evolutionary path had only been spreading for a little more than 200 years, yet it had already cultivated so many practitioners, which could be considered rapid development. In fact, the fastest development of the martial path evolutionary path occurred in the last 100 years. 100 years ago, Lin Yuan, with an absolutely overwhelming manner, approached the gates of Dao Immortal Sect. Even though he ultimately did not breach Mount Morality Immortal, who didn't know of his invincible might. Hence, the martial path evolutionary path propagated by Lin Yuan naturally attracted countless people, especially the heterodox and left paths from the Eastern Sea Islands, who were particularly eager to join White Jade Pavilion. 6th stage martial Tao. Even with Lin Yuan's guidance, White Jade Pavilion has yet to produce a 6th stage martial Tao practitioner. Lin Yuan was not surprised by this fact. The 6th rank corresponded to the ancient saint of refinement void. Even in the main world, the leap from the 5th to 6th rank was a threshold. The essence of life for 6th rank evolvers transformed, enabling them to imprint their life seals onto the cosmic starry skies. In this world, the ancient saint of refinement void was undoubtedly the ceiling of combat power. Even a strong force like Dao Immortal Sect was mostly guarded by a single ancient saint. Actually, had it not been for Lin Yuan's sudden enlightenment in the main world, breaking the limitations of the martial path evolutionary path, to make it inclusive of everything, otherwise, now not to mention 6th stage martial Tao, probably there would only be a few at the 4th or 5th stages. Not everyone possesses talent in the domain of Taiyang Taiyang Taiji. Next, I need to take a trip away. After chatting with his family and disciples for a while, Lin Yuan spoke up. Leaving? Mu Lianer had a guess in her heart and tentatively asked, Wuji, are you thinking of going to Mount Morality Immortal? 100 years ago, Lin Yuan did not force his way into Mount Morality Immortal. 100 years later, after several breakthroughs, the purpose of Lin Yuan leaving Bayou Island is self-evident. Right. Lin Yuan nodded. Mount Morality Immortal was indeed one of his goals. Wuji. Mu Lianer sighed, wanting to say more but hesitating. Mother, rest assured, I have a sense of measure in what I do, Lin Yuan comforted. His trip to Dao Immortal Sect was indeed with the intent of negotiating. Of course, those eligible to negotiate with Lin Yuan could only be the ancestral masters of the spirit realm from Dao Immortal Sect. Outside Bayou Island, the figure of Lin Yuan appeared. Dao Immortal Sect. Lin Yuan glanced in the direction of the central divine continent. Before heading to Dao Immortal Sect, Lin Yuan had another matter to attend to. That was the deep sea beneath the very Bayou Island. More precisely, it was the deep-sea bottom underneath Bayou Island. The position of Bayou Island was not fixed. It would sink to the bottom of the deep sea every 2,000 years, and then resurface after another 2,000 years. Now Bayou Island had already become the holy land for martial Dao cultivators. Even in the future, when the focal point of the martial arts system might shift to Central Divine Continent, the position of Bayou Island would still be irreplaceable. Just as in the main world, it is the same as the ancestral star, the mother star of the Human Civilization Alliance. The territory of the Human Civilization Alliance is vast, encompassing countless life planets, but there is only one ancestral star, the mother star. Its symbolic significance exceeds all else. In this scenario, if Bayou Island were to continue to follow the 2,000-year pattern of sinking and floating, it would naturally be somewhat inappropriate. The bottom of the deep sea. It was almost completely dark here. Terrible pressure from the sea bore down from all directions. Even nascent soul stage, divinity transformation stage cultivators didn't dare to stay in such an environment for long periods of time. What's more, in the bottom of the deep sea, the most terrifying thing is not the extreme environment, but rather those ancient and ferocious demonic beasts that have existed for tens of thousands of years. Following below Bayou Island, Lin Yuan came to the bottom of the deep sea. This place is a deep sea eye. Every 2,000 years, as seawater circulates, a tremendous suction force emerges, devouring vast amounts of seawater and conveying it to the other side of the East Sea. In an endless cycle, once every 2,000 years, Lin Yuan thought to himself. And Bayou Island was right above the eye of the sea. Whenever a suction force emerged, the island would uncontrollably sink until it reached the bottom of the deep sea and blocked the eye of the sea, only then stopping. Once the suction force disappeared, Bayou Island naturally floated back up. To resist this suction force isn't difficult. One just needs to seal this eye of the sea, he said. Not to mention an ancient saint of refinement void. Even a Mahayana phase heaven lord could do it. Only, Lin Yuan glanced around. With his perception, he naturally noticed that many deep-sea behemoths with terrifying auras were nearby. Should he start sealing the eye of the sea, he would definitely alarm those deep-sea behemoths. With their enormous bodies and the fact they were in their home territory, even an ancient saint of refinement void, if surrounded by a group of deep-sea behemoths, would probably only be able to flee in a sorry state. But for Lin Yuan, of course, this wasn't an issue. Seal. Lin Yuan looked towards the eye of the deep sea, his mind slightly stirring, releasing strands of essence that began to seal the massive eye of the sea. Far away, many deep-sea behemoths noticed the disturbance. They immediately started to approach. The next moment, these deep-sea behemoths seemed to realize something. They fled at speeds tens of times faster than when they had approached. Quite astute, he said. Lin Yuan glanced at those deep-sea behemoths frantically fleeing. He had intentionally let out a small trace of his aura, which nearly scared the behemoths out of their wits. While the behemoths of the deep sea had low spiritual wisdom, they weren't stupid. Feeling an aura far surpassing their own, who would dare to approach? An hour later, Lin Yuan completely sealed the eye of the deep sea. He then left the seabed and headed in the direction of the Central Divine Continent. Mount Morality immortal. Lin Yuan's form appeared without a sound. 100 years had passed, yet Mount Morality immortal had not changed. But the disciples of the sect had obviously become much more low-key. If they had no important business, they almost never left Mount Morality immortal. You two stay outside, he said. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, his mind slightly moving. An Yin spirit and Yang spirit emerged, standing on each side of him. Although with Lin Yuan's current strength, even if the Dao Immortal sect really did summon the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, it would likely be useless, posing no threat to Lin Yuan. But it's always best to be cautious, just in case. For safety, Lin Yuan decided to keep Yin spirit and Yang spirit outside. Lin Yuan's original self and Yin spirit and Yang spirit were a united three. As long as one still existed, the other two could be reborn, even if they were annihilated or fallen. Taiyin giving rise to Taiyang, or Taiyang giving rise to Taiyin. Finally, Taiji giving birth to all things, where all things refer to Lin Yuan's physical body. Leave a drop of essence blood outside, he said. Lin Yuan raised his right hand. A drop of crimson essence blood emerged, falling into the Yang spirit. Though Taiyin and Taiyang blended into Taiji, which in turn fostered the physical body, this method would take a considerable amount of time. And it would also consume some origin source. If he used essence blood instead, it would be much better. The physical body divine ability that Lin Yuan mastered, blood rebirth. Even with only a drop of fresh blood, he could quickly be reborn. Such was the power of divine skills. Now it's about time, he said. Lin Yuan looked at the preparations he made, a smile appearing on his face. With these precautions, even if the most unlikely situation occurred, he could recover as quickly as possible. Doubt Immortal Sect. Lin Yuan turned his head, looking toward the Immortal Mountain not far off. The many sect protection arrays passed through Lin Yuan's eyes. If it had been 100 years earlier, Lin Yuan would have had to forcefully break through these sect protection arrays. But after 100 years, besides cultivating, he also refined his against heaven's understanding, completely grasping all the sect protection arrays of the Doubt Immortal Sect. 100 years ago, the combined strike of Lin Yuan's original Yang God, and Yin God Self was even aimed at observing the operation of the formation. Under the immense pressure caused by Lin Yuan's intervention, the Doubt Immortal Sect's many sect protection arrays operated beyond their capacity, allowing Lin Yuan to witness some of their essence. Through against heaven's understanding of these formation essences, Lin Yuan now could definitely be called the top formation master in the Central Divine Continent. Especially regarding the many sect protection arrays of the Doubt Immortal Sect, he knew them like the back of his hand, and could easily come and go as he pleased. Chapter 279 The Coordinates of the Spirit Realm. It's not impossible. Returning tomorrow. Please subscribe. Mount Morality Immortal. At the highest court, Mu Qinglu and Mu Mengting's expressions were grave. Not long ago, a presence from the East Sea had transmitted over, causing the two of them to feel restless. If before, Mu Qinglu had great confidence in the ancestral protective formation of the Immortal Sect, believing that no one could break through and invade, the event 100 years ago, where Jun Wuji resembled a true immortal, splitting himself into 3 avatars and shaking Mount Morality Immortal to its core, changed that. Mu Qinglu then lost some of his confidence. At that time, he realized that Mount Morality Immortal could indeed be shaken by attack. And in the past 100 years, he sensed at least 3 times the breakthrough auras coming from the East Sea. Mu Qinglia's heart grew increasingly uneasy. 100 years ago, Jun Wuji nearly succeeded in breaching Mount Morality Immortal. Now another 100 years has passed, and if the enemy continued to act against the Doubt Immortal Sect, would Mount Morality Immortal still be able to stand? Mu Qinglia's expression grew even more solemn. In his heart he already had the answer. It would not hold. Even 100 years ago, if Jun Wuji had decided to stay and suppress Mount Morality Immortal, with the strength of his true body and the 2 avatars, he completely could have gradually eroded the sect protection array of the Doubt Immortal Sect. A few 100 years of such, the sect protection array of Mount Morality Immortal might even break without attack. Sect Master. The ancestral masters of the spirit realm. What did they say? Mu Mengting was equally uneasy, and compared to Mu Qinglu, he felt even greater pressure. Who didn't know he was rivals with Jun Dongjin? He had even secretly sent someone with a symbol talisman of the ethereal refinement stage to kill Jun Dongjin? Now that Jun Dongjin's son possessed such great capability, if Mount Morality Immortal were to be breached, could he possibly come to a good end? I have already spoken to the ancestral masters. The ancestors said if Jun Wuji attacks the Immortal Mountain next time, we can contact him at any moment, Mu Qinglu said softly. Having witnessed Jun Wuji's capabilities threatening the Doubt Immortal Sect 100 years ago, he had already reached out to the ancestral masters of the spirit realm. That was the response from the ancestors at that time. In the recent decades, whenever Lin Yuan broke through, he would contact the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, always receiving the same reply. That's good. Mu Mengting sighed slightly with relief. The only ones who could provide him with a sense of security now were the lofty ancestral masters of the spirit realm. Actually, Mu Mengting felt quite aggrieved. Ancient saints of refinement void in the history of the Taoist immortal sect. Weren't they all lorded over everything, commanding heaven and earth? Even if the last generation's immortal sect leader were still alive, the newly born ancient saint would be showered in numerous honors and preside with authority. But his case was different. Just having broken through to the refining void period, becoming an ancient saint, he ushered in the darkest era for the Taoist immortal sect in tens of thousands of years. He nearly failed to protect his own immortal mountain's gates, causing all sect disciples to tremble with fear. And as an ancient saint of refinement void, he didn't even dare to leave the house, afraid that Jun Wuji might seize the opportunity to kill him. With the ancestral masters of the spirit realm present, that Jun Wuji, Mu Mingting was just about to spit out some harsh words. Suddenly, a voice transmitted over. In what? At that utterance, Mu Mingting froze for a moment, as if trying to figure out who had said those words. But the next instant, Mu Mingting started to tremble all over. For as he turned his head, he saw a figure appearing out of nowhere, seated on one side of the great hall. This figure had a calm countenance and did not emanate the slightest hint of a strong presence. But by merely standing there, it nearly suffocated Mu Mingting, the ancient saint of refinement void. Jun Wuji. It's Jun Wuji. How did he get in? How did he appear here? Countless thoughts flashed through Mu Mingting's mind. At this moment, he was utterly baffled. The sect protection array outside showed no sign of being alerted, nor had it been breached. How could Jun Wuji have entered? Jun Wuji. Mu Qinglu also saw Jun Wuji. His face turned slightly pale at this moment. However, no matter how frightened and uneasy Mu Qinglu and Mu Mingting felt inside, they never thought about running. What a joke. Run. Where could they run to? This was the safest place in the Taoist immortal sect. If Jun Wuji could enter here without a sound, it was as if there was nothing in the world that could stop Jun Wuji anymore. All right. Let's get down to business. Lin Yuan looked at Mu Qinglu. Take me to the ascension platform. The spread of martial Tao in this realm didn't give the Taoist immortal sect master much of a say. The main decision rested with the immortal sect ancestors of the spirit realm. This time Lin Yuan came to the Taoist immortal sect to negotiate with the ancestral masters of the immortal sect in the spirit realm. Okay. Mu Qinglu fell silent for a moment and immediately agreed. With Lin Yuan's strength, had he come with the intention to kill the moment he appeared in the hall, none of them would have survived. Given that, Mu Qinglu knew what he had to do. Follow me. In the end, Mu Qinglu took a deep look at Lin Yuan. He looked at the man who was once his own grandson. Sect Master, the ascension platform is actually my. Mu Mingting, seeing this, immediately became anxious. The ascension platform was key to contacting the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, the Taoist immortal sect's last trump card. And now they were just going to bring Jun Wuji to it? Be quiet. Lin Yuan glanced at Mu Mingting. In an instant Mu Mingting's gaze dimmed, his vitality slipping away. Dead. Mingting. Seeing this, Mu Qinglu inwardly sighed. Mu Mingting already had a vendetta with the Jun family, and had even sent people to kill Jun Dongjin and his family before. In such circumstances, if Mu Mingting had kept a low profile, trying as much as possible not to attract attention, perhaps he could have lived. But unfortunately, Mu Qinglu didn't know what to say. Didn't he see that even I was being so cooperative, still thinking about preserving the ascension platform? At the deepest part of the Taoist immortal sect, within a secret realm, Mu Qinglu stopped walking. This is where the ascension platform is kept. Chapter 280 The Coordinates of the Spirit Realm. It's not impossible, returning tomorrow. Please subscribe. _2. Mu Qinglu looked at Lin Yuan and said softly, Open. Lin Yuan nodded. This indeed matched the location of the rift in space he had sensed. Mu Qinglu was quite tactful, not scheming on this matter. Very well. What Mu Qinglu did not know was, if he had harbored any other intentions, Lin Yuan would have seen right through him. At Lin Yuan's current realm, space was like paper before him. He could clearly feel every fluctuation. Whoosh. Under Mu Qinglius manipulation, the entrance to the secret realm was gradually being opened. The space inside revealed itself. At the deepest part of the space, a portal only half a meter tall, made of stone, came into view. Is that the ascension platform? Lin Yuan's gaze shifted there. This stone portal faintly had spatial fluctuations swirling around it, and the portal itself displayed a silvery white color. The instant Lin Yuan gazed at this portal, a majestic and grand door to the myriad realms in the depths of his mind suddenly began to glow. Seemingly invisible fluctuations swept over the distant ascension platform. A moment later, a stream of information from the door to the myriad realms was transmitted to Lin Yuan's mind. Oh! Lin Yuan was slightly startled. He glanced at Mu Qinglu next to him. He noticed that Mu Qinglu had not perceived any of the recent changes. It was as if the power sweeping out from the door to the myriad realms existed in another dimension, unnoticed by anyone. Coordinates of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan rubbed his brow. The information transmitted from the door to the myriad realms was indeed the coordinates of the spirit realm. At this very moment, Lin Yuan partially immersed his consciousness into his mind. He gazed at that majestic and grand door to the myriad realms. If one were to observe, they would find that near the threshold of the door to the myriad realms, there existed 5 seals. These 5 seals represented the coordinates of the martial world, dragon tiger world, divine arms world, 5 regions world, and the current immortal Tao world. These 5 worlds, all of which Lin Yuan had once traversed, were thus locked onto by the door to the myriad realms, capturing their coordinates. Because of this, armed with the world coordinates, Lin Yuan could spend 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to revisit these worlds. But now, following those 5 world coordinate seals, a 6th world coordinate seal formed anew. It was the spirit realm's world coordinates. Although Lin Yuan had not descended into the spirit realm, the ascension platform was connected to the spirit realm, and it naturally contained the spirit realm's coordinates inside. The force from the door to the myriad realms had just swept the ascension platform, copying its internal world coordinates. Spirit realm. Lin Yuan's expression was slightly odd. Theoretically, with the spirit realm's coordinates, Lin Yuan could return to the main world and spend 10 strands of world-breaking origin force to descend to the spirit realm once more. Seeing Lin Yuan intently looking at the ascension platform, Mu Qinglu did not dare to urge him, and could only continue to wait. Let your immortal sect ancestors come down. Lin Yuan waited patiently for a while, confirming that there were no other world coordinates inside the ascension platform. Then he spoke. Ah! At these words, Mu Qinglu was slightly shaken. He didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so forthright, giving him time to summon the ancestral masters of the spirit realm. Very well. Mu Qinglu hesitated for a moment, then agreed. After all, this was what Lin Yuan had asked him to do. Whatever happened later had nothing to do with him. Mu Qinglu entered the secret realm and approached the ascension platform, his demeanor respectful, employing a secret technique, his lips barely moving as if uttering some words. A moment later, the ascension platform began to glow. Spatial fluctuations started to intensify, as if a terrifying power was piercing through 2 worlds, descending along a fixed spatial passage. In front of the ascension platform, the figure of a Taoist wearing a Taoist robe slowly materialized. I am Tsangqing Immortal. Are you the one who wishes to see me? The Taoist's figure was ethereal as he looked at Lin Yuan with a smile on his lips. A strand of projection from a unity realm true immortal? Lin Yuan was similarly observing the other party. The spirit realm and the central divine continent were separated by 2 realms. Even the most powerful beings from the upper realm could not descend to the lower realms in their true form. At most they could send down a projection. This projection could not stray too far from the ascension platform. Otherwise, it might lose connection with its main body in the upper realm and directly collapse. Tsangqing Immortal looked at Lin Yuan. The more he observed, the more shocked he felt inside. Mu Qinglu had already informed him about the numerous pieces of intelligence regarding Lin Yuan, such as cultivating for hundreds of years, surpassing the peak of refined void, and simultaneously creating another cultivation system not inferior to the immortal path, and so on. Tsangqing Immortal had also relayed this intelligence to the other ancestors of the Dao Immortal sect. All the ancestors unanimously believed that Lin Yuan must have been seized by some powerful being from tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise, in the central divine continent, progressing to this extent alone without the support of the Taoed immortal sect was nearly impossible. Especially the martial Tao cultivation system, with such a conception and potential not inferior to the immortal path cultivation system. How could it be created in just a few hundred years? It must be those powerful beings who reincarnated, those who lived through the long ages, experienced many eras, obtained this martial Tao cultivation system, and are now beginning to spread it, thus stirring up a series of movements within the central divine continent. This was the truth conjectured by the ancestral masters of the immortal sects from the spirit realm. The reason Songqing Immortal descended his projection to the lower realm this time was that among the ancestors of the Taoed immortal sect through the ages, Songqing Immortal had lived the longest and knew the most old monsters. Perhaps he could identify which powerful being had taken over Lin Yuan. As long as they understood Lin Yuan's origins, everything would be easy to handle. However, now Songqing Immortal was somewhat dazed, because from his observations, Lin Yuan's soul and body were in perfect harmony. He didn't seem to have been seized at all. It's known that even if a true immortal of the merged path performed a seizure, there would be a slight rejection due to the different origins of the soul and body. Based on this kind of rejection, it was very easy to identify the seizer's identity. But now there was absolutely no such sense of rejection in Lin Yuan. There were two possibilities. One was that the projection he had descended was too weak, so much so that it could not detect that kind of rejection from the seizure. The second was that Lin Yuan had not been seized. Songqing Immortal felt that the first possibility was not likely. The projection he had descended, even if weak, was still that of a unity realm true immortal. With his insight, he naturally could see that Lin Yuan had not stepped into the unity realm. With such a difference in realms, Songqing Immortal did not believe he could miss the sense of rejection from a seizure. Since the first possibility was ruled out, that left the second possibility. Lin Yuan reaching today's status, growing in a few hundred years to be the strongest in this realm, and even pioneering a cultivation system not inferior to the immortal path, was all by himself. Who would have thought that such a monstrous talent would emerge from the barren lower realms? Songqing Immortal quietly watched Lin Yuan. Even in the spirit realm, such aptitude would only be found in the core disciples of the immortal king-level forces. And even pioneering a unique cultivation system distinct from the way of immortals, this potential. Songqing Immortal's thoughts were churning. Without a doubt, Lin Yuan's potential was absolutely the most monstrous he had witnessed, even surpassing those immortal princes, or even some immortal kings during their youth. After all, Lin Yuan had reached such achievements in the lower realms, while those immortal princes and young immortal kings grew up in the vast spirit realm. The two simply couldn't compare. So you wish to spread the martial Tao cultivation system in the central divine continent? Songqing Immortal looked at Lin Yuan and slowly said. Next to him, Mu Qinglius' mind tensed upon hearing his ancestor utter these words. He vividly remembered, when he first relayed the intelligence and intentions about Lin Yuan to the ancestors, the enormity of the ancestors' reaction. Such audacity. Dreaming of spreading other cultivation systems in my central divine continent. The central divine continent, bathed in the radiance of the immortal path, can only dignify the immortal path alone. Other cultivation systems might struggle to survive, but going against the mainstream is utterly impossible. The above encapsulated the attitudes of the ancestors. This time, the reason for Songqing Immortal's descent of power to the lower realm was not only because he had lived the longest, and was most likely to recognize Lin Yuan's background, but also because Songqing Immortal was the strongest. Even if just a projection, he could still exert combat power close to that of the Tao integration realm. Are we going to fight? I wonder if Wuji can match the ancestor. Mu Qinglu subconsciously took a few steps back, as if already foreseeing the tense situation that was about to unfold. But the next words from Songqing Immortal left Mu Qinglu stunned in his place. It's not necessarily impossible. Songqing Immortal pondered for a while, and seriously said. Chapter 281 Tao Oath, Step into 7th rank in 200 years. Please subscribe. Young friend wishes to spread the martial Tao cultivation system. It's not impossible. The Songqing Immortal quietly observed Lin Yuan for a while, and then spoke earnestly. With the vision of a late-stage Tao integration from the Tsangqing immortal, it was natural to see the immense potential in Lin Yuan. It was fair to say it was beyond belief. Such a being, upon reaching the spirit realm, would easily step into the unity path stage. He might even hope to touch upon the realms above Tao integration, looking down upon the spirit realm's domain of the immortal kings. To suppress or kill such an immortal king seed would be the most foolish choice. Because it is pointless. If successful there would be no great benefit, and if failed, it would be a disaster. Therefore, befriending is the best choice. Even if one cannot become friends, one must never offend. Lin Yuan wanted to spread the martial Tao cultivation system in the central divine continent. This would inevitably have an impact on the immortal cultivation system, which is why Mu Qinglu dared not agree under any circumstance. If she agreed, how could she explain it to the ancestors upon ascending to the spirit realm through the ascension platform? However, as the strongest of the Tao immortal sect in the spirit realm, Tsangqing immortal did have the authority to make this decision. To spread the martial Tao? Lin Yuan was slightly surprised to hear what the Tsangqing immortal had said. Originally, he thought that he would at least have to fight, showcasing his strength, and then negotiate with the threat of extinguishing the lineage of the Tao immortal sect in the central divine continent, ultimately reaching some agreement. What if the Tao immortal sect reneged later? As long as Lin Yuan didn't ascend to the spirit realm, the Tao immortal sect wouldn't dare go back on their word. The blood demon ruler could live for tens of thousands of years, so Lin Yuan, who far surpassed the blood demon ruler, could potentially live for millions or tens of millions of years, right? Of course, that's what the outside world thought. Actually, Lin Yuan had to return to the main world in just over 200 years. But only Lin Yuan knew this. The ancestors of the Tao immortal sect, and even those in the spirit realm were unaware. Even if Lin Yuan disappeared, they would only assume he was hiding in some corner, quietly watching the situation in the central divine continent. And Lin Yuan could always return after leaving this world. With the world coordinates of the door to the myriad realms, he could vaguely sense the general trends of this world. And as long as he expended some world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could also redescend to this world. Mu Qinglu was somewhat bewildered by the side. The Azure ancestor was compromising just like that? What about the grandiose words spoken earlier? Mu Qinglu could not understand, but he knew that every move the ancestor made had deep significance. Since the ancestor said so, he must have discovered something. That's right. The central divine continent is but one of the million lower realms of the spirit realm, nothing significant. For a genius like the young friend, the real stage is the spirit realm, spoke the Tsangqing immortal calmly. It was something Mu Qinglu found a bit difficult to get used to for a while. The spirit realm. Lin Yuan glanced at the coordinates of the spirit realm on the door of the realm. If he encountered any bottlenecks in the future that he could not overcome through regular travel, it might be worth visiting the spirit realm. What do I need to give in return? Lin Yuan asked directly. Even though the Tsangqing immortal seemed kind and approachable, Lin Yuan knew that the other party couldn't possibly be a saint. Quite simple. When the young friend ascends to the spirit realm, help the immortal sect once, if it's within your power, said the Tsangqing immortal. This was not an excessive demand. First and foremost were the words "if it's within your power," which allowed great flexibility, mainly depending on whether Lin Yuan wished to help or not. The Tsangqing immortal knew that when dealing with a genius like Lin Yuan, one should never set too stringent of a promise. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. He had the faint feeling that the Tsangqing immortal was pleasing, investing in him. Without even the most basic restrictions, Lin Yuan was totally in the position of choosing to help or not. But regardless, his goal had been achieved. How do we ensure it? Lin Yuan asked the critical question. How to ensure that the Tao immortal sect would continuously allow the spread of the martial Tao cultivation system. I can make a vow on the Tao. The Tsangqing immortal replied without hesitation. A vow on the Tao? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Young friend might not understand. A vow on the Tao is a pledge made in the name of the great spirit realm, and even immortal kings dare not break it. The Tsangqing immortal explained smilingly. In a moment, I will make the vow and summon the attention of the spirit realm consciousness, And you will see, said the Tsangqing immortal. The atmosphere grew slightly solemn. I, Tsangqing, under the witness of the great spirit realm consciousness, hereby swear. The Tsangqing immortal went over the promises related to the spread of martial Tao in detail. After listening, Lin Yuan found no issues. At least the Tsangqing immortal wasn't playing any word games. In fact, the other party couldn't possibly cheat on this matter. Since he wanted to befriend Lin Yuan, and was optimistic about Lin Yuan's future potential, the least he could offer was sincerity. A vow on the Tao. As soon as the Tsangqing immortal finished making the vow, Lin Yuan faintly felt a distant and magnificent fluctuation that came through. These fluctuations did not come through the ascension platform, but descended from outside the world. The vibrations circled around the Tsangqing immortal once, and Lin Yuan had the feeling that should the Tsangqing immortal break the vow, this wisp of vibrations would appear again. The world consciousness of the spirit realm can actually be used like this? Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. Compared to the worlds Lin Yuan had previously traversed, the world consciousness of the spirit realm was in an exceedingly mature state, almost indistinguishable from the heavenly Tao. Young friend, do you feel reassured now? The Tsangqing immortal, sensing the vibrations had dissipated, looked at Lin Yuan with a smiling face. I have another request. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and continued. Chapter 282 Tao Oath. Step into the 7th rank after 200 years, seeking subscriptions. _2. Mu Kinglius' mouth twitched slightly. Daring to negotiate terms with his own ancestor, Lin Yuan was indeed the first. Please speak, young friend. The Tsangqing immortal said nonchalantly. A sacred oath was already established. Any further requests were insignificant. I hope that if the martial Tao cultivation system can give birth to a 6th rank, they should also have the opportunity to ascend to the spirit realm via the ascension platform. Lin Yuan stated. The spirit realm, far surpassing the central divine continent, would allow cultivators of the martial arts evolution system to go there and settle, which would greatly benefit the spread of Lin Yuan's martial Tao. Of course, without Lin Yuan's protection, the spread of the martial arts evolution system in the spirit realm might not go smoothly. But this was just a casual move Lin Yuan had laid out. Success or failure did not matter much. Securing an opportunity for this world's cultivators to ascend to the spirit realm was already a worthy achievement. No problem. The Tsangqing immortal nodded. Allowing the spread of the martial Tao cultivation system, ascending through the ascension platform was naturally not difficult. Subsequently, under Lin Yuan's gaze, the Tsangqing immortal made another sacred oath. After Lin Yuan left, the smile on the Tsangqing immortal's face faded. Ancestor. Mu Qinglu started to speak but hesitated. The conversation between the ancestor and Jun Wuji had issues that even he could perceive. The Tsangqing immortal was simply letting Jun Wuji take advantage of him. You don't understand. The Tsangqing immortal glanced at Mu Qinglu, shook his head and said, such a genius, even in the spirit realm, could shine brilliantly. If he can approach me with requests now, after 1,000 or 10,000 years, I wouldn't even be able to beg him for that. The gaze of the Tsangqing immortal remained calm. After all, for him, there was no significant loss. Even if he let the martial Tao spread, the immortal path still existed. The next leader of the immortal sect will be chosen from the direct descendants of this young friend. The Tsangqing immortal thought for a while, then added. Usually he did not concern himself with the selection of the leader for the immortal sect of the central divine continent, because such matters barely caught his interest, but now, involving Jun Wuji, he had to intervene. Yes. Mu Qinglu responded respectfully. At this moment, he also felt the Tsangqing ancestors' emphasis on Jun Wuji. Having dispatched the Tsangqing immortal, Mu Qinglu returned, with mixed feelings, to the highest hall on Immortal Mountain. Mu Qinglu immediately noticed Jun Wuji standing outside the grand hall. I wish to peruse the Taoist immortal scripture. Lin Yuan stated his purpose. The Taoist immortal scripture contained crucial descriptions about the Tao integration stage, which Lin Yuan found quite interesting. Mu Qinglu was silent for a while, considering the attitude of the Tsangqing immortal, and readily handed over the Taoist immortal scripture. that only the successive leaders were qualified to cultivate. Atop the 9 heavens, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In his mind, numerous descriptions of the Taoist immortal scripture emerged continuously. Your perception is contrary to the heavens. Your comprehension of the Taoist immortal scripture deepens your understanding of the essence of the Tao integration stage. Your perception is contrary to the heavens. Your comprehension of the Taoist immortal scripture deepens your understanding of the essence of the Tao integration stage. Your perception is contrary to the heavens. Your comprehension of the Taoist immortal scripture deepens your understanding of the essence of the Tao integration stage. Tao integration stage. 7th rank. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Studying the Taoist immortal scripture indeed was helpful for opening the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path for Lin Yuan. Currently, the beginning of the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path has 12 directions. These 12 directions possessing their own nature and advantages, yet I still find them somewhat lacking. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. After mastering the Taoist immortal scripture, Lin Yuan once again opened up 4 new directions for the 7th rank chapter, still seeing a discrepancy with what he envisioned for the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. Should I wait a bit longer? Or should I break into the 7th rank first and see? Lin Yuan pondered for a while and decided to choose the latter. If he were in the main world, he would have definitely planned to take things slow and continue to comprehend. After all, the body in the main world was his original. And after the 6th rank, once a wrong path was taken, it was hard to turn back, especially between the 6th and 7th ranks, which were crucial stages. But in world traversal, even if he took the wrong path, it would not affect Lin Yuan's original body. After the 6th rank, it is very hard to turn back because the evolutionary path being cultivated already affects the soul. In such a case, neither switching to a well-copied body, nor consuming rare spiritual objects to cleanse the body could be of any use, because the influence on the soul would not disappear. As for cleansing the soul is extremely mysterious. Who would dare to cleanse their own soul lightly? Aren't they afraid of an irreversible doom? However, these limitations could not constrain the current Lin Yuan. Every time he traversed worlds, it was a descent of consciousness. What is consciousness? It is in essence even more core than the soul. Be it the 6th rank or the 7th rank, or even the 8th rank, they all involve the soul, but it's hard for them to affect consciousness. Lin Yuan was clearly dissatisfied with all 12 directions of the 7th rank chapter. Yet he still chose one to forcefully break through, not only because it wouldn't affect his original body, but also because there is a qualitative difference between the 6th and 7th ranks. Even a superficial 7th rank is still 7th rank. Being in this realm, everything he sees, thinks, knows, and contemplates surpasses that of the 6th rank. If Lin Yuan steps into the 7th rank, he can completely look down from a high place and recomprehend the progress from the 6th rank chapter to the 7th rank chapter in the martial path evolutionary path. In the main world, those evolution scholars who possess the power of the 8th or even 9th rank, given such a height, it isn't difficult to establish a tremendously potential 3rd, 4th, and 5th rank evolutionary path. Time slowly passed. 100 years flickered by. Since Lin Yuan and the Dao Immortal Sect's ancestral master of the spirit realm, Songqing Immortal, reached an agreement. The White Jade Pavilion has seen unprecedented development, and even began mutually beneficial cooperation with the Dao Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect leader Mu Qinglu even personally came to Baiyu Island to discuss many matters with Jun Dongjin and Mu Lianer. Mu Qinglu expressed the intention to invite Jun Dongjin to become the next sect leader of the Immortal Sect. As for this, Jun Dongjin had little interest. Since his century-long stay at Vast Cliff Mountain, Jun Dongjin had seen through the so-called struggle for power. He liked the environment of Baiyu Island, so he declined Mu Qinglius' invitation. Finally, through final discussions, Jun Xiaoyao was appointed the next sect leader of the Immortal Sect. Jun Xiaoyao is Jun Wuji's older brother, closely related by blood, meeting the requirements that Songqing Immortal had for the next generation's sect leader of the Immortal Sect. In the far west, this place was more remote than the barbarian wilderness, with almost no spiritual energy, hence it was rarely visited by people. and even vitality-resilient demonic beasts rarely settled in this area. Now, on a large rock, a figure indeed lay there. 7th rank. Did not expect there to be world suppression? Lin Yuan felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Decades ago, he had been very close to the 7th rank, but when he tried to break through, he could indeed feel the suppression from nature. No wonder hundreds of thousands of years ago, there were many great beings who surpassed the void refinement limit, but there wasn't a single one in the Tao integration stage. Until the ascension platform appeared, those great beings who ascended to the spirit realm gradually stepped into the Tao integration stage. Lin Yuan sighed. What to do? I don't want to enter the spirit realm through the ascension platform. Lin Yuan fell deep in thought. Not knowing what lay on the other side of the ascension platform, Lin Yuan did not want to take risks with his life. Besides, even if he wanted to enter the spirit realm, Lin Yuan would use the door to the myriad realms, entering the spirit realm through a descent of consciousness. This method would allow perfect integration into the spirit realm without being deliberately targeted. The so-called world suppression is not absolutely insurmountable to break through to the 7th rank. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Over the past decades, he had been trying to figure out a method to evade world suppression. And now he had some clues. Take it slow. There's still more than 100 years left. Lin Yuan wasn't in a hurry. As long as he broke through to the 7th rank within the time limit of his stay, it would be sufficient. Time slowly passed. 100 years went by once again. At the edge of the East Sea, the area was still an endless ocean. In theory, no one should come here, after all. There is little spiritual energy, and cultivators wouldn't even glance at it. And ordinary people? They couldn't even reach this place. Above the ocean, tsunamis, giant beasts, and many other threats are simply insurmountable for ordinary people. But at this moment a small boat was drifting on the calm sea surface. An inexplicable energy, from within the boat, began to spread to all directions. Chapter 283 Return, Subscription Request. Dao Immortal Sect. Sect Master Mu Qinglu stood at the highest point. The current Dao Immortal Sect. Mu Qinglu silently gazed at the numerous disciples below him. Ever since martial Dao cultivators had been accepted, the sect's disciples had become visibly more relaxed. After all, the entity supporting the martial Tao cultivation system was terrifying. Many disciples were unaware of Lin Yuan's current strength. Just over 300 years ago, Lin Yuan split his being into three and together had nearly brought Mount Morality Immortal to collapse. That horrific scene still haunted many of the sect's disciples. And now, the Immortal Path and Martial Tao were in a state of semi-fusion, and Wuji's older brother, Jun Xiaoyao, was now being groomed as the future sect master. A silver lining in misfortune. Mu Qinglu sighed. In this moment and scene, it was far better than having enraged Wuji, with both sides standing completely opposed. At least, Mu Qinglu didn't dare imagine what that outcome would be like. But, why hasn't Wuji come over yet? The ascension platform is always ready. Mu Qinglu was puzzled. Logically speaking, 200 years ago, Wuji's strength had already reached the world's upper limit. According to the ancestral masters of the spirit realm, under the world's suppression in Central Divine Continent, one could only endlessly approach the Unity Path stage. As for stepping into the Unity Path stage, there was basically no chance. This had nothing to do with talent, but with the restrictions of heaven and earth. As Mu Qinglu puzzled over this, a deep, ancient aura emanated from the end of the East Sea. What is this? Mu Qingli's pupils narrowed. This aura, while not comparable to that which Lin Yuan broke through 200 years ago, triggering a response from even middling strength cultivators between heaven and earth. Yet at this moment, Mu Qinglu felt his soul trembling. It was as though the source of this breath was an existence that stood shoulder to shoulder with the entire cosmos. Is it Wuji? Mu Qinglu steadied his spirit and immediately rushed to the deepest part of Immortal Mountain, inside the secret realm where the ascension platform was placed. Mu Qinglu unhesitatingly activated the ascension platform and contacted the ancestral masters of the spirit realm. What is the matter exactly? Does the old man need to pay a price just to come down here? A slightly irritable voice transmitted, clearly not that of the previous Songqing immortal. As the strongest individual of the Dao immortal sect in the spirit realm, with cultivation at the late stages of Dao integration, Songqing immortal mostly spent his time in secluded cultivation. Only when the continents of the divine continent were at a life-or-death juncture would he be informed. After settling the arrangement with Lin Yuan, the Dao immortal sect essentially had no worries of destruction, which is why Songqing immortal no longer continued his supervision. According to Songqing immortal's instructions, the next time he was to be contacted would be when Wuji ascended to the spirit realm. It's Xinyan ancestor. Mu Qingli's heart trembled again. Among the many immortal ancestors in the Dao immortal sect, Xinyan ancestor was known for his fiery temperament, and historically, sect leaders feared dealing with him. After all, a careless mistake could result in punishment from Xinyan ancestor, though the punishments wouldn't harm the foundation. Since they were all descendants of the sect, it would definitely be a bitter experience. Ancestor, it's concerning Wuji. Mu Qinglu immediately said. Wuji? Xinyan ancestor frowned. The junior that Songqing favors? Although not as powerful as Songqing, Xinyan ancestor was very close, and 200 years ago, Songqing immortal had gathered them together to discuss Wuji and even proclaimed his own Dao oath. Xinyan ancestor was somewhat in disagreement. He didn't believe that a mere junior from the lower realms of Central Divine Continent could potentially ascend to immortal king. That was an immortal king. Xinyan ancestor wasn't questioning Songqing immortal's judgment. He just felt that perhaps Songqing immortal might have overlooked something. That Wuji was not the kind of talent he imagined, who could simply step into the Unity Path stage as easily as eating or drinking water once he ascended to the spirit realm, and possibly reach the realm of an immortal king. Forget the immortal king, even in the spirit realm, which was the dominion of giants, how easy could it be to step into the Unity Path stage, also known as the immortal realm? Xinyan ancestor was skeptical. Xinyan ancestor was about to speak, questioning precisely what was happening with Wuji, when he too sensed that ancient aura emanating from the end of the East Sea. Is this God merging with the cosmos, someone stepping into the Unity Path stage? Xinyan ancestor's eyes widened. Unity Path stage immortals are considered powerful even in the spirit realm, belonging to the ruling class. Xinyan ancestor had sensed many refined void cultivators' auras when they stepped into the Unity Path stage. Thus he was very familiar with such an aura. If it were in the spirit realm, Xinyan ancestor wouldn't find anything unusual. The spirit realm is vast with a higher world limit, making it perfectly normal for a new Unity Path stage immortal to emerge. But what place is this? It's the lower realms. It's Central Divine Continent. Tens of thousands of years ago, those of them who had surpassed the void refinement limit had already determined that no Unity Path stage could be born in this realm. One could only endlessly approach it. Is that Wuji? Xinyan ancestor turned his head, staring at Mu Qinglu. It should be, Mu Qinglu nodded. This deep and ancient aura had traces of Wuji's aura from before. And within this realm, who else but Wuji could unleash such an aura? Monster! Xinyan ancestor swallowed hard. This was stepping into the Unity Path stage? He had himself ascended to the spirit realm in his time, expending countless heart forces, just to advance to the Unity Path stage. Yet a junior from later generations had achieved this so effortlessly? And moreover, in Central Divine Continent, where theoretically it was impossible to give birth to a Unity Path stage in this lower realm. Such talent. Could it be that old guy, Songqing, underestimated him? Chapter 284 Return, Subscription Request, _2. Xinyan ancestors' thoughts surged. Below the spirit realm, there are a million lower realms, just like the Central Divine China world. But since ancient times, no lower realm had ever produced a cultivator who ascended during the Dao integration period. This was too inconceivable. Ancestor, what should we do now? Mu Qinglu asked in a low voice. What should we do? Xinyan ancestor glanced at Mu Qinglu. What else can we do? If it had been before Lin Yuan had broken through to the Dao integration period, Xinyan ancestor still had confidence that, with this projection, he could manage wrist to wrist with him. But now, The opponent's strength almost caught up to his own true self in the spirit realm. What risk was there to manage? Wasn't that just humiliating oneself? However, breaking through to the Tao integration period enables one to survive in the chaotic void flows. Central Divine China World, being a lower realm under the spirit realm, merely requires breaking through this realm. With the strength of the Tao integration period, one can completely follow the chaotic void flows and enter the spirit realm. Xinyan ancestor quietly thought to himself. Ancient saints of the nether refinement period don't have the ability to survive in the chaotic void flows, so if they desire to enter the spirit realm, they must pass through the ascension platform and ascend via a stable spatial channel. But for those at the Tao integration stage, this isn't really necessary. With the strength of a Tao integration stage immortal, one can actively travel to the spirit realm. The spirit realm is situated above the world of Central Divine China, and Tao integration stage immortals can easily sense the aura of the spirit realm. This is the 7th rank. At the ends of the East Sea, on the tranquil surface of the sea, a smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. At this moment, his aura was subdued, but he could easily tear open spatial rifts. The suppression of heaven and earth, it's just like that. Lin Yuan's mind was delighted. This world suppressed the breakthrough from refined void to Tao integration. That is, from the 6th rank to the 7th rank. Even the strongest individuals could only come infinitely close to the Tao integration stage. But with Lin Yuan's against heaven's understanding, he soon thought of a method to step into the Tao integration stage. That was to separate his true self from the Yin spirit and Yang spirit. True self, Yin spirit, and Yang spirit all cultivate to infinitesimally close to the Tao integration period. Then the three recombine, and their powers merge and stack. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes, ultimately forcing a breakthrough into the 7th rank. Such a wonderful feeling. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, sinking into some deep immersion. After stepping into the 7th rank, Lin Yuan's realm rose higher, and his perception of everything far surpassed that of the 6th rank. The same leaf, viewed while at the 6th rank and the 7th rank, brings very different experiences, not to mention all things under heaven and earth. Against heaven's understanding is also like this, depending on the height of Lin Yuan's standing. Had Lin Yuan been just a common person, the most he could have devised would have been martial Tao skills of the 1st or 2nd rank. But now, Lin Yuan was equivalent to an immortal of the spirit realm, and the essence of all things in the world was slowly unfolding before him. Continuing to immerse for a moment, Lin Yuan opened his eyes. This time I chose to break through to the 7th rank, leaning towards immortal path. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The Taoist immortal scripture had been of great help to him, providing for additional 7th rank directions, all affected by the immortal cultivation system. Indeed, it's not the 7th rank I desired. After stepping into the 7th rank and sensing many fine details, Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If it were other path-opening powerhouses, they would now only be able to grit their teeth and continue cultivating forward. Even if dissatisfied, what could they do? Once truly stepping into this realm, both physical body and soul would transform towards this direction, with no way back. But for Lin Yuan, he had the means to return to the main world, able to abandon everything about traversing worlds and return to his own body, bringing back only memories and realm. In the past, this approach was more disadvantages than advantages. After all, laboriously cultivating and traversing worlds for decades or even centuries, only to not bring back any strength? But now, this was Lin Yuan's biggest confidence in exploring the paths of the 7th rank. As long as the path is right, the direction is right. What is power? The main world isn't lacking in treasures that accumulate power. After all, having more power also requires the ability to wield it. Temporarily not continuing the cultivation beyond the 7th rank, fully comprehend the paths from the 6th to the 7th rank. Lin Yuan stopped perceiving. The direction he now stood on wasn't one he was satisfied with. Continuing to cultivate and explore was meaningless. However, Lin Yuan seemed to think of something, raised his right hand, and lightly swiped at the air in front of him. Crack! A tear was ripped open, revealing the gray and turbid chaotic void flows inside. Breaking the void? A hint of unusual color appeared on Lin Yuan's face. With my current strength, I could actually survive in the chaotic void flows. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then stretched his hand into the spatial rift. Soon he pulled it back and found that there weren't any injuries on his arm. The aura of the spirit realm. Lin Yuan continued to sense the spatial rift he had torn open. At immeasurable heights, a vast world like a grand sun released boundless aura. Lin Yuan, having seen the ascension platform through the spirit realm, confirmed that this aura matched that of the ascension platform. Still 40 years of residency time. Lin Yuan glanced at the ethereal font displayed below. Baiyu Island. 200 years had passed. Most of the White Jade Pavilion had already relocated to the central divine continent, where the cultivation environment was much more superior, including the 72 heavenly caves and 108 blessed lands. Now, the number of White Jade Pavilion disciples remaining on Baiyu Island wasn't large. In the core area of Baiyu Island, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Wuji, how have you come back? Mu Lianer was sitting there chatting with Jun Dongjin when she suddenly saw Lin Yuan, and immediately stood up. Wuji. Jun Dongjin also stood up, looking at Lin Yuan, his tone somewhat emotional. He had never expected that his youngest son would achieve such great feats, even making the ancestral masters of the spirit realm from the Dao Immortal sect yield. I just came back to see. Lin Yuan nodded. This would probably be his last visit to Baiyu Island. With only 40 years left to stay, his plan for the first 10 years was to continue traveling the world, and afterwards he planned to attempt leaving this realm to explore the chaotic void beyond the realms. During his time in the Divine Arms world, Lin Yuan had faced spatial rifts, and even with his against heaven's understanding, his comprehension was not very good. But now being at the 7th rank, his perspective on the chaotic void within the spatial rifts had many flashes of spiritual light. This was the difference brought about by varying strengths and the heights from which they stood. Afterward, Lin Yuan chatted with his parents for a while. Wuji. Mu Lianer felt vaguely sad, sensing that the number of times she would see Wuji may not be many. These are 2 sets of resources for breakthrough to the refined void period. With a thought from Lin Yuan, 2 storage rings appeared in front of him. Over the years, Lin Yuan had traveled the world, reaching the heavens and plumbing the depths, naturally finding quite a few treasures. Those treasures and resources were of no use to Lin Yuan anymore, but had been collected, and now was the perfect time to give them to his parents. With these resources, breaking through to the refined void period should be no problem. Then, Mom and Dad, you can use the ascension platform of the Dao Immortal sect to enter the spirit realm. Lin Yuan spoke. His eldest brother, Jun Xiaoyao, was already being groomed as the next sect master of the Dao Immortal sect, and his breakthrough to the refined void period should be no problem. And for his second sister, Lin Yuan had also left a set of resources for her to break through to the refined void period. This was the last thing Lin Yuan could do. Wuji. Jun Dongjin wanted to say something but hesitated. He always felt that his youngest son was preparing for his later affairs. But with Wuji's strength, who could make him prepare for such matters? Wuji, are you preparing to ascend to the spirit realm? Jun Dongjin tentatively asked. Somewhat. Lin Yuan nodded. His ascension was not meant for the spirit realm, but rather for the even vaster main world. Time passed. Another decade went by. The northernmost peak. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. I've wandered around a few more times. There's nothing left to see. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand and gently swept through the air in front of him. Slit. A several-meter-long spatial rift appeared. Lin Yuan gazed into the spatial rift. Your understanding is against heaven, observing the chaotic void, deepening your comprehension of the essence of space. Your understanding is against heaven, observing the chaotic void, deepening your comprehension of the essence of space. Your understanding is against heaven, observing the chaotic void, continuing to refine the martial arts evolution system. Outside the central divine China world, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. Were the terrifying chaotic void streams, upon reaching within several meters of Lin Yuan, all dissipated. So this is space? Violent, sharp, destroying everything? Lin Yuan felt somewhat shocked. Within the world, space is stable, orderly, and capable of nurturing abundant life. But outside of the world, space is filled with extreme destructive power. This contrast between what was before and after deepened Lin Yuan's understanding of the power of space. Just like that, Lin Yuan drifted alone within the chaotic void outside of the world. Until 30 years later. Deep within his mind, the door to the myriad realms shone brightly. Chapter 285 Gains Upload, The Conclusion of the Heiyu Family. Please subscribe. Chikuan Main Star. Deep within the 13 peaks in the palace, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes. Finally back. Looking around at the familiar scene, Lin Yuan let out a sigh of relief. The 500 years in the Central Earth world had a significant impact on Lin Yuan, especially the last step into the 7th rank realm, even if it wasn't the 7th rank that Lin Yuan desired. But it let Lin Yuan witness scenes he had never been able to access before. The higher one stands, the farther and wider one sees. I hope this backup plan will never be needed, Lin Yuan thought to himself. Before leaving, Lin Yuan had made a special trip back to the Central Divine Continent, and had carefully placed his physical body in a secret location. Only then did his consciousness return. The purpose of this action was to ensure that if he ever returned to the Central Earth world one day, he could directly take over the body he had left behind and grasp the world's strongest power at the fastest speed. After breaking through to the 6th rank, more functions of the door to the myriad realms appeared, including the ability to return to worlds he had previously traversed. But even if he were to return, Lin Yuan would choose consciousness descent, because to move the physical body is both risky and consumes more world-breaking origin force. With consciousness descent, one can only start from the beginning of cultivation. Regardless of how high one's realm is, it will require time to progress step by step. But with his body left behind, everything becomes simple. One merely needs to detach the consciousness, enter the body, and then regain the strongest power in the Central Earth world. Of course, although he had left this backup plan, Lin Yuan did not wish for it to be used. Because that would mean something unpredictable had happened in the Central Earth world, posing a danger that could overturn the Martial Tao cultivation system. Descending again into the Central Earth world requires the expenditure of 10 strands of world-breaking origin force. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin Yuan wouldn't choose to do this. The spirit realm. Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. In the last 30 years of his stay, Lin Yuan roamed alone in the space-time chaos outside the world, and had also gazed at the enormous spirit realm located above from a distance. It was an entity far surpassing the Central Earth world, and the myriad auras it emitted fell like radiation, firmly locking down millions of lower realms including the Central Earth world. It's a pity. Ascending directly to the spirit realm is still too risky. There's no need to do that, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The spirit realm's world hierarchy is very high. This is unquestionable, where there are beings comparable to the 8th layer of the main world, immortal king-level powerhouses, and even existences beyond the immortal king level. If Lin Yuan were to enter the spirit realm as a Tao integration stage ascender, he would certainly attract a lot of attention. In such a situation, even if Lin Yuan were only a consciousness descent, unafraid of death, he could not guarantee absolute safety. In front of those true powerhouses, even if Lin Yuan wanted to die, it wouldn't necessarily be possible. He could be subjected to soul search and risk exposing information about the main world. Furthermore, the reason Lin Yuan hadn't entered the spirit realm through the Ascension platform was virtually the same. The Azure ancestor from the Tao Immortal sect, although bound by a Tao oath in front of him, would still be a cause for concern should Lin Yuan truly ascend to the spirit realm and fall into the hands of those Tao integration immortals. Unforeseen incidents could occur. Lin Yuan has never allowed himself to be in a passive position. Besides, with the coordinates of the spirit realm, Lin Yuan could enter unnoticeably, without having to take risks. At least, as long as he has not entered the spirit realm through the Ascension platform. The Martial Tao cultivation system of the Central Earth world is unlikely to be suppressed. At least the immortal sect's ancestors from the upper worlds will be wary of the possibility of Lin Yuan suddenly appearing. Forget about these things. Lin Yuan collected his thoughts and no longer focused on the affairs of the central divine China world. Now that he had left, it was pointless to think too much. Regarding the gains from this transference, Lin Yuan was in a good mood. In 500 years in the Central Earth world, not only had Lin Yuan reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank, but he had also fully explored a path to the 7th rank. One must know, evolvers in the main world striving to step into the 7th rank often paid an unknown price, evolving their own paths, achieving flesh-soul perfection, and so on. Members of the Red Kuan lineage, the 4th, 5th, 6th to the 12th disciples of the Chikuan Star Lord, were all true evolution geniuses, plus they had the guidance of the Star Lord, but were still stuck at the 6th rank. Is it because these brothers are not capable? Not at all, but the difficulty of stepping from the 6th rank into the 7th rank is immense. This transition is a metamorphosis of the essence of life, which is even more challenging than the leap from the 5th rank to the 6th rank. Lin Yuan deeply understood this. After forcibly stepping into the 7th rank, he too felt the gap between realms. Space. Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. In the last few decades of the 5th transference, Lin Yuan's insight into space soared like a rocket. In the space-time chaos, Lin Yuan saw another side of space, one filled with destruction, and compared it with the calm, stable, and orderly space of the main world. Under the contemplation of against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan reached directly to the essence of space. It can be said that this transference brought Lin Yuan greater gains in the aspect of space rules than stepping into the 7th rank. I can feel that the 7th rank martial Tao I desire relates to space rules, but I still haven't devised a satisfactory 7th rank chapter, because my understanding of space rules is not deep enough. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Space rules are vast, and are the underlying rules supporting the world. The more Lin Yuan comprehends, the more he feels his insignificance in the realm of space rules. If before Lin Yuan was looking at the sky through the opening of a well, that was space rules, then now, Lin Yuan had climbed out of the well to see an even more boundless expanse of the sky. Chapter 286 Harvest, Upload, The End of the Heyu Family. Please subscribe _2. Ponder slowly. Am not in a hurry. Lin Yuan thought for a while and said, although I have not comprehended the perfect 7th stage martial Tao chapter, the 6th stage chapter is almost ready. I might as well organize it and upload it to the Goddess of Wisdom. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. The 6th stage martial Tao chapter incorporated the deep excavation of the physical body by the body cultivation lineage. Theoretically, an evolver who cultivated to the 6th stage martial Tao had the potential to give birth to a physical body divine ability. Of course, which physical body divine ability would emerge depended entirely on the fragments of divine skills deep within one's own bloodline. But no matter what, even if it was just an auxiliary physical body divine ability, it would be very useful to an evolver. Unlike secret techniques, invoking divine skills didn't require any specific conditions. One could activate them with just a thought. Blood rebirth. The breath within Lin Yuan's body began to change, as streams of blood interwoven clashed, vaguely forming a mysterious pattern. It was the blood divine skill that Lin Yuan had comprehended in the Central Earth world after paying a huge price, and then deduced according to the physical body of the main world. This technique was only applicable to Lin Yuan. Even if someone else acquired it, they wouldn't be able to form the technique imprint. Strictly speaking, can this physical body of mine also condense a new physical body divine ability? Lin Yuan pondered to himself. After all, the primordial spirit of his current body was just at the beginning of the 6th rank. If he completed the 6th rank chapter he had developed, it would naturally give birth to a new physical body divine ability. I'll try it later. First, I'll organize the 6th rank chapter and upload it. Lin Yuan was not in a hurry. A day or two later, Lin Yuan had mostly organized the 6th stage martial Tao chapter, making it more suitable for the human race of the main world. He then connected to the Goddess of Wisdom. Respected citizen Lin Yuan, the Goddess of Wisdom is pleased to serve you. The solemn and cool voice of the Goddess of Wisdom came through. I want to upload the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path. Having said that, Lin Yuan began uploading the content of the 6th rank chapter. Citizen Lin Yuan, please wait. The goddess of wisdom is making a full assessment. The goddess of wisdom received the 6th-stage martial Tao chapter and immediately began the assessment. Actually, the immortal cultivation system has never appeared in the main world before. Lin Yuan seemed to have thought of something. He could definitely upload the immortal cultivation system to the goddess of wisdom in exchange for rewards. But Lin Yuan thought for a while and gave up that idea. The immortal cultivation system was surely established by some other entity. If he were to spread it in the main world, wouldn't he be assisting the entity that created the immortal path system? Spreading one's own evolutionary path or cultivation system was related to the ultimate leap. In this regard, Lin Yuan naturally didn't want to labor in vain. Besides, the immortal cultivation system might have a high ceiling, reaching the 7th rank, 8th rank, or even the 9th rank. But it came with great limitations, such as the need for spiritual energy, or a spirit root. In the main world's cosmic starry sky, many forms of energy were diffused, but those similar to spiritual energy were not plentiful. The most crucial point was still the spirit root. At least according to Lin Yuan's knowledge, the human race in the main world did not possess such a concept. If Lin Yuan were to upload the immortal cultivation system, the first thing he would need to do would be to adapt the immortal cultivation system to fit the human race of the main world. That meant he would have to deduce an alternative to the spirit root. The cost of this was too great. With the time and effort, Lin Yuan would rather continue to comprehend the martial arts evolution system, elevating it to the next level, which was far more worthwhile than the former. While waiting for the final assessment from the goddess of wisdom, Lin Yuan began to check other information. While 500 years had passed in the central Earth world, only just under 4 months had gone by in the main world. Lin Yuan pulled up the record of events and gave it a cursory look. Wanyang Holy Sun. Lin Yuan noted that Wanyang Holy Sun sent him a message a month ago. The general idea was, he had already broken through to the 6th rank, and hoped to spar with Lin Yuan again. Wanyang Holy Sun, a rare owner of the 9-yang divine meridian, and who had spent a century sleeping in the depths of a star, had very profound foundations that could only truly manifest at the 6th rank. At the peak of the 5th rank, Lin Yuan had fought with Wanyang Holy Sun and ultimately crushed him. Wanyang Holy Sun still remembered this incident to this day. He was aware that Lin Yuan's path of evolution was special, with perfect soul fusion, which greatly enhanced his combat power. However, at the 6th rank, it wasn't just the evolutionary path that mattered, but also one's physical constitution and foundations. After his breakthrough to the 6th rank, Wanyang Holy Sun felt a qualitative change in his strength, regained confidence, and wanted to find Lin Yuan for a rematch to wash away his past shame. He had never defeated Lin Yuan, but at least he shouldn't be overwhelmed like before, allowing Lin Yuan to make him admit defeat with just a few slaps. To spar with me. Lin Yuan suddenly fell silent. In Wanyang Holy Sun's eyes, Lin Yuan had just stepped into the 6th-stage martial Tao, so he felt confident in challenging him. But in reality, Lin Yuan at this moment had already reached the pinnacle of 6th-stage martial Tao, and even embarked on a path towards the 7th stage. The gap between him and Wanyang Holy Sun was far greater than when they were both at the pinnacle of the 5th-stage martial Tao, by countless times. At the pinnacle of the 5th-stage martial Tao, Wanyang Holy Sun could still withstand a few slaps from Lin Yuan. But now, forget it. There's no need to waste time. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. With his current strength, sparring with Wanyang Holy Sun was simply bullying. He had sparred with Wanyang Holy Sun before because he could gain insights during the process of sparring from the other party. Now the gap between them was too great, and there was no comparability. After replying to Wanyang Holy Sun with, "I don't have time recently," Lin Yuan continued browsing through the subsequent messages. The Heiyu family. Lin Yuan saw several messages his senior brothers had sent him. Because he had instructed them to enter seclusion before shuttling through space, his senior brothers just left him messages. The Heiyu family colluded with different species? Lin Yuan's expression became strange. Before revealing his identity as Peak Master Shursan, Lin Yuan had some conflicts with Heiyu Ao of the Heiyu family. Subsequently, Heiyu Ao had used the influence of the Heiyu family to suppress Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan broke through to the 6th stage and revealed his identity, the Heiyu family became fearful, with Heiyu Mo bringing Heiyu Ao personally to the Chikuan main star to see him, hoping to apologize. But at the time, Lin Yuan was busy embedding his life mark into the cosmic starry skies and did not bother with them. Later, when his senior brothers asked for Lin Yuan's opinion, Lin Yuan stated that he did not intend to make amends with the Heiyu family. With Lin Yuan's word, his senior brothers had a plan in mind, intending to oppress the Heiyu family through various means and completely cause their downfall. This was the fate of offending a peak master of the Chikuan lineage. Even the Chikuan star domain's top 5 forces were essentially dogs raised by the Chikuan lineage, and while other matters can be discussed, if they dared to bite their master, they wouldn't have a reason to exist. Originally, according to the second senior brother's intention, it was to harass the Heiyu family and conduct a thorough investigation. After all, a force like the Heiyu family that had been established for hundreds of thousands of years couldn't withstand close scrutiny. They could find an excuse anytime. Out of respect for Lin Yuan, the second senior brother personally took charge of the investigation into the Heiyu family. However, upon investigation, the second senior brother discovered an issue. The Heiyu family was suspected of having had contacts with a different species. The second brother had not found concrete evidence of the Heiyu family's contacts with different species. But some things don't require evidence. Once the second brother discovered this, he immediately planned to take control of Heiyu Mo. In any case, he planned to take away Heiyu Mo, the highest authority of the Heiyu family, first. To be cautious, the second brother secretly contacted the Chikuan Star Lord. Under the watchful eyes of the Chikuan Star Lord, Heiyu Mo had no room to resist. After being taken away, he was subjected to a soul search by the Human Alliance's specialized 8th layer evolver in soul abilities. For a strong individual like Heiyu Mo, who could control his own memories, ordinary soul searches were useless. But an 8th layer evolver in soul abilities could construct a vast, illusory world where all memories from Heiyu Mo's life would unfold within that phony realm. Such a method could only be performed by an 8th layer evolver in soul abilities, and such powerful beings were extremely rare. The Heiyu family is finished. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. If they had only offended him, the Heiyu family would be merely declining and could gracefully exit the stage. After all, the laws of the Human Alliance still stood, and it wasn't possible to let such a large family succumb to mishap. Lin Yuan's senior brothers, in dealing with the Heiyu family, only took actions that were investigative and adhered to the Alliance's legal provisions. But colluding with a different species, that was tantamount to betraying the Human Alliance. Regardless of whether the other clansmen of the Heiyu family knew or not, they were finished. While Lin Yuan was reflecting on this, a solemn and cold voice came through. Respected 6th rank citizen Lin Yuan, the 6th rank chapter you uploaded has been judged as complete. The voice of the Goddess of Wisdom rang out. Chapter 287, Chapter 287. Chapter 2, Chikuan Star Lord. Good disciple, your question is a bit beyond the scope. Please subscribe. Judgment complete? A smile spread across Lin Yuan's face. Each time he returned, he immediately uploaded the subsequent chapters of the newly pioneered martial Tao evolution path to the Goddess of Wisdom. Aside from receiving a bounty of merit points and better dissemination of the martial Tao evolution path, it was to take advantage of the Goddess of Wisdom's immense computational power to see the potential of the submitted chapters. The potential of an evolution path involves various aspects and is very difficult to estimate. Even the Goddess of Wisdom and the other 2 goddesses can only deduce it approximately. But that was enough. Among the vast ocean of evolution paths collected by the Cosmic Human Alliance, the final judgments made by the Goddess of Wisdom and the other 2 goddesses still carry significant reference value. In simple terms, if the Goddess of Wisdom judges the potential of an evolution path to be low, it might not be accurate, but if the Goddess of Wisdom determines the potential of an evolution path to be high, it is certainly not far off. Respected 6th level citizen Lin Yuan, based on the final judgment, the Martial Tao Evolution Path 6th tier chapter you uploaded is valued at 400,000 merit points. 400,000 merit points? Lin Yuan was quite satisfied in his heart. The last update of the Marshall Tau evolution path, which involved a comprehensive re-upload after perfecting the second layer chapter, third tier chapter, fourth rank chapter, and fifth stage section, had garnered a reward of only 500,000 merit points. This time, just for uploading the sixth tier chapter, the value reached 400,000 merit points, which was already very high. One must know, 400,000 merit points were equivalent to the value of slaying almost half an 8th layer alien strong one. On the battlefields of different races, killing an 8th rank alien strong ones usually yielded a merit point reward of only 1,000,000. And were 8th layer alien strong ones so easy to kill? Defeating one might be possible, but slaying one was as difficult as ascending to heaven. 8th rank alien strong ones are the foundation of the various races, and most have life-saving cards. The Chikuan Star Lord, who is as strong as they come, struggles to kill an 8th rank alien on the alien race battlefield. And those 8th rank alien strong ones are not fools. They will definitely flee if they find themselves unable to win. To go from a 6th level citizen to a 7th level citizen requires 2 million merit points. Lin Yuan glanced at the merit point requirement for the next citizen level upgrade and shook his head. 2 million merit points. It was an astronomical figure. Not just for other evolvers, even Lin Yuan felt a tingling in his scalp. A typical 7th rank evolver might sit on the battlefield of different races for tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, without being able to accumulate such a massive amount of merit points. The battlefield of different species is extremely dangerous, with human race evolvers fighting alien strong ones, constantly at risk of losing their lives. Although evolvers of the 6th rank and above have the right to resurrection, if you don't have potential, who would resurrect you? Most 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, once dead, are truly dead. Forget it. Lin Yuan had no plans on becoming a 7th level citizen in the short term, probably not until he could create the Marshall Tau evolution path 7th stage, before he could meet the requirement of becoming a 7th level citizen. Let's see the latest evaluation of the martial arts evolution system. Lin Yuan began to flip through the information related to the Martial Tau evolution path. Every time the Goddess of Wisdom reassessed the Martial Tau evolution path, she would update Lin Yuan's data first. As for other citizens or evolvers, they had to wait until the rankings update at dawn to see any updated changes to the Martial Tau evolution path. The probability of advancing to the 7th rank is 60%. The probability of advancing to the 9th rank evolution path is 20%. Not bad, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Before uploading the 6th rank chapter, the probability of the Martial Tau evolution path advancing to the 7th rank was only 30%. The probability of reaching the 9th rank was only 10%. Now both have doubled. Especially the fact that there is a 20% chance of advancing to the 8th rank. One must know, whether a new 8th rank evolution path is opened is a key judgment for the Cosmic Alliance of Human Civilizations in determining if one can become a great scholar of evolution. Now the Martial Tau evolution path has a 20% chance of advancing to the 8th rank. Its potential is extremely tremendous. The 9th stage evolution path. Lin Yuan's thoughts drifted. So far, the Martial Tau evolution path had no chance of advancing to the 9th rank. Now, where would the Martial Tau evolution path rank on the Chikuan evolution rankings? Lin Yuan continued to view the updated Martial Tau evolution path, opening the rankings section. Ranked 1st on the Kanglin evolution ranking. Ranked 6th on the Chikuan evolution rankings. 6. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. After the last perfection of the Martial Tau evolution path, once it was no longer limited to Taiyin and Taiyang, it broke into the 12th spot on the Chikuan evolution rankings. Now the uploaded 6th tier chapter has directly broken into the 6th place. One must know that the evolution paths in the top 10 of the Chikuan evolution rankings are all 7th rank evolution paths, with hopes of ascending to the 8th rank. And the top 3 evolution paths of the Chikuan evolution rankings are all 8th rank evolution paths. Over the hundreds of thousands to millions of years of Chikuan star domain's history, only 3 great scholars of evolution have been born. And these 3 8th rank evolution paths have all come from the hands of these great scholars. The number of great scholars is far rarer than that of 8th rank evolvers. Having seen the ranking of the Martial Tau evolution path, Lin Yuan glanced at the approximate number of evolvers currently practicing the martial Tao evolution path. First tier chapter, 97,323 people. Second layer chapter, 32,600 people. Third rank chapter, 136 people. Fourth rank chapter, 0 people. Not bad. In just over a year, the number of evolvers in the first tier and second layer chapters has grown 2 to 3 times, and more than 100 evolvers have started practicing the third rank chapter. Chapter 288 Chapter 288 Chapter 2 Qikuan Star Lord. My dear disciple, your question is a bit beyond the scope. Please subscribe _2. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. In the central divine China world, after hundreds of years of development, and with his personal guidance, there were only that many martial Dao cultivators. However, in the main world, in just a few years, the number of martial arts evolutionaries had reached such a scale. In terms of growth speed, the main world far exceeded the central divine China world. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised by this, as the external conditions for cultivating were definitely better in the main world than in the central earth world. After all kinds of high technology, and the existence of high-rank evolvers made the act of cultivating quite simple. In addition, Lin Yuan's perfection of the martial path evolutionary path, and the Qikuan evolution rankings reaching the 12th place, were also significant factors in the explosive growth in the number of martial arts evolutionaries. It's still too few. Need to speed it up a bit. After considering for a while, Lin Yuan decided to record a video to specifically discuss issues regarding martial Dao cultivation. He had wanted to do this for a long time, but had never had the time. Now that he had finished his journey through the worlds, he could start on this task. As the founder of the martial path evolutionary path, Lin Yuan's understanding of the martial Dao was unquestionably the best in the main world. His cultivation analysis videos would have an effect on other martial arts evolutionaries similar to an enlightenment. In the Qikuan Prime virtual world, Central Plaza area, numerous evolvers gathered here, and within the Human Alliance, most evolvers as well as higher-level citizens lived leisurely. The strength of human civilization and victory in wars against outsiders benefited all of the human race. The 12th place in the Qikuan evolution rankings. Just a 5th rank evolution path is enough to reach 12th place. If it were to advance to the 6th rank evolution path, what then? Ever since the martial path evolutionary path appeared in the Qikuan evolution rankings, the topics discussed in the Central Plaza area mostly revolved around the martial path evolutionary path. It couldn't be helped. Compared to other evolution paths that hadn't budged in hundreds of years, the martial path evolutionary path was extravagantly exaggerated. It was hard not to pay attention. A 6th rank evolutionary path? That can't be so easy, can it? Even for Scholar Yuan, developing the 6th rank chapter of the current martial path evolutionary path would take some deep contemplation, wouldn't it? An evolver couldn't help but speak out. The potential of the martial path evolutionary path was now too high, and correspondingly, the difficulty of developing the 6th rank chapter was extraordinarily tough. The higher one went, the more difficult it became to advance further. For Scholar Yuan, developing the 6th rank chapter of an evolution path was not a difficult task, but that referred to ordinary 5th rank evolution paths. Was the current martial path evolutionary path still considered an ordinary 5th rank evolution path? To develop the 6th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path, without compromising standards likely was more difficult than developing the 7th rank chapter of other evolution paths. That's not necessarily true. Another evolver joined the conversation. He had watched the ranking rise of the martial path evolutionary path, and it had all been in plain sight. Every time before the martial path evolutionary path's ranking improved, there was a whole bunch of people shouting that it was absolutely impossible. But in the end, didn't they all get a slap in the face? So now, many evolvers had become wise and would not prematurely state their opinions, to avoid getting a slap in the face. However, to be fair, developing the 6th rank chapter is not an easy task. The starting point of the martial Dao is now too high. A few evolvers, after observing for a while, couldn't help but speak up. Just then the time had reached the early morning. The rankings in the Qikuan evolution rankings began to update. The names of 100 evolution paths blurred for a moment, then quickly became clear. Holy shit. An evolver lost control of his emotions. Other evolvers looked up, their expressions extremely complicated, with shock, with inevitability, with disbelief, with how could it be? Because the Marshall Path evolutionary path, formerly ranked 12th, had disappeared. In its place was the evolution path that had been ranked 11th. As for the Marshall Path evolutionary path, it had moved into the top 10, to be precise, the 6th place. Breaking into the top 10. And it's the 6th? That's too quick. Has the 6th rank chapter been updated? The numerous evolvers started discussing in low voices. Most of the evolvers, having experienced the previous leaps of the Marshall Path evolutionary path, had already become somewhat immune. But there were still some newcomers among the evolvers, their faces full of shock, as this was a change in the top 10 rankings of the Chikuan evolution rankings. Let me see, what qualitative changes Scholar Yuan's 6th rank chapter involves. An evolver immediately purchased the contents of the 6th rank chapter of the Marshall Path evolutionary path. Before posting the 6th rank chapter, Lin Yuan priced this chapter at 50 billion. However, to many powerful evolvers, 50 billion was trivial. The potential of the Marshall Path evolutionary path was so great that spending 50 billion to purchase the 6th rank chapter was completely worth it. Perhaps through this 6th rank chapter, they could have a breakthrough in their own cultivated evolution path, something that no amount of civilization currency could buy. The 6th rank chapter, in addition to the life metamorphosis and significant enhancements to the physical body, primordial spirit, and soul, also explores the physical body to a deeper extent, and holds the promise of giving birth to physical body divine skills? Physical body divine skills? Can we, the human race, also have such talents like those different species? So that's how it is. Deep within human bloodlines, there are many pieces of information and abilities. These informational abilities are extremely rare, and theoretically, they should never manifest. But the 6th rank chapter of Martial Dao actually uses some special method to amplify the information abilities deep within the bloodline. This is too incredible. Chapter 289 Chapter 289. Chapter 2 Chikuan Star Lord. My good disciple, your question is a bit beyond the scope. Please subscribe. _3. I remember that there were several evolutionary scholars who specialized in studying the power inherited deep within the human bloodline. The conclusion at the time was that it was only possible to stimulate this power using a bloodline concentration potion, but it carries significant risks and is highly valuable, so it cannot be popularized. But the 6th rank Martial Tao chapter. Many evolvers were abuzz with discussion. They were clearly very interested in the physical body divine ability. This power comes from deep within the bloodline of the physical body. Everyone's physical body divine ability is different and has a high degree of randomness. I've decided. I'm going to switch to the Martial Tao cultivation system. Not for anything else, but for this physical body divine ability. A 5th rank evolver stood up and said earnestly, as long as one is not yet 6th rank, they can switch to another evolution path at a certain cost. Of course, the cost here is substantial. Perhaps it's the accumulation of hundreds or thousands of years of wealth by 4th or 5th rank evolvers. Still, many evolvers decided to switch to the Martial Path evolutionary path. After all, following the potential shown by the current Martial Path evolutionary path, joining in couldn't be a mistake. Lin Yuan had recently emerged from seclusion. After briefly acclimating, he went to apply for red spirit fluid to recover his strength. Although Lin Yuan still had his doubts about reaching 7th rank, first recovering to the 6th rank limit, and seeing which physical body divine ability he would manifest was still possible. 13 Peaks Master. The red spirit fluid will be delivered to you in 1 hour. Good disciple, after 4 months of seclusion, you should have stabilized your 6th rank realm by now. Come here now. Tell me the problems you've encountered during your cultivation period. And your teacher can still provide some answers. Just then, Chikuan Star Lord sent a message to Lin Yuan. Throughout Lin Yuan's traversal period, he had remained deep within the 13 Peaks Palace, claiming to be in seclusion. This was not a secret, and Chikuan Star Lord naturally knew about it. Now that Lin Yuan had emerged from seclusion, and even chatted with some of his senior brothers, Qikuan's Star Lord also knew. Yes, Lin Yuan immediately replied. Lin Yuan had a great deal of respect for Qikuan's Star Lord. Not only because of the Star Lord's strength, but also because the Star Lord truly treated Lin Yuan well. Soon, Lin Yuan arrived at the Crimson Palace where Qikuan's Star Lord resided. Qikuan's Star Lord sat high on his throne, looking at Lin Yuan with an approving gaze. Since Lin Yuan arrived at Qikuan Main Star, he had done nothing but enter a half-year's seclusion first. This act of eagerly cultivating was very much to Qikuan's Star Lord's liking. Teacher. Lin Yuan bowed slightly towards Qikuan's Star Lord. Get up, Qikuan's Star Lord hurriedly said. Have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Qikuan's Star Lord eagerly said. Problems in cultivation. Lin Yuan's heart stirred. He truly had hit a bottleneck in his comprehension of the space rules. In this regard, he could indeed seek advice from Qikuan's Star Lord. The true form of Qikuan's Star Lord was the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. The Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan could devour everything, and were favored by the space rules of the universe. Every Starry Sky Wanderer Kun's comprehension of the space rules was extremely high, a talent they possessed. Qikuan's Star Lord must have a profound understanding of the space rules. Teacher. I indeed have issues in my cultivation, Lin Yuan said immediately. Good. Disciples speak, Qikuan's Star Lord said with great joy upon hearing this. Lin Yuan's talents were so extraordinary that since he became a disciple, Qikuan's Star Lord had hardly ever given him serious guidance. Finally, an opportunity had arisen. It's like this, Lin Yuan thought for a moment. Recently, I've been contemplating the 965 models of the space rules. Lin Yuan lifted his right hand, his mind moved slightly, streams of space power converged at his fingertips like kittens, forming various model patterns. There were cube shapes, two-dimensional space shapes, bizarre black hole shapes, paper-thin shapes. Streams of space power interwove in front of Lin Yuan, and stopped as they formed the 876th model. Teacher, the 876th model of the space rules, I am still somewhat confused. Lin Yuan looked up at Qikuan's Star Lord who was sitting high on the throne. 965 models of the space rules? Qikuan's Star Lord's lips twitched slightly. Weren't those what 7th rank evolvers started to contemplate? Had Lin Yuan, who had just entered the 6th rank, already begun to contemplate them? And he had also completed most of them. Many 7th rank evolvers couldn't even reach the level of understanding the first 800 models. Qikuan's Star Lord carefully observed the interweaving space power in front of Lin Yuan, then looked at Lin Yuan, back at the constantly intertwining space power, and once more at Lin Yuan. Good disciple, this confusion of yours, Qikuan's Star Lord thought for a moment and hesitated to speak. Chapter 290. Oh no. Am I going to be surpassed by my disciple? Please subscribe. Qikuan's Star Lord's gaze swept across the model in Lin Yuan's hand, made up of various forces of space. Space rules, vast and endless, have no concrete shape. It's very difficult for ordinary evolvers to comprehend space. Space is not like flame, which can emit heat and be felt, nor like earth, which can be touched. Therefore, in the 600,000th year of the Starry Sea era, a powerful evolver from the Human Civilization Alliance, skilled in the Tao of space, based on his understanding, substituted the superficial essence of space rules with 965 models. These 965 models, far from expressing the true space rules, could nevertheless point other evolvers in the right direction. They had an effect similar to formulas. Normally, to fully understand these 965 space models was basically equivalent to an introduction to the space rules. And to achieve this, one basically needed to be 7th rank. After all, only 7th rank evolvers could start to comprehend the space rules, and even then, to fully understand the 965 space models required at least the 7th rank Marquis level, or even King level. But Lin Yuan? Qikuan's Star Lord could not understand. In his long life, he had seen many freaks and monsters, but these were mostly with strong bloodlines or strong physiques, and so on. Someone like Lin Yuan, who had just joined the 6th rank for less than half a year, yet had achieved what usually only those at the 7th rank Marquis or King level could achieve, was simply too incredible. Could it be that my disciple's talent for space is also strong? Chikuan Star-Lord thought distractedly. For the past 5 or 6,000 years, the most talented in space that Chikuan Star-Lord had seen was Yinling, the silver-haired woman from the last 7 Stars Cave trial. Chikuan Star-Lord had even specially awarded her the Red Mark status and opened the 7 Stars Cave trial world for her. However, Yinling's talent for space compared to Lin Yuan was simply like dog shit. Teacher. Lin Yuan saw Chikuan Star-Lord staring at the space model in front of him and spoke softly. I was just reminded of something else. Chikuan Star-Lord immediately reacted and said gravely. With Chikuan Star-Lord's strength, expounding on the superficial 900-plus models of the space rules was something he had long since comprehended. But when Chikuan Star-Lord had comprehended these 900-plus models back in the day, he too was about to step into the 7th rank, and this was under the circumstance where his original form was a starry sky wanderer Kuan, inherently aligned with the space rules. If not for confirming that Lin Yuan was indeed of the human race, Chikuan Star-Lord would feel that the other resembled a starry sky wanderer Kuan, even more than himself. The 876 space model. Chikuan Star-Lord also raised his hand, manipulating the power of space, and formed a strangely shaped model in front of him. The model was not fixed, but was slowly changing with the space fluctuations. The 876 space model. Lin Yuan immediately observed intently. Within the Red Kuan lineage's cultivation treasury, there was a detailed explanation on the 965 space models. There were even specific space class evolvers who voluntarily demonstrated the models. However, space is changing every moment, always fluctuating, and past space models might not be applicable to current space fluctuations. Thus, the space model Chikuan Star-Lord currently condensed belonged to the model most attuned to the present universal space rules, naturally providing greater inspiration to Lin Yuan. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Your understanding defies heaven. Observing unknown space models deepens your comprehension of space rules. Lin Yuan's mind was bursting with spiritual light. Countless insights about the power of space, which he had accumulated during the decades of wandering outside the central Earth world. Watching the chaos of the void, all erupted forth. In front of Lin Yuan, hundreds of space models simultaneously collapsed. Threads of space power rapidly intertwined and collided. They actually formed a new space model. This space model, slowly changing with the space fluctuations, turned out to be consistent with the space model in front of Chikuan Star-Lord. So that's how it is. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. This kind of space model had puzzled Lin Yuan for nearly a month. Now, with Chikuan Star-Lord's guidance, he finally comprehended it thoroughly. You figured it out just like that? Above the high seat, Chikuan Star-Lord was dumbfounded. He had only demonstrated once, and Lin Yuan had learned it? Chikuan Star-Lord had just been about to explain a few things, such as reminders for Lin Yuan about how to begin comprehending this type of model. But the result? It was as if a teacher was explaining a problem in class. He had just written out the answer, ready to explain the process and thinking behind it. However, the students below had already learned it, even extrapolating from it. Thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan was in a good mood, and immediately thanked Chikuan Star-Lord. If not for Chikuan Star-Lord, with his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan would have ultimately comprehended it, but it definitely would have taken much more time. It's no trouble at all. Chikuan Star-Lord waved his hand. Logically, the gratitude from a genius like Lin Yuan should have made him feel quite accomplished. But Chikuan Star-Lord didn't know why he felt somewhat off. He always felt that something was wrong. Teacher, could you demonstrate the remaining 100 space models? Lin Yuan seemed to have remembered something and asked a bit sheepishly. Demonstrate them all together? Chikuan Star-Lord was silent for a while, unable to help asking. The 965 space models, involving the essence of space rules, Each model required evolvers to expend great costs and effort to comprehend. Chapter 291. Oh no! Am I going to be surpassed by my disciple? Please subscribe too. Lin Yuan now made him demonstrate all the subsequent models in one go. That was equivalent to a grade school student telling his teacher to bring out the middle school, high school, and university curriculums. No problem. The Qikuan Star Lord nodded. If it were any other disciple, the Qikuan Star Lord would definitely have rebuked them for their arrogance and told them to focus on the task at hand before anything else. But Lin Yuan, thinking of how quickly Lin Yuan had grasped the spatial model just now, the Qikuan Star Lord felt it was best just to follow along and do as asked. One spatial model after another continuously condensed in front of the Qikuan Star Lord. Lin Yuan carefully observed each spatial model. Although he couldn't grasp them instantly, having the Qikuan Star Lord's demonstrations meant that Lin Yuan's future comprehension speed would definitely exceed his previous one. About half a day later, a satisfied expression appeared on Lin Yuan's face. The Qikuan Star Lord, on the other hand, stopped the demonstration of spatial models with a complex look on his face. Thank you, teacher. The disciple has now grasped the subsequent spatial models. Lin Yuan sincerely thanked him. The Qikuan Star Lord nodded. In fact, during this half-day, he hadn't spoken a word, just demonstrated various spatial models one by one. He was completely acting like a tool. Seeing Lin Yuan's fully content expression, the Qikuan Star Lord felt a sense of unreality. Was teaching a disciple really this easy? He was already adept at instructing disciples and knew full well that teaching them properly was a very strenuous task. Teacher, regarding the next 7,782 spatial models. Lin Yuan thought for a moment, planning to fully utilize this opportunity of being instructed. The 965 spatial models that Lin Yuan had currently comprehended were just scratching the surface essence of the space rules. Understanding these 965 spatial models meant just entering the space rules. But beyond the beginner level, one still needed to comprehend more of the space's essential rules. Therefore, after the 965 spatial models, there were still 7,782 spatial models. The subsequent models, it's hard for outsiders to instruct, and one must rely on self-comprehension. The Qikuan Star Lord spoke evenly, feeling extremely helpless inside. Even he hadn't fully comprehended the 7,782 spatial models, and the Qikuan Star Lord vaguely felt drained by Lin Yuan. Besides, even if he had comprehended those 7,782 spatial models, he would not be able to demonstrate. When it came to space rules, the superficial essence could be shown, but the deeper rule essences, even for the same spatial model, the focus differed for different evolvers who had comprehended it. Okay. Lin Yuan nodded. He was becoming somewhat impatient. As space rules were foundational laws of the main world, vast and endless, the aspects of space rules comprehended by others might not necessarily suit Lin Yuan. If you truly want to comprehend the complete space rules, you could visit the battlefields of different races. The Qikuan Star Lord suggested. Battlefields of different races? Lin Yuan was aware of such places, where the human race engaged in combat with deep space other species. In the battlefields of different races, numerous strong ones fight, and even supreme beings intervene, rendering the space unstable, and there even exist permanent spatial rifts. The Qikuan Star Lord spoke with a sigh. Supreme beings? Lin Yuan's expression grew solemn. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, there were 9 supreme beings. Each supreme being guarded one evolution tower, illuminating the timeless cosmic starry skies. Even across the vast cosmic starry skies, supreme beings were the ceiling of combat power, unparalleled. Only conflicts between supreme beings could create permanent spatial rifts. Otherwise, given the self-healing ability of the main world universe starry sky, even large spatial rifts would gradually heal. Over more than 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization had expanded rapidly, severely beating different species, primarily because of the numerical superiority of supreme beings. Even the peak clans like the War Machine insect race, with only 6 supreme beings, held the advantage on middle and lower tier battlefields. However, They found themselves at a disadvantage when it came to clashes between supreme beings. Our universe, where we reside, has stable spaces and subdued rule fluctuations, which makes comprehending space rules very difficult. However, in the battlefields of different races, space isn't that stable, especially those that are torn with permanent spatial rifts, where endless space powers permeate, which is quite beneficial for comprehending space rules. Chikuin Star-Lord said, "The battlefields of different races are like a meat grinder for countless clans of the universe, filled with dangers, but also numerous opportunities. It's easier to sense the space rules, but that's just one aspect. There are others. For example, certain heritages, many treasures. Many strong ones of different species fight to the death, leaving treasures scattered in hidden locations, their corpses even buried underground. The corpses of the strong ones from different species also hold great value. Furthermore, the permanent spatial rifts on the battlefield of different species sometimes welcome guests from beyond the realm. If you can seize the opportunity, you can gain quite a few benefits. However, if you, my disciple, wish to go to the battlefield of different species, you must not go in person. Send an avatar there instead." Chikuin Star-Lord instructed. For a talent like Lin Yuan, going in person to the battlefield of different species is like a feast for those different species. If Lin Yuan hides within human territories, within Chikuin Main Star, if the different species want to assassinate Lin Yuan, they would have to pay a huge price, and afterwards, Lin Yuan would be resurrected. But on the battlefield of different species, the moment the information of Lin Yuan appearing there is leaked, believe it or not, there will be a bunch of 7th rank, 8th rank strong ones from different species lying in wait. After all, on the battlefield, killing Lin Yuan would not require any consequences. Even if he were to be resurrected later, it wouldn't matter. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. Even traveling to other worlds through the door to the myriad realms, he did it through the ensured method of consciousness descent. Not to mention going to the perilous battlefield of different species. There are over 10 doppelganger skills in the treasury. You can choose one when the time comes. You are now 6th rank and can withstand the soul division involved in creating an avatar. Chikuin Star-Lord said. In the main world, crafting an avatar involves much less cost than in the immortal Tao world. Still, it requires a portion of the soul's power to be split and infused into the avatar. Without a soul, an avatar is no different from a puppet, just splitting a part of the soul. Those below the 6th rank of evolvers simply cannot do it, and even if they could, it would result in a great loss of origin source and potential. My martial Tao primordial spirit, Yin spirit and Yang spirit. Lin Yuan subconsciously compared his Yin spirit and Yang spirit with the traditional avatar techniques of the main world. In the end, he concluded, the martial Tao primordial spirit should be superior to most avatar techniques. At the very least, it does not require Lin Yuan to actively split his soul. Yin spirit and Yang spirit share one consciousness with Lin Yuan's true self, a trinity. It's said that deep in the cosmic starry skies, some rare special life forms naturally possess the doppelganger talent. Most of the avatar techniques of human civilization are derived from those naturally gifted with doppelganger. Lin Yuan thought to himself. Those doppelganger talents were indeed similar to his martial Tao primordial spirit, sharing consciousness without the need for soul splitting. Next, Chikuin Star-Lord gave Lin Yuan a few more words of advice. Essentially, even if you craft an avatar to go to the battlefield of different species, it's best not to reveal your identity. And don't try to kill those from different species. There's no need. If the avatar were to fall on the battlefield, it would also affect Lin Yuan's true body. The Crimson Palace. Chikuin Star-Lord watched Lin Yuan leave. In terms of understanding space rules, except for the eldest disciple, no one else should be able to surpass him now, should they? Chikuin Star-Lord quietly thought to himself. Having grasped over 800 kinds of spatial models, only his eldest disciple could barely outdo him. As for the second and third disciples, they were at best on par or even slightly weaker. The later disciples such as the 4th and 5th, not to mention, weren't even 7th rank. This talent, Chikuin Star-Lord sighed. In Lin Yuan, Chikuin Star-Lord felt as though he had grown old, unable to keep up with the times. In such a short period of time, Lin Yuan had grown from initially being the weakest among the 13 peak masters at 4th rank, to now being second only to the great peak master. Qikuan Star Lord could foresee that, given Lin Yuan's current speed of cultivation and enlightenment, surpassing the great peak master was only a matter of time. Not right. Qikuan Star Lord suddenly tensed in his heart. Damn, he wouldn't also be surpassed by his own disciple, would he? Chapter 292 The Second Physical Body Divine Ability. Please subscribe. I must be overthinking it. Even if my obedient disciple has just begun to grasp space rules and stepped into the 7th rank with ease. But breaking from the 7th rank to the 8th rank, it's not so simple. The Qikuan Star Lord comforted himself. Given his countless opportunities, and even after he had seized a Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan Juvenile, entering the 8th layer was still extremely difficult. Even if Lin Yuan's talent exceeded his back then, facing the barrier of the 8th layer, he couldn't just step over it, right? Sometimes having a disciple that's too monstrously talented makes being a master somewhat meaningless. The Qikuan Star Lord sighed. Inside the Palace of the 13 Peaks, the red spirit fluid has arrived. Lin Yuan looked at a small kettle in front of him. The small kettle was a space storage treasure. It appeared to be the size of a palm, but in reality, it contained a small pool's worth of red spirit fluid. Let's begin. Lin Yuan pulled the stopper out of the small kettle. Though he had not yet decided on the content of the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, he had already finalized his plan for the 6th rank. With the red spirit fluid in the kettle, Lin Yuan would be able to reach the limit of the 6th rank in a short amount of time. I wonder what kind of physical body divine ability will be born this time. An expectant look crossed Lin Yuan's face. In the immortal Tao world, the divine abilities of the fleshly body from the body cultivation lineage depended on the peculiar powers contained deep within one's bloodline. When Lin Yuan established the 6th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path, he had borrowed from the body cultivation lineage, particularly in terms of digging deeper into the physical body. So, theoretically, the 6th rank chapter should also be able to give birth to physical body divine abilities. As Lin Yuan retraced the steps of the 6th rank, the differences in his fleshly body would lead to the final physical body divine ability being different. Gurgle. Lin Yuan picked up the small kettle and swallowed all the red spirit fluid. As soon as the fluid slid down his throat, it turned into pure energy that nourished his limbs and extremities. Several days later, Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes. I've reached the pinnacle of the 6th rank. Lin Yuan dared not break through any further. Now if he wished, he could quickly step into the 7th rank. But he wasn't very satisfied with that kind of 7th rank. It didn't complement the first 5 stages of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path very well. The 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path should have enough comprehension of space rules, at least a beginner's grasp of them. Lin Yuan thought to himself. The deeper he contemplated space rules, the deeper his understanding became. The essence of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was to use the Tao of Taiji as the core, to contain all Tao, and thereby control all Tao. Incorporating his own understanding and insights of Tao into it, would then perfect the Tao of Taiji, and use it to control all Tao. Lin Yuan felt that for him, the most complete path for the 7th rank chapter of the Martial Path Evolutionary Path was to integrate space rules. Of course, this was only in regard to Lin Yuan himself. Other evolvers didn't need to integrate space rules specifically. Any other rules could work as well. It depends on what each individual excels at. Entering the realm of space rules is incredibly difficult, and only a 7th rank evolver would be confident in mastering it. However, the threshold for entering other rules is much lower. For example, in the 7 Stars Cave Trial world, that red pattern examiner's brute strength was a beginner's grasp of the rule of power. To grasp the rule of power at the 4th rank was indeed genius. It showed that it could be done. Other martial arts evolvers just need to grasp a certain rule that suits them at the zenith of the 6th rank in order to have a chance to step into the 7th rank. The physical body divine ability is being nurtured. Lin Yuan keenly felt the changes in his body. He noticed that, deep within his bloodline, a peculiar force was awakening and converging. This was very similar to the first time he had developed a physical body divine ability in the immortal Tao world. It should take another day or two, Lin Yuan estimated in his mind. The birth of a physical body divine ability doesn't happen instantly. It needs time to be nurtured. Based on the current pace of nurturing, Lin Yuan felt that in 1 or 2 days, the physical body divine ability would probably be born. Feng Qing is looking for me? Lin Yuan scanned the visitor records and discovered that Feng Qing wanted to see him. Virtual world. Personal space. Lin Yuan and Feng Qing sat facing each other. No need to be formal, just act as before, Lin Yuan casually said, noting Feng Qing's nervousness. He had a close friendship with Feng Qing, who had helped him since the 7-star cave trials by providing information. Later, when Lin Yuan was subjected to the public's scorn by the hundreds of billions of citizens on Kanglan Star because of the Heiyu family's oppression, it was Feng Qing who had stood up for him, going so far as to offer numerous favors to rebuild trade relations for Kanglan Star. Though in truth, the Heiyu family could only do so much back then, and the external public opinion had not affected Lin Yuan at all. But Feng Qing truly wanted to help him. Brother Lin, you say it so lightly, just as before. Feng Qing relaxed a bit and managed a smile, saying, but your status now, you're a peak master of the Red Kuan lineage. Although Feng Qing said this, his heart settled down. At this moment, he was extremely grateful that he had fully supported Lin Yuan through his difficulties in the past. Otherwise, with Lin Yuan's current status, Feng Qing might not even be able to see him. As far as Feng Qing knew, since Lin Yuan's arrival at the Qikuan main star, he had hardly met with any outsiders. How have you been recently? Lin Yuan asked casually. Not bad, Feng Qing said softly. Many people, aware of my relationship with Brother Lin, want to get close to me, hoping to use me to reach out to Brother Lin. When Kanglan Star faced suppression from the Heiyu family, Feng Qing had stood up for his friend. Subsequently, this friend transformed into the peak master of the Qikuan Star domain. The person whose status changed the most in between, apart from Lin Yuan and his family, was that you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.